Chapter 2732. A bitter smile appeared on Long Fei Yun's face as he said in a self-deprecating manner, "Perhaps this matter is a bit shocking, but this is the truth. My imperial father believed that my imperial mother had an affair with a man because my imperial mother was with him for a short period of time. In fact, he even thought that I might be the child of my mother and that man." Long Fei Yun paused for a moment when he spoke. However, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to sense the negative emotions in Long Fei Yun's heart. If he suspected something, why did he bring my pregnant mother back to the soaring dragon celestial kingdom? If he suspected something, why didn't he just strangle me to death after my mother died in childbirth? If he suspected something, why did he let me grow up in peace? Long Fei Yun's emotions surged as he clenched his fists tightly. His fists were also tightly clenched together. Because of the force, his fingernails dug deep into his palms and pierced through his skin, causing traces of blood to seep out. His body began to tremble violently due to his excitement. Duan Lingtian remained silent. He could understand Long Fei Yun's feelings after putting himself in Long Fei Yun's shoes. The Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is the same. Since he brought the 13th prince's mother back to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and allowed her to give birth to the child, why would he target a child for his own reasons? If he suspected something, he could have just left the 13th prince and his mother to fend for themselves. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He felt that the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had not handled this matter properly. Moreover, this matter had spread like wildfire. He could only imagine how the 13th prince had survived all these years. You can imagine, when a prince is suspected by the emperor to be a bastard, when a prince is disliked by the emperor because of this, how frightening is that? Since I was young, although the eunuchs and maids in the palace treated me with respect, I could see the disdain in their eyes. And I grew up in such an environment. Since I was young, I knew that I had no one to rely on. Even that high and mighty imperial father wouldn't help me in the slightest. He even ordered me not to practice the imperial family's inherited techniques. It's the only earth-grade cultivation method in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family. Without an earth-grade cultivation technique, I can only cultivate a profound-grade cultivation technique. However, I'm not discouraged. So what if my other brothers have earth-grade cultivation techniques? As long as I'm willing to spend more time and energy on cultivation, why can't I catch up to them, or even surpass them? At this moment, Long Fei Yun seemed to have forgotten that the purple-clad young man in front of him was an outsider, whom he had met for the first time. He vented the suppressed emotions in his heart to his heart's content. When he reached the emotional part, his body trembled even more, and 2 streams of clear tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Of course, as soon as the tears fell, they evaporated. Duan Lingtian listened quietly to Long Fei Yun's recount. Gradually, he began to feel that the 13th prince was indeed quite pitiful. At the same time, he also realized that it wasn't easy for the 13th prince to reach where he was today and be as famous as the 4th prince and the 7th prince. The 13th prince had to put in 10 or even 100 times more effort than the 4th and 7th princes. The reason why I fought so hard wasn't because I wanted to compete with 4th brother and 7th brother. I didn't want to fight for the throne. I just hoped that Imperial Father could see me and approve of me. However, when I became strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with 4th brother and 7th brother, or even be stronger than them, I found that Imperial Father still didn't like me. In the end, it was all because of his doubts. From that moment on, my mentality changed. I wanted to seize the throne. I wanted to trample on 4th and 7th brother, whom he doted on the most, to ascend to the throne. Long Fei Yun's eyes shone with an extremely cold light as he spoke. After a few moments, Long Fei Yun finally calmed down. "I'm sorry. I couldn't control my emotions and treated you as someone to confide in." After Long Fei Yun regained his senses, he smiled apologetically at Duan Lingtian. "It's not easy for you. If I were you, I would have given up long ago." Duan Lingtian said in admiration. If Duan Lingtian had not experienced 2 lifetimes, he might not have been able to grow as strong as the 13th prince. Instead, he might have given up and become a useless prince. Therefore, Brother Duan, you don't have to worry that I'm testing you. There's no need for that. Long Fei Yun continued to say, it doesn't matter if you have a powerful background or not, there's no enmity between us. It's impossible for me to stand up for the fourth miss of the Zhou clan for my fourth brother. I've only said so much to tell you that the earth-grade cultivation method I possess isn't an inherited method from the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Speaking of which, the earth-grade cultivation method must have something to do with my mother. Long Fei Yun could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. I'd like to hear more about it. Although Duan Lingtian was certain Long Fei Yun was telling the truth, he did not show any interest in the earth-grade cultivation method. Brother Duan, didn't I tell you earlier that my father doesn't like me because he suspects I'm not his biological son? It's because before my mother returned to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom with him, she had an affair with someone, Long Fei Yun said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, Long Fei Yun had mentioned this matter earlier. A year ago, my mother's lover appeared in my life. To be more precise, the person whom my mother was kind to brought an earth-grade cultivation method in exchange for his life, Long Fei Yun said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian was taken aback. At that time, I found out. In fact, my mother's lover was only her childhood sweetheart. They had never had any physical contact before. However, my suspicious imperial father always felt that there was a relationship between them. When a man is about to die, he speaks the truth. I believe that he has no reason to lie to me. According to that person, he really liked my imperial mother, but in the end, imperial mother chose imperial father, so he gave up. He originally wanted to wander the world until he found out that imperial mother had a difficult birth and that I was ostracized because of him. Initially, he wanted to take me with him. However, his strength was limited, so he couldn't break through the walls of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial palace. In the end, he died for an earth-grade cultivation method. However, before he died, he asked Xiuling to look for me and asked Xiuling to follow me for 1,000 years. Moreover, he also asked Xiuling to bring the earth-grade cultivation method to me. He knew my father had ordered me not to cultivate the only earth-grade cultivation method in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He's Xiuling, a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's grateful to my mother's childhood sweetheart. Long Fei Yun pointed at the middle-aged man behind him as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. A heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged man standing behind Long Fei Yun. A hint of shock could be seen in his eyes. Not only was he shocked by the middle-aged man's cultivation, but he was also shocked by the aura that the middle-aged man inadvertently exuded. It was an aura that he found very familiar and difficult to restrain. I'm sure it's the aura of someone who has reached a certain stage. Does this mean she's also a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? A beautiful figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was none other than Murong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect whom he had once slept with. Although he knew Murong Bing was not as simple as she looked. He did not expect her to be so powerful. He did not expect her to be a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As for the earth-grade cultivation method that Brother Duan is interested in, it's the one that I'm currently cultivating. It originated from my mother's childhood sweetheart, Xiuling, who gave it to me. Long Fei Yun continued to say. What do you want me to do? Duan Lingtian looked at Long Fei Yun and asked after he regained his senses. There was no free lunch in this world. He believed that since Long Fei Yun had asked him if he was interested in an earth-rank cultivation method, it meant that Long Fei Yun was definitely seeking something, or at least something from him. Otherwise, why would Duan Lingtian give him an earth-grade cultivation method for no reason? It seems like you're interested in my earth-grade cultivation method, Brother Duan. In that case, Brother Duan, you're indeed not someone from a powerful sect outside the wasteland? Long Fei Yun suddenly laughed. Is that important? Duan Lingtian asked. In fact, he had weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Once he expressed his desire for an earth-rank cultivation method, it would mean that he had confessed without being pressed, admitting that everything he had said in front of the fourth prince was a lie. However, the temptation of an earth-grade cultivation method made his heart itch unbearably. In the end, based on Long Fei Yun's behavior and his belief that Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, would not collude with the fourth prince, he had made up his mind to fight for the earth-grade cultivation method Long Fei Yun had mentioned. After all, the earth-grade cultivation method was too important to him. It was what he needed the most right now. With Huan by his side, he did not have to worry about not having a good cultivation environment. As for cultivation resources such as pills, he could find other ways to obtain them. The only thing he didn't have was a high-grade cultivation method. Currently, he had no way to obtain it, therefore, now that an earth-rank cultivation method was placed in front of him, it was very attractive to him. It's not important. Chapter 2733. I'd like to hear the details. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. A curious expression could be seen on his face. This means you're interested in the earth-grade cultivation method in my possession. At the same time, we can make a deal, Long Fei Yun said with a smile. Long Fei Yun smiled and went straight to the point. A deal? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He immediately recalled the deal he made with Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, when he first arrived in the spirit overarching heaven. The deal was that Duan Lingtian would nurture Lu Fenggu. In return, Duan Lingtian would help Lu Fenggu kill Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. After completing the deal, Duan Lingtian even obtained the Grey Celestial Fire under Lu Fenggu's guidance. It was a mediocre celestial fire. Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. Then, he said solemnly, Brother Duan, as long as you promise me one thing, I'll teach you the earth-grade cultivation method. What is it? Duan Lingtian asked. I hope you'll participate in the martial competition held by the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom for the Grand Contest of the Wasteland in a year's time. With your strength, I'm sure you'll be able to obtain one of the 50 spots in the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. Long Fei Yun paused for a moment before he asked, Brother Duan, you should know about the Grand Contest of the Wasteland, right? Long Fei Yun finally remembered. Duan Lingtian might not know about the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The Grand Contest of the Wasteland is jointly held by the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. All the young powerhouses under the age of 100 from the celestial kingdoms around the Wasteland will be invited to join the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. Duan Lingtian had learned about the Grand Contest of the Wasteland when he first arrived at the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He was also interested in the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. After all, joining the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland meant that he could use the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland as a springboard to leave the Wasteland. The three major celestial sects of the Wasteland were the strongest forces in the Wasteland. Exactly. Long Fei Yun nodded. Since this person knew about the Wasteland Grand Competition, there was no need for him to explain any further. 13th Prince. You don't just want me to participate in the Wasteland Great Competition, right? Apart from that, you should have other goals, right? Duan Lingtian asked, taking a deep look at Long Fei Yun. Long Fei Yun's eyes flashed brightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He nodded and said, with Brother Duan's strength, not only would it be easy for you to obtain a spot for the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest, but it would also be easy for you to perform outstandingly in the Wasteland Grand Contest. At that time, the three major celestial sects would definitely want you to join them. As for me, I hope you'll join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Long Fei Yun's breathing quickened as he spoke. Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. There must be a reason why the 13th Prince wants me to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, right? Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. I want you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect because the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect is in charge of 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms, including the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, before Long Fei Yun could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. What? The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is under the control of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Apart from that, there are 12 high-rank celestial kingdoms under the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's rule? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not know about the relationship between the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Brother Duan, it's normal that you don't know about this. After all, this is something only the direct descendants of the various celestial kingdoms know about. Moreover, if news of this spread, the various celestial kingdoms' imperial clans would lose a lot of face. That's why the direct descendants of the various celestial kingdoms are unwilling to spread this news. It's not just the high-rank celestial kingdoms. Even the intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms and the low-rank celestial kingdoms are under the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Apart from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the Tai-E Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect are also in charge of 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms. The intermediate-rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms are also under the protection of the 3 major celestial sects. Otherwise, why do you think the high-rank celestial kingdoms don't rely on their strength to conquer the intermediate-rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms? This is because the high-rank celestial kingdoms and the intermediate-rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms belong to the 3 major celestial sects. If there's any internal strife, the party that starts it will be severely punished by the celestial sects. After listening to Long Fei Yun's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned a lot about the Martial Dragon Celestial Sects and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sects. It also answered many of the questions in Duan Lingtian's mind. In fact, he did not understand why intermediate rank and low rank celestial kingdoms could coexist with high rank celestial kingdoms. Previously, he had put himself in their shoes. If he was the emperor of a high rank celestial kingdom, he would definitely conquer the intermediate rank and low rank celestial kingdoms to strengthen his own high rank celestial kingdom. Now, he finally understood that it was not that the emperors of high rank celestial kingdoms did not want to conquer the intermediate rank and low rank celestial kingdoms, but they could not. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Long Fei Yun's eyes flashed brightly as he continued to say, Brother Duan, I asked you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect because I hope you'll be able to help me become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after you grow stronger in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Even if I join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, do you think I'll be able to help you become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian asked. There's always a glimmer of hope, right? Long Fei Yun said with a self-deprecating smile. He knew his current situation very well. It was almost impossible for him to compete with his 4th and 7th brothers to become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom through normal means. After all, his father would not allow him to become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Unless his father was gone. However, it was easier said than done to make his father not be around. Put aside the fact that his father was the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and was surrounded by many powerhouses, his father was also a powerful heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Is it worth it to give up an Earth-grade cultivation method just for a glimmer of hope? Duan Lingtian asked again. Of course, it's worth it. Long Fei Yun said, to be honest, I don't lose anything by teaching you the Earth-grade cultivation method. However, it's a glimmer of hope for me to become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. In other words, I've profited from this deal. Although it's a fair trade, I know it might not work out. I only hope that Brother Duan can promise me that you'll help me become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom when you're capable of interfering with the succession of the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yun's words were clear. If Duan Lingtian did not have the ability to help him become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after joining the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, he would accept it. However, if Duan Lingtian was capable of helping him, he hoped Duan Lingtian would do his best to help him become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. With my innate talent, it shouldn't be difficult for me to cultivate an Earth-grade cultivation method after joining the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, right? The conditions for cultivating an Earth-grade cultivation method in the martial dragon celestial sect shouldn't be as harsh as the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, right? Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. When the middle-aged man standing behind Long Fei Yun heard Duan Lingtian's words, he instantly looked at Duan Lingtian. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, as though he would kill Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian dared to refuse Long Fei Yun. If that's the case, why should I agree to this deal? Duan Lingtian asked again, completely ignoring the middle-aged man standing behind Long Fei Yun. Apart from the Earth-grade cultivation method, I can also give you a pill formula. Long Fei Yun's expression remained unchanged when he heard Duan Lingtian's repeated questions. Pill formula? What pill formula? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He was not interested in ordinary pill formulas. The pill formula I'm referring to is the formula for the overarching heaven pill. Long Fei Yun said calmly. Boom! As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. He stood rooted to the ground in a daze. The formula for the overarching heaven pill? This, as far as he knew, the overarching heaven pill was extremely rare. Let alone high-rank celestial kingdoms, even among the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, the overarching heaven pill was extremely rare. Even the overarching heaven pill in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland was refined by celestial alchemists outside of the wasteland. Due to the rarity of the overarching heaven pill formula, none of the celestial alchemists in the wasteland had mastered the formula for the overarching heaven pill. You have the formula for the overarching heaven pill? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he looked at Long Fei Yun again. The overarching heaven pill was a pill for overarching heavenly supreme celestials. A peak great overarching golden celestial would be able to break through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial after consuming it. On the other hand, an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would be able to improve their cultivation base rapidly after consuming it. The significance of the overarching heaven pill to a peak great overarching golden celestial was similar to the significance of the great overarching pill to a violet sun golden celestial. The significance of the overarching heaven pill to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was similar to the significance of the great overarching pill to a great overarching golden celestial. Apart from that, although the overarching heaven pill was similar to the great overarching pill, it was a prominent celestial pill. The great overarching pill was one of the best mediocre celestial pills. Only a few mediocre celestial alchemists who possessed a celestial fire could refine it. Chapter 2734. In terms of difficulty, the great overarching pill was similar to the overarching heaven pill. However, since the overarching heaven pill was a prominent celestial pill, only prominent celestial alchemists could refine it. Moreover, there were fewer prominent celestial alchemists than mediocre celestial alchemists. Moreover, the formula of the overarching heaven pill was not as popular as the formula of the great overarching pill. Therefore, the value of the overarching heaven pill far exceeded that of the great overarching pill. Even an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom would be able to afford some great overarching pills. For example, King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, where Duan Lingtian was from, would give out 6 great overarching pills as a reward for the top 3 contenders during the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even the imperial family of a high-rank celestial kingdom would not be able to afford the overarching heaven pill. In the wasteland, only the 3 major celestial sects that ruled high-rank celestial kingdoms would be able to afford the overarching heaven pill. However, the number of overarching heaven pills was extremely small. It was almost impossible for one to obtain the overarching heaven pill unless the 3 major celestial sects placed great emphasis on nurturing them. The reason the overarching heaven pill was so rare and valuable was not only because it required a prominent celestial alchemist to refine it, but also because the formula of the overarching heaven pill was only in the hands of a few prominent celestial alchemists. Moreover, these prominent celestial alchemists would not easily divulge the formula of the overarching heaven pill to outsiders. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Long Fei Yun was willing to give him the formula of the overarching heaven pill. After all, the formula of the overarching heaven pill was too precious. Even the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would do anything to obtain the formula of the overarching heaven pill. You have the formula of the overarching heaven pill? Long Fei Yun nodded in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Long Fei Yun nodded. Yes. After receiving Long Fei Yun's confirmation, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Since you have the formula of the overarching heaven pill, why do you need to make a deal with me? You can directly look for someone in the Martial Dragon Celestial sect to help you become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom." Long Fei, of course. Long Fei Yun sighed. However, do you think I'll still be alive if I reveal the overarching heaven pill's formula to the Martial Dragon Celestial sect? To them, helping me ascend to the throne is more troublesome than killing me. Duan Lingtian shook his head. With this in mind, Long Fei Yun dismissed the idea of seeking help from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. In the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, those who had the ability to help him become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were all high-ranking officials in the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Without exception, these high-ranking officials were extremely powerful. He was only an ant before such an existence, and he didn't have the qualifications to make a deal with it at all. After listening to Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian thought about it and agreed. 13th Prince, why do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I won't help you after I get the Earth-grade cultivation method and the overarching heaven pill formula? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Long Fei Yun and asked. You won't. Long Fei Yun looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. Although this is my first time meeting you, I can tell you're not that kind of person. I, Long Fei Yun, have lived for a few hundred years, and I'm pretty good at judging people. Of course, even if I'm wrong, I'll accept it. Long Fei Yun said, it's still better than losing my life. He had given the overarching heaven pill formula to the purple-clad young man in exchange for a promise that the purple-clad young man might not be able to fulfill. It was better than exposing the overarching heaven pill formula to the powerhouses of the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Not only would the overarching heaven pill formula be snatched away, but his life would also be in danger. Although Long Fei Yun had not known the purple-clad young man for long, he could tell the purple-clad young man was not a person of character. The purple-clad young man did not seem like a person who would go back on his word. The purple-clad young man's eyes were clear, and he had a righteous expression on his face. Based on the aura he exuded, it was clear he was not a despicable person. 13th Prince, you're really bold. Duan Lingtian could not help but praise Long Fei Yun. When he looked at Long Fei Yun again, a hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes. After all, not everyone was as bold as Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could understand why Duan Lingtian was so bold. He wondered how Duan Lingtian was able to reach where he was today without any backing. He was even able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4th Prince and the 7th Prince. The 4th Prince and the 7th Prince might not be as bold as Duan Lingtian. After all, neither Qiu Ling nor I have the ability to inscribe and duplicate the memory celestial talisman that contains the formula of the overarching heaven pill. As Long Fei Yun spoke, another memory celestial talisman appeared in his hand. It was none other than the memory celestial talisman that contained the overarching heaven pill formula. Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately shifted to the memory celestial talisman in Long Fei Yun's hand. The overarching heaven pill formula is recorded in this talisman? As a celestial alchemist, although Duan Lingtian was only a primitive celestial alchemist, it did not affect his desire to obtain the overarching heaven pill formula in Long Fei Yun's hand. After all, it was a rare pill formula that even prominent celestial alchemists dreamed of obtaining. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened at this moment. He was not surprised that Long Fei Yun and the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial behind him were not capable of inscribing and copying the overarching heaven pill formula. After all, one had to master the formula and be able to refine the overarching heaven pill. Only a celestial alchemist who was capable of refining a certain pill would be able to inscribe and copy the memory celestial talisman that contained the formula. If one could not refine the formula, how could one possibly inscribe and copy the formula? Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. At the same time, another memory celestial talisman appeared beside the memory celestial talisman in his hand. This memory celestial talisman contains my Earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique. As long as you use it, the heavenly vast firmament technique will become a part of your memory. Compared to inscribing and copying the formula of the overarching heaven pill, inscribing and copying the cultivation method was much easier. As long as one mastered the cultivation method, one would be able to inscribe and copy it. I wonder if you're willing to make a promise to me, Brother Duan? Long Fei Yun asked again about the deal he was going to make with Duan Lingtian. 13th Prince, since you're so sincere and trust in me, do I have any reason to refuse? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Indeed, he could obtain an Earth-grade cultivation method after joining one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. However, it would take some time before he could obtain it. After all, the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would only start selecting young powerhouses below the age of 100 to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland a year later. If it was only an Earth-grade cultivation method, Duan Lingtian would have to think twice before accepting Long Fei Yun's offer. However, now that Long Fei Yun had taken out the formula of the overarching heaven pill, Duan Lingtian agreed to the deal without hesitation. Brother Duan, you're a straightforward person. Long Fei Yun, who had a tense expression on his face, laughed heartily when he saw Duan Lingtian had agreed to the deal. At the same time, he passed the 2 memory celestial talismans to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian immediately used the 2 memory celestial talismans so that the formula of the overarching heaven pill and the Earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique, would become part of his memory. As long as he spent some time and thought about it, he would be able to grasp it. Brother Duan. You used the memory celestial talisman on the overarching heaven pill's formula? Don't tell me you're a prominent celestial alchemist as well? Long Fei Yun asked in disbelief when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions. He thought Duan Lingtian would keep the memory celestial talisman that contained the overarching heaven pill's formula for future use. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would use the memory celestial talisman on the overarching heaven pill. After Duan Lingtian used the memory celestial talisman, unless he was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill, he would not be able to replicate the pill formula of the overarching heaven pill. I'm a celestial alchemist, but I'm not a prominent celestial alchemist. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It seems like you're very confident that you'll become a prominent celestial alchemist in the future. Otherwise, you wouldn't have used the memory celestial talisman on the overarching heaven pill's formula. Long Fei Yun, who had thought Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist, was greatly disappointed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, if Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist, he would not even need to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and become an revered elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. At that time, Duan Lingtian would only need to say a word to the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect to help him become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. At that time, even if his father was unwilling, he would have no choice but to watch Duan Lingtian replace Duan Lingtian. Long Fei Yun was delighted when he thought about it. He was extremely disappointed when he found out Duan Lingtian was not a prominent celestial alchemist. Brother Duan. All of a sudden, Long Fei Yun seemed to have recalled something. His expression turned solemn as he said, "From today onwards, you'll be leaving the inn. Bring your people and follow me back to the Imperial Palace. You'll stay in my temporary residence." Duan Lingtian did not expect Long Fei Yun would suddenly bring this up. He was confused. He was not worried Long Fei Yun would harm him. If he had not used the memory celestial talisman that contained the overarching heaven pill's formula, Long Fei Yun might have harmed him. However, now that he had used the memory celestial talisman, Long Fei Yun would definitely not harm him. After all, if Long Fei Yun did that, it would be equivalent to him giving up the overarching heaven pill's formula for nothing. There's no need to worry about the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. Even my 4th brother won't cause trouble for you. Long Fei Yun said solemnly when he saw Duan Lingtian's confusion. However, there's another person behind the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, that person is the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. She's also the junior sister of the current sect leader, Zhou Shuqiu. Chapter 2735. I've heard of her. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian said, she's the third miss of the Zhou clan. She's the elder sister of the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shudong. However, didn't she leave with her master a few years ago? A few days ago, he had heard about Zhou Shuqiu in various restaurants in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He knew she was the most talented person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the past 1,000 years. She was taken in by the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect when she was young. When she was slightly over 100 years old, her cultivation base was already a great overarching golden celestial. Currently, she was already an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, she was not an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Her master, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, had retired. Her senior sister had taken over as the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. When Duan Lingtian first heard about Zhou Shuqiu, he was slightly afraid of her. However, when he heard she had left with her master a few years ago, he did not pay much attention to her. After all, he might have left the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the wasteland by the time Zhou Shuqiu returned. Long Fei Yun continued to say, indeed, she left before this. However, she returned last month. As far as I know, it's because of the grand contest of the wasteland that's going to be held a year later. There might be some secrets behind the grand contest of the wasteland that only the three major celestial sects of the wasteland knows about. This isn't the first time the three major celestial sects of the wasteland have organized the grand contest of the wasteland. However, there's never been a requirement for young powerhouses under the age of 100 to participate. I have a feeling the grand contest of the wasteland this time isn't as simple as it seems. Long Fei Yun finished speaking. There was no age restriction in the grand contest of the wasteland in the past? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. There wasn't. Long Fei Yun shook his head. In the past, as long as you're strong enough, you can participate regardless of your age. As long as you perform well, you'll be able to join the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. For this reason, some of the outer disciples in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland are thousands of years old or even close to 10,000 years old. Of course, if an ordinary outer disciple has not passed the test of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland and becomes an official disciple, they will be expelled from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Long Fei Yun continued. Duan Lingtian nodded and returned to the topic at hand. Since Zhou Shuqiu has returned, my friend and I will visit your palace. Zhou Shuqiu was different from the fourth prince, Long Xiangyun, whom Zhou Shudong had asked for help. Zhou Shuqiu was the direct disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. She was the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. At that time, Duan Lingtian and Huan would be in danger. On the other hand, if Duan Lingtian and Huan went to the 13th prince's palace, there was still a certain amount of risk. He was certain the 13th prince would protect him. Moreover, the 13th prince was confident the 13th prince would be able to protect him. Duan Lingtian could understand the 13th prince's confidence. Although he had offended Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, he did not kill or cripple her. He had only killed an elder from the Zhou clan. Therefore, the 13th prince would definitely be able to protect him. Duan Lingtian did not tell the 13th prince that Huan was his junior sister. He only told the 13th prince that Huan was his friend. After all, the 13th prince knew everything he had said to the 4th prince was a lie. He knew he was not a disciple of a powerful sect outside the wasteland. It's all right. Brother Duan, you can stay with your friend at my place for the next year. Long Fei Yun smiled. There's no need for me to stay here. I'll follow you to pick up your friend. Long Fei Yun said to Duan Lingtian as he rose to his feet. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and stood up as well. Then, he and Long Feiyan left the first earth room in the Nian clan's auction house. The middle-aged man named Xiao Ling followed the two of them out of the first earth room. 13th brother, the auction isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? As soon as the three of them left the first earth room and were about to leave the Nian clan's auction house, a burst of hearty laughter rang in their ears. Following that, Duan Lingtian saw a young man dressed in a green robe. A tall young man in a golden-green robe was escorted by the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house and an old man in a black robe. He greeted Long Feiyan with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard how the green-clad young man addressed Long Feiyan, he guessed the young man's identity. The young man was none other than the seventh prince, Long Qingyun. Seventh brother. Duan Lingtian's guess was confirmed by Long Feiyan's greeting. Brother Duan, if I'm not mistaken, my seventh brother is here for me. To be more precise, he's here for Qiu Ling. Long Feiyan's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house must have noticed that Qiu Ling is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's not a good thing for my seventh brother to have a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by my side. A hint of mockery could be heard in Long Feiyan's voice. Brother, I heard about you from my seventh brother. I wanted to visit you at the Fleeting Time Inn, but I didn't expect to bump into you here. At this moment, Long Qingyun, the seventh prince, had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Long Feiyan. He greeted Duan Lingtian enthusiastically. After all, in his opinion, Duan Lingtian was an extremely talented person. After all, Duan Lingtian was a disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. It was almost impossible to recruit such a person, but he could not afford to offend him either. Naturally, Long Qingyun was only being polite when he said he wanted to visit Duan Lingtian. If he really wanted to visit him, he would have done so long ago. He did not want to be like his fourth brother, who had given him the cold shoulder. It was best not to provoke such a person. Seventh Prince. Duan Lingtian greeted Long Feiyan indifferently. This made Long Qingyun even more certain that Duan Lingtian was from a powerful sect. Duan Lingtian was a proud and arrogant disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. 13th brother, this is the first time I've seen this person behind you. Long Qingyun nodded at Duan Lingtian before he shifted his gaze to Long Feiyan. Then, he looked at Xiu Ling who was standing behind Long Feiyan and asked meaningfully, "This isn't the earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial our father gave you, right?" A hint of mockery could be heard in Long Qingyun's voice as he spoke. Long Feiyan and the fourth prince were protected by heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials their father had given them. Although the 13th prince was not inferior to them in any way, he was not treated as well. Like the other princes, he was only protected by an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. His name is Qiu Ling, and he's a powerhouse I recruited from outside. Long Feiyan replied. As soon as Long Feiyan finished speaking, Long Qingyun's gaze turned cold as he looked at Qiu Ling. Then, he said, "You're an outsider with an unknown origin. Why are you hiding by my 13th brother's side?" 13th prince, this person has an unknown origin. I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to you if he continues to stay by your side. At the same time, the black-robed old man behind Long Qingyun suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Xiu Ling who was behind Long Feiyan. Then, he shot toward Xiu Ling like a bolt of lightning. "Let me kill this person to share your burden, 13th prince." The black-clad old man said coldly as he made his move toward Xiu Ling. Boom. 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 Before Duan Lingtian could regain his senses, the black-robed old man and Xiu Ling had already exchanged blows. A series of loud bangs that sounded like the beating of drums were clearly heard by Duan Lingtian and the rest. However, the two of them were very restrained as they fought. They worked together to create a light barrier that separated them from the outside world. Boom. Rumble. When Duan Lingtian and the others came back to their senses and looked over, they saw that there was no one there. Not far from them, the black-robed old man was engaged in an intense battle with Qiu Ling. With their eyesight, they couldn't see the two's movements clearly. They could only see two different forces wreaking havoc in a seemingly isolated space. About 15 minutes later. Bang! A loud, muffled sound rang out. Following that, Duan Lingtian and the others could also see, at this moment, cracks began to appear on the light screen that separated this space like glass. The cracks intertwined like a spider web. In the end, the light screen shattered. Swoosh! At the same time, the sound of a gust of wind rang in their ears. Qiu Ling, who looked slightly wretched, had returned to Long Fei Yun's side. Swoosh! Meanwhile, a black figure was sent flying before he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Although he quickly stood up, he looked even more wretched than before. The black-robed old man stood up and returned to Long Qingyun's side with an unsightly expression on his face. Long Qingyun's expression was unsightly as well. He did not expect this. The heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial that his 13th brother had found was much stronger than the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial that his father had given him. Elder Wu, with Qiu Ling's strength, if he wanted to harm me, he would have done it a long time ago. He has been following me for a year. So, you don't have to worry about my safety. Long Fei Yun said with a smile as he looked at the black-robed old man standing behind Long Qingyun. Humph. The black-robed old man scoffed. He did not dare to make a move. Although the emperor disliked the 13th prince, he was not someone the black-robed old man could touch. Moreover, even if he could, he might not be able to do anything to the 13th prince. After all, the 13th prince had a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was stronger than him. Chapter 27:36. Brother Duan, let's go. Long Fei Yun said with a smile as he shifted his gaze from Long Qingyun and the black-clad old man behind him to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and left the Nian clan's auction house with Long Fei Yun. After they left, Long Qingyun's expression darkened. He looked at the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? Why does it feel like my 13th brother is very close to that purple-clad young man?" In Long Qingyun's opinion, the purple-clad young man with a powerful background would not associate himself with princes of the celestial nation like him and his 13th brother. However, based on the situation earlier, his 13th brother seemed to be very close to him. His 13th brother seemed to be very close to the purple-clad young man. At this moment, he felt a sense of crisis. A sect outside the wasteland would not be able to interfere with the soaring dragon celestial kingdom succession. After all, there was the martial dragon celestial sect. However, who knew if the martial dragon celestial sect was stronger than the martial dragon celestial sect? If the purple-clad young man had an extraordinary status in the sect, the martial dragon celestial sect could pressure the martial dragon celestial sect to seize the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Long Fei Yun did not want that to happen. Your Highness, I don't know what's going on. The person in charge of the auction house said innocently. The person in charge of the Nian family's auction house looked confused and innocent. However, I think the 13th prince is here today because of that purple-clad young man. Humph. Do I need you to remind me of that? Long Qingyun glanced at the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house coldly before he looked in the direction of the auction house's entrance. He muttered to himself, that person even told 13th brother his name. It seems like they're getting along well. As far as I know, that person didn't tell 4th brother his name even when 4th brother asked for it. Perhaps I should talk to 4th brother about this. Long Qingyun and the black-clad old man left the Nian clan's auction house and returned to the imperial palace to look for the 4th prince. Duan Lingtian and his companions had also returned to the Fleeting Time Inn. Brother Duan, we'll wait for you and your friends here. Long Fei Yun said to Duan Lingtian in the lobby of Fleeting Time Inn. He did not intend to return to the guest room with Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian's friend was a woman. It would be inconvenient for him to go there rashly. And this was exactly what Duan Lingtian wanted. After all, Huan was currently cultivating. If Long Fei Yun followed him back to the guest room, Qiu Ling, the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, would definitely tag along. With Qiu Ling's cultivation base, he would definitely sense the abnormality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in Huan Er's room. That was something Duan Ling Tian did not want to see. After all, it was a divine crystal that would only appear once every 1,000 years in a Devata realm. If the divine crystal was exposed, her life would be in danger. Huan Er. Since Huan was not in closed-door cultivation, Duan Ling Tian only needed to call out to her through voice transmission to wake her up. After Huan Er put away the divine crystal and absorbed most of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the room, Duan Ling Tian carefully opened the door and entered the room. Since the divine crystal was involved, he had to be careful. Brother Ling Tian, did you say you're going to bring Huan away from here? Did that woman send someone to cause trouble for us? As she spoke, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Her thin white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her slender and graceful figure was faintly discernible in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp. Only then did he manage to suppress the heat that involuntarily rose in his lower abdomen. No. We're just going somewhere else. It's much more comfortable than here. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Is it more fun? The cold glint in Huan Er's eyes receded and was replaced by excitement. Yes, it's more fun. Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, before we leave, you have to put on a veil and a hat. All right. I understand. Huan Er reluctantly interrupted Duan Ling Tian. However, she still obediently followed Duan Ling Tian's instructions and put on the veil and hat to conceal her beautiful face. Although she was beautiful, her figure was still attractive enough to attract men. When Duan Ling Tian and Huan appeared before Long Fei Yun, although he could not see Huan Er's face, he was still stunned by her beautiful figure. As the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, he had seen many beautiful women in his life. However, this was his first time seeing one with such a perfect figure. However, it only lasted for a moment before he retracted his gaze. Although he did not know the relationship between the white-clad woman and the purple-clad young man, based on the way the white-clad woman addressed the purple-clad young man, it was clear they had a close relationship. For this reason, he did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, based on his knowledge, the woman was not weak at all. The white-clothed woman was not weak either. She had once killed an Earth Realm golden immortal elder of the Zhou clan with a wave of her hand. Qiu Ling, Brother Duan said this woman is not even 100 years old. Out of curiosity, Long Fei Yun sent a voice transmission to Qiu Ling, asking him to examine the white-clad woman's aura to determine if she was really younger than 100 years old. Humph. Before Long Fei Yun could finish speaking, a cold snort rang in his ears. It was none other than Huan Er, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged out of her body toward Qiu Ling, who was standing behind Long Fei Yun. Qiu Ling's expression turned grim as he hastily circulated his celestial origin energy to defend himself. She noticed my divine consciousness. She's indeed younger than 100 years old. Moreover, her cultivation base is at least a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Qiu Ling's voice rang in Long Fei Yun's ears. As a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Qiu Ling had to deal with the cold aura from Huan Er's body because he was severely injured when he fought with Long Qin Yun's subordinates. Although he had recovered slightly, his strength was still greatly reduced. He was not even comparable to an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old? Long Fei Yun was completely dumbfounded. How could such a person appear in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom? In the past 10,000 years, there had only been a handful of profound rank great overarching golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old, let alone profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were younger than 100 years old. There was only one earth rank great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old. In the known history of the wasteland, there had only been 2 heaven realm zenith heaven golden immortals under the age of 100. As for a peak great overarching golden immortal under the age of 100, there had never been one in the known history of the wasteland, let alone a peak great overarching golden immortal under the age of 100. But now, Chiu Ling was telling him, the white-clad woman standing before him was a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old. What's wrong? Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion. Big brother Ling Tian, this person is so rude. He actually used his divine sense to probe me. Huan said angrily as she glared at Chiu Ling. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he could not help but frown, and his face darkened. Chiu Ling, why you're not joking, right? Long Feiyin was so shocked by Chiu Ling's voice transmission that he didn't notice the exchange between Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian. He also didn't notice Duan Ling Tian's darkening expression. No. Long Feiyin's heart skipped a beat when he heard Chiu Ling's confirmation. When Long Feiyin saw Duan Ling Tian's darkened expression and noticed Huan Er's anger, he quickly apologized to Chiu Ling as well. Only then did Huan Er's anger dissipate. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's expression also improved. Brother Duan. Are you sure it's okay for you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Long Feiyin asked Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission as they left the fleeting time inn and returned to the Imperial Palace. Based on Duan Ling Tian's explanation of the profound grade and earth grade cultivation methods at the Nian clan's auction house, Long Feiyin did not think Duan Ling Tian had a powerful background. What a joke. Why would a person with a powerful background be interested in those cultivation methods? However, Long Feiyin learned from Chiu Ling that the white-clad woman was a beautiful woman. As it turned out, the white-clad woman next to Duan Ling Tian was a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old. Long Feiyin could not help but wonder if Duan Ling Tian and the white-clad woman had a powerful background. If they did not have a powerful background, how could they become a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the age of 100? This was simply a fantasy story. Why do you ask? Duan Ling Tian asked. Brother Duan, to tell you the truth, Chiu Ling told me that the woman next to you is at least a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though she's not even 100 years old. Even if you say you don't have a powerful background, I wouldn't believe you. Long Feiyin smiled wryly. You're talking about Huan Er. Her background is a little complicated so it's not convenient for me to tell you. However, it's true that I don't have a powerful background. I can join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Duan Ling Tian said, as for Huan Er, I can't promise you anything. It's up to her. No. I have no intention of letting Miss Huan join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Long Feiyin hurriedly shook his head and said, in fact, if it's possible, I hope Miss Huan Er doesn't reveal her true age. A profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 100 years old. If news of this spreads, it'll cause an uproar in the wasteland. It'll only bring more harm than good to Miss Huan Er. Long Feiyin's expression turned solemn as he continued to say, I'm just worried that someone might think Miss Huan has an extraordinary background and possess a high-grade celestial method or divine ability. That person might be tempted to harm her. Chapter 2737. 13th Prince. Have you ever been greedy? Upon hearing Long Feiyin's words, Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Feiyin meaningfully. To tell you the truth, I was indeed greedy. Long Feiyin did not beat around the bush. When Duan Ling Tian looked at him coldly, Long Feiyin smiled wryly and said, however, when I thought about the overarching heaven pill formula and the fact that I might not be able to obtain the divine abilities and celestial methods even if I asked Chiu Ling to capture Miss Huan Er, I gave up on the thought. Instead of taking the risk, I'd rather take the safe route. Long Feiyin said frankly. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian's expression softened. He looked at Long Feiyin meaningfully and said, you're a smart person, 13th Prince. I wouldn't have come this far if I wasn't smart. Long Feiyin sighed. Brother Duan. Long Feiyin suddenly recalled something. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, I have a friend who possesses a celestial weapon that can conceal one's aura. I'll try my best to ask him to give it to Miss Huan, or after I settle all of you in the palace. Is there such a celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. It's just rare. Apart from that, the reason it's considered a celestial weapon is because of its ability to conceal one's aura. That immortal artifact itself doesn't possess any offensive or defensive power. For this reason, it's considered useless even among celestial weapons. That friend of mine also likes to collect all kinds of strange things, that's why he has that immortal item. Long Fei Yun said. 13th Prince. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he said, although I don't like to ask people to part with their treasures, if your friend really has that celestial weapon, I'd still like to ask him to give it to Huan. Why don't you ask him for a price? Duan Lingtian planned to buy the celestial weapon with celestial stones. After all, the celestial artifact was too important to her. Just as Long Fei Yun had said, if anyone could sense the aura of Huan's flesh and blood when she was younger than 100 years old, coupled with the strength she had displayed, they would definitely think she had an extraordinary background. Then, they would covet the celestial methods, divine abilities, and cultivation methods she had mastered. At that time, Huan would be in danger. That was not something he wanted to see. Brother Duan, that friend of mine doesn't lack celestial stones. Moreover, to be honest, I'm not sure if I'll be able to obtain the celestial artifact. When Long Fei Yun saw that Duan Lingtian was interested, he could not help but smile wryly. At the same time, he gave Duan Lingtian a heads up. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian finally remembered that when Long Fei Yun mentioned asking for the celestial weapon, he had indeed said, try your best. This meant that he was not 100% certain that he would be able to obtain the celestial weapon. It's no trouble at all. Long Fei Yun shook his head. Long Fei Yun shook his head and continued to lead the way. After a while, he brought Duan Lingtian and Huan back to his residence. After settling Duan Lingtian and Huan down, Long Fei Yun left with Qiu Ling. As the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Long Fei Yun's residence was huge even though he was not favored by the emperor. Even the courtyard that he had arranged for Duan Lingtian and Huan was several times larger than the rooms in Fleeting Time Inn. Brother Lingtian, since that person's item is useful to me, I'll just snatch it from him. Huan said to Duan Lingtian in the room. Although Duan Lingtian had been trying to lead Huan, who was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, to the right and wrong, she still needed time to adapt. Huan, Duan Lingtian shook his head. I've told you before that it's wrong to snatch something from someone for no reason. Moreover, you need to be strong enough to do so. Someone who's close to the 13th Prince, and whom the 13th Prince isn't sure if he'll be able to obtain the item from, has to have a powerful background. Even if he's not as strong as you, he might have someone stronger than you by his side. Duan Lingtian said. Huan fell silent and pouted. She looked so pitiful that Duan Lingtian's heart melted. Huan, don't think too much about it. Brother Lingtian will do his best to help you obtain the celestial weapon, Duan Lingtian said. All right. Huan nodded obediently. Then, her eyes lit up as she asked, Brother Lingtian, when are we going to go out and play? I haven't had the chance to go out and play since I came here. I want to buy a lot of fun things and eat a lot of delicious food. In a few days. You can stay here and cultivate in peace for a few days. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. Despite her reluctance, she nodded obediently. Duan Lingtian left the room when he saw Huan, revealing the divine crystal on her necklace and preparing to cultivate. There were many formations set up around the room, so Duan Lingtian was not worried about the heaven and earth spirit energy leaking out of the room. Apart from that, this room was located in the backyard of his courtyard. It was quite far from the front yard where the entrance was located. Therefore, he was not worried that the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial would notice the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy leaking out of the divine crystal. After leaving the room, Duan Lingtian waited in the front yard for news from the 13th Prince. Brother Duan. About an hour later, Duan Lingtian saw Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, with a bitter smile on his face. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he saw Long Fei Yun. He's unwilling? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. Although he had expected this, he could not help but ask. It's not that he's unwilling. He wants to see you, brother Duan. Long Fei Yun smiled bitterly. He said he'll give you the mediocre celestial weapon, but he has a condition that he wants to discuss with you personally. I'm sorry, brother Duan. After saying that, Long Fei Yun apologized again. Where is he? Duan Lingtian asked as he rose to his feet. Brother Duan, are you going to see him? Long Fei Yun was taken aback. Then, he smiled wryly and said, Brother Duan, my friend won't make a bad deal. I'm afraid his condition will be difficult for you. No matter how difficult it is, I still want to see your friend. The mediocre celestial weapon is very important to me. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice as his eyes glinted. In that case, please follow me, brother Duan. Under Long Fei Yun's lead, Duan Lingtian left the imperial palace and arrived at an independent mansion in the eastern part of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The mansion was spacious, but it was deserted. There was not a single person in sight. Creak. Creak. When Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the entrance of the mansion, the door opened on its own. Duan Lingtian was certain there was no one behind the door. This meant the door was opened by a powerful person from a distance. That person must have known they were here. However, he could not sense the person's divine consciousness. This meant the person had a profound cultivation base. Let's go. Long Fei Yun, on the other hand, was not surprised by this at all. After he greeted Duan Lingtian, he took the lead and walked into the mansion. When Duan Lingtian caught up to Long Fei Yun, he turned to look at Xiao Ling, the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Xiao Ling had a solemn expression on his face when he entered the mansion. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. It was as if he was very afraid of the person who opened the door. It seems that, the friend of the 13th prince is not simple. From Duan Lingtian's point of view, this was definitely the doing of an expert by Long Fei Yun's friend's side. It wasn't until he followed Long Fei Yun into the mansion and arrived at the backyard that he realized, the person who attacked was not an expert by Long Fei Yun's friend's side, but Long Fei Yun's friend himself, because there was no one else in the entire mansion other than him. Brother Pei. After greeting his friend, Long Fei Yun began to introduce Duan Lingtian. This is the brother Duan that I mentioned to you earlier. Duan Lingtian then began to seriously size up Long Fei Yun's friend. This was a young man in a white robe. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes revealed endless vicissitudes of life. This was enough to show that he was not young. In addition, when the white-robed young man looked at him, he actually had a feeling that he had nowhere to hide. This was the first time he felt this way since he had arrived in the spirit overarching heaven. Even when he was in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom's King Qin's mansion, he did not feel this way when the old woman, a celestial duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, looked at him. I heard from Fei Yun that you want my concealment pendant? The white-robed young man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although this was Duan Lingtian's first time hearing about the concealing pendant, it was not difficult for him to guess it was a celestial weapon that could conceal the aura of Huan's flesh and blood. It could conceal the fact that Huan was younger than 100 years old. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I can give you the concealment pendant, but you have to promise me something. The white-robed young man said. What is it? Duan Lingtian asked. His heart skipped a beat when he heard the white-robed young man's words. The 13th prince had told him that the white-robed young man would not make a bad deal. Fei Yun, I have something to say to him in private. Before Long Fei Yun could react, the white-robed young man raised his hand and cast a soundproof formation around him and Duan Lingtian, separating Long Fei Yun and Xiao Ling. If you want the concealment pendant, you can exchange it for the divine crystal on that girl's pendant. Chapter 2738. Divine Crystal. Duan Lingtian thought the white-clad young man had set up a soundproof formation to tell him something else. He did not expect the white-clad young man would mention the divine crystal and the pendant on Huan Er's neck. How does he know there's a divine crystal in Huan Er's pendant? When Duanling Tian looked at the white-robed young man again, apart from shock and disbelief, there was also a hint of killing intent in his eyes. It was a killing intent that rose in his subconscious. I can't let anyone who knows about Huan Er's divine crystal live in this world. This was the thought that arose in Duanling Tian's mind. What? Are you trying to silence me? Although the killing intent in Duanling Tian's eyes quickly faded away, it was still clearly seen by the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man asked mockingly. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but I don't think anyone in the wasteland has the ability to kill me, let alone you. When the white-robed young man said this, his calm eyes suddenly emitted an incomparably strong confidence. It was a confidence that made people have no choice but to believe in him. It was as though he was trying to show off his confidence. As soon as the white-clad young man finished speaking, a powerful aura surged out of his body. It was as though it had transformed into a gigantic hammer that slammed onto Duanling Tian's chest. A loud thud that only Duanling Tian could hear reverberated in the air. Bang! After a loud bang, Duanling Tian felt his chest sink. His internal organs seemed to be twisted together, and the vital energy and blood in his body were in a mess. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. When Duanling Tian felt his body become light as though he was about to fly away, a gentle energy appeared behind him and stopped him. It allowed him to stand on the spot, but the vital energy and blood in his body began to surge again. Barf! Duanling Tian threw up another mouthful of blood that stained the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. However, Duanling Tian felt as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. You! Who are you? When Duanling Tian looked at the white-robed youth again, there was only fear in his eyes. At this moment, Duanling Tian, who was observant, also discovered that at this moment, Duanling Tian's eyes lit up. The 13th prince, Long Fei Yun, who was blocked by the formation that the white-clad young man had casually set up, did not seem to notice it at all. Although he had been looking in Long Fei Yun's direction since the beginning, it seemed as though he did not see Long Fei Yun vomiting blood. Otherwise, it was impossible for Long Fei Yun to be so calm. This also made him realize, the array that the young man in white had casually arranged just now was not as simple as a soundproof array. It was definitely able to confuse Long Fei Yun's vision. Besides that, the white-clothed young man had played with him in the palm of his hand by merely relying on his imposing aura, and the formidable strength that seemed capable of taking his life with a single thought caused him to be unable to help but feel a wave of terror. It doesn't matter who I am. In response to Duanling Tian's question, the white-clad young man calmly said, the important thing is, do you still want my concealing pendant? Duanling Tian did not answer the white-clad young man's question directly. Instead, he asked solemnly, with your strength, even if you want to snatch the divine crystal away, we won't be able to stop you. There's no need for you to exchange your concealing pendant, right? Duanling Tian did not know how strong the white-clad young man was. However, he was certain. He was certain the white-clad young man was stronger than Huan Er. In fact, he was certain the white-clad young man was stronger than the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It would be easy for such a person to snatch Huan Er's divine crystal away. There was no need for him to exchange his concealing pendant. I'm not interested in that girl's divine crystal. To Duanling Tian's surprise, the white-clad young man merely shrugged and gave him an unexpected answer. Duanling Tian was taken aback. Then, I mentioned that girl's divine crystal just now because I wanted you to know my strength and my methods. The white-robed young man spoke indifferently and interrupted Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the white-clad young man's words. At the same time, the doubt in his heart disappeared. He knew that with the white-clad young man's strength, if he really wanted the divine crystal, he would have done it a long time ago. There was no need for him to wait until now. But, who exactly is he? He's not even interested in the divine crystals that only appear once every 1,000 years in each Devata realm. At this moment, the white-clad young man seemed even more mysterious in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Divine crystals were extremely precious. However, the white-clad young man before him said he was not interested in divine crystals. Senior, then you, Duan Ling Tian was about to ask what the white-clad young man wanted in exchange for the concealment pendant when the white-clad young man interrupted him. Just call me Big Brother Pei like Fei Yun does. Yes, Big Brother Pei. Duan Ling Tian quickly replied before he continued to ask, Big Brother Pei, the 13th prince told me earlier that you can give me the concealment pendant, but you have to discuss the conditions with me personally. Since you're not interested in the divine crystals, what are the conditions you're referring to? I want you to go to a place and retrieve something for me, the white-clad young man said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled when he heard the white-clad young man's words. Big Brother Pei, with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to retrieve something for me, right? That place is a little special. Those above the age of 100 can't enter. The white-clad young man replied. Those above the age of 100 can't enter? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Yes. The white-clad young man nodded before he continued to say, that place is related to the Wasteland Grand Contest held by the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The reason the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland want to recruit the best young powerhouses below the age of 100 is so they can enter that place and retrieve the treasures for them. And in that place, there is something that I want. The white-clad young man said. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard the white-clad young man's words. No wonder Long Fei Yun said the Wasteland Grand Contest held by the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland was a little strange. In the past, the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland did not have an age restriction. However, this time, only young powerhouses below the age of 100 could participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. As expected, the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland were up to something. Moreover, based on the white-clad young man's words, the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland wanted to recruit the best young powerhouses in the Wasteland Grand Contest to enter that place and retrieve the treasures for them. After all, only people below the age of 100 could enter that place. Brother Pei, if that's the case, you can just wait for the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland to obtain the treasures before you make your move. There's no need for me to do it for you, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. Previously, the white-clad young man had said that the Wasteland Grand Contest was not a secret. Nobody in the Wasteland was capable of killing him. Moreover, the white-clad young man was not interested in the divine crystals at all. At that time, Duan Ling Tian knew the white-clad young man was much stronger than the white-clad young man. The white-clad young man's strength was much stronger than the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. After all, even the forces that were stronger than the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland would fight over the divine crystals. It was difficult for Duan Ling Tian to imagine how powerful someone who was not interested in divine crystals was. However, Duan Ling Tian was certain it would not be difficult for the white-clad young man to snatch the treasures from the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. It's easy to snatch the treasures from the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The white-clad young man's eyes flashed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. A mocking smile could be seen on his face as he said, however, we'll have to wait for the others to come out of that place alive. That place is very dangerous. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn when he heard the white-clad young man's words. It's more than dangerous. The white-clad young man looked at Duan Ling Tian deeply before he said, your strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. However, even if you enter that place, you'll most likely die. Most likely die. As soon as the white-clad young man finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. He knew a powerhouse like the white-clad young man would not lie to him. If that's the case, why did you, since the white-clad young man said he would most likely die in that place, Duan Ling Tian could not figure out why the white-clad young man would make such a deal with him. Naturally, you'll most likely die if you enter alone. The white-clad young man said indifferently, however, if that girl enters with you, the situation will be different. With her strength, she'll be able to deal with the dangers in there while protecting you. Moreover, even if that place isn't dangerous, no one will be able to find the item I'm looking for without my item. The white-clad young man continued to say. Duan Lingtian frowned. Brother Pei, the reason I want your concealing pendant is because I don't want everyone to know that she's not even 100 years old. After all, many people in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom already know about her strength. Nobody doubts her strength. Once people find out she's not even 100 years old, she'll be in trouble. Duan Lingtian said. If she enters with you, I can guarantee no one will notice her presence. At that time, I'll give her 2 invisibility talismans. The white-clad young man said. Invisibility talisman? Duan Lingtian frowned again. Based on what I know, the invisibility talisman is inscribed by a celestial duke. Anyone who's stronger than a celestial duke will be able to see through it. Chapter 2739. As you said, it's an invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial duke. The white-clad young man glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently before he continued to say, nobody in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland is able to see through the invisibility talisman I gave her. Nobody is able to sense her presence when she uses the invisibility talisman. A hint of arrogance could be heard in the white-clad young man's voice when he spoke. Upon hearing the white-clad young man's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Only a celestial duke could inscribe an invisibility talisman. Moreover, the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial duke was not powerful enough to conceal one from other celestial dukes. Even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would be able to sense the presence of a celestial duke. Naturally, the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial duke was the lowest grade invisibility talisman. If the invisibility talisman was inscribed by a celestial king, it would undoubtedly be more effective. Only a celestial king would be able to see through the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial king. Although a celestial duke would not be able to see through the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial king, he would still be able to sense the presence of the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial king. There are many celestial dukes in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, but none of them have a celestial king. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Brother Pei said that no one in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland was able to see through the disguise and sense Huan's presence when she used the invisibility talisman he gave her. In order for a celestial duke to be unable to sense the presence of the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial lord, the invisibility talisman had to be inscribed by a celestial lord or stronger. Celestial lord. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. Celestial lords were stronger than celestial kings. Celestial lords were considered overlords in any Devata realms. Brother Pei, the invisibility talisman you mentioned. Could it be that it was inscribed by a celestial lord? After secretly sucking in a breath of cold air, Duan Lingtian looked at the white-robed young man and asked nervously. Yes. The white-robed young man nodded. So, you don't have to worry that the girl won't be able to enter that place with you after using the invisibility talisman I gave her. Not only can she enter that place with you, but she can also leave that place with you safely. Hiss, after receiving the white-robed young man's confirmation, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp even though he had already guessed it. When he looked at the white-robed young man again, his eyes were filled with shock. Brother Pei, you're an immortal emperor expert? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. In his opinion, since the invisibility talisman was taken out by the person in front of him, it was very likely that he had inscribed it himself. No. However, to Duan Lingtian's disappointment, the white-robed young man denied his question and said in a timely manner, the 2 invisibility talismans I prepared for that girl were not inscribed by me. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian was certain the white-robed young man was either a celestial lord or a celestial lord. He was certain the white-robed young man was either a celestial king or a celestial duke who was stronger than all the celestial dukes in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. After all, the white-robed young man had said no one in the wasteland was capable of killing him. Most of the top powerhouses in the wasteland were from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. For this reason, Duan Lingtian came to this conclusion. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since there's an invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial lord, the three major celestial sects of the wasteland won't be able to find out. After all, there's no celestial king in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Not only do the three major celestial sects of the wasteland not have any celestial kings, but they don't even have 9 palaces celestial dukes. The white-robed youth smiled indifferently. Although the contempt in his tone was not obvious, Duan Lingtian could still hear it. It seems like the strongest celestial duke in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland is an 8-trigram celestial duke. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess this after hearing the white-robed youth's words. In the Devata realms, the heavenly celestial stage and golden celestial stage were divided into 7 stages. Scarlet moon heavenly immortals, orange moon heavenly immortals, yellow moon heavenly immortals, green moon heavenly immortals, blue moon heavenly immortals, violet moon heavenly immortals. Scarlet sun golden immortals, orange sun golden immortals, yellow sun golden immortals, green sun golden immortals, blue sun golden immortals, violet sun golden immortals. The great overarching golden celestial and overarching heavenly supreme celestial were divided into 5 levels. Yellow realm great overarching golden immortal, black realm great overarching golden immortal, earth realm great overarching golden immortal, heaven realm great overarching golden immortal, and peak great overarching golden immortal. Yellow stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, profound stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Above the overarching heavenly supreme celestial was the celestial duke. Above the immortal monarch was the immortal king. Above the immortal king was the immortal emperor. Above the immortal emperor was the immortal emperor. Regardless of whether it was the immortal monarch, immortal king, immortal emperor, or immortal emperor, they were all subdivided into 10 levels, and the prefixes were 1 origin, 2 forms, 3 talents, 4 divisions, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and 10 directions. Among the 4 cultivation bases, the 1 basic celestial duke was the weakest while the 10 directions celestial emperor was the strongest. The heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were all 10 directions celestial emperors. Only 10 directions celestial emperors were worthy of being called heavenly emperors. Apart from the heavenly emperors, there were also a few 10 directions celestial emperors in the Devata realms. They were either too weak to become heavenly emperors or too strong to become heavenly emperors. They were either too weak to become heavenly emperors or too strong to become heavenly emperors. Therefore, they chose to live in seclusion to improve themselves. Yes. The white-robed youth nodded. There's an 8-trigram celestial duke in each of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself, this means Brother Pei is at least a 9 palaces celestial duke, a 10 directions celestial duke, or even a celestial king. Brother Pei. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he asked, Brother Pei, where are the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland sending those who are younger than 100 years old to? Where is that place? Why is it so dangerous? And you, what do you want? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his question, he looked directly into the eyes of the white-robed young man that were filled with the vicissitudes of life. That place. The white-robed youth murmured. When the white-clad young man muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian could clearly see the cold gleam in the depths of the white-clad young man's eyes. Then, a hint of desolation could be seen in his eyes. That place is a little world left behind by a celestial king. It's in the wasteland. Only those who are younger than 100 years old can enter that little world. Those who are weaker than a celestial king will definitely die if they enter recklessly. If those who are stronger than a celestial king enter, the little world will shatter, and everything in it will disappear from this world. The white-robed youth said. Only those who are stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial can survive in that little world. If the girl next to you is only a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, she can barely protect herself. Since she's a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, she should be able to protect herself and you. The white-robed youth continued to speak. Gasp. As soon as the white-clad young man finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp again. A little world left behind by a celestial king. Only those who were younger than 100 years old could enter it. Only those who were stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial could survive. Those who were weaker than a celestial king and older than 100 years old would definitely die if they entered the little world. Those who were stronger than a celestial king and older than 100 years old would be destroyed if they entered the little world. In other words, only overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were younger than 100 years old would be able to survive if they entered the little world. Why would a celestial king leave a little world in the wasteland? Isn't this a scam? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the white-robed youth was not worried at all. In the wasteland, there were no overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were younger than 100 years old. There were no celestial kings in the wasteland as well. In other words, in the desolate region, no matter who it was, as long as they dared to enter that small world, they would definitely die. Naturally, there was an exception. It was none other than Huan. Don't the three major celestial sects of the wasteland know that those who are weaker than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial will definitely die in that little world? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Of course not. Otherwise, they wouldn't send people to their deaths. The white-robed youth replied. You didn't warn them? Duan Lingtian asked again. Warn them? The white-robed youth laughed. Why should I? If they weren't greedy, they wouldn't have continued to explore the little world. Many people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland have died in there, but they're still unrepentant. How sad. As the white-robed young man laughed, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking arc. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Moreover, do you think the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would believe me if I told them the little world isn't something they can lay their hands on? The white-robed youth asked again. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Brother Pei, you can show your strength and prevent the three major celestial sects of the wasteland from meddling in the little world. That way, they won't send people to their deaths, right? The three major celestial sects of the wasteland are not related to me. Why would I do that? The white-robed youth said coldly. Moreover, do you think I'll be able to stop them from sending people to their deaths for the rest of my life? When I'm no longer around, they'll still send people to their deaths. Chapter 2740. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard the white-clad young man's words. He knew the white-clad young man's words were not without reason. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland would definitely do the same. It all stemmed from the greed in human nature. Why do you think the people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland knew that only people under the age of 100 would survive the minor world? That's because they had conducted many experiments. In the end, they confirmed that people under the age of 100 would be able to enter the minor world, and those above the age of 100 would instantly turn into ashes if they tried to force their way in. The white-clad young man said. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. He could imagine how many people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland had died because of this. The only purpose of their deaths was to let the three major celestial sects of the wasteland know that the little world was only a small world. Only those who were younger than 100 years old could enter the little world. The white-clad young man continued to say, therefore, don't even think about persuading the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Not only will they ignore you, but they'll even think you're lying to prevent them from getting their hands on the little world. In their eyes, it's a little world left behind by a powerhouse stronger than a celestial king. Not only that, but there are many treasures in there that they can easily obtain. Duan Lingtian sighed. Greed was indeed an original sin. As for what I'm looking for, as the white-robed young man spoke, he raised his hand, and a ring appeared in his hand. This ring was different from ordinary rings. There were a total of 9 water chestnuts around it, and their shapes were different. It looked very strange. The ring was fiery red. However, it was not dyed red. It was the color of the material that was used to forge the ring. This is my personal immortal artifact. It's called the Mystic Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. There's also a matching immortal artifact called the Mystic Yi 9 Water Chestnut Ring. It's in that small world. The mystical Yi 9 Water Chestnut Ring is what I'm looking for. As the white-robed young man spoke, he passed the ring in his hand to Duanling Tian and said, "Wear this mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. As long as you approach the mystical Yi 9 Water Chestnut Ring, it'll naturally react and guide you to it." When Duanling Tian heard this, he reached out and took the ring. At the same time, he subconsciously extended his divine sense and shrouded the ring. Duanling Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. This was because he discovered the celestial weapon the white-clad young man gave him was a celestial weapon of the same grade as the Jasper celestial sword, the universe ruler, and the astounding god halberd. He would never forget this feeling of familiarity. This celestial weapon is even more powerful than the celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, that Murong Bing had retrieved for the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duanling Tian thought to himself. "Big Brother Pei, may I ask what grade of immortal artifact this is?" Duanling Tian looked at the white-robed youth and asked. "Royal grade." The white-robed young man said. "Royal grade?" Duanling Tian was stunned, and then he frowned as he asked. "According to my knowledge, aren't immortal artifacts divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade immortal artifacts?" "Yes, that's true." The white-clad young man nodded before he continued to say, "However, did you know that top-grade immortal artifacts are divided into different grades as well?" "Top-grade immortal artifacts are divided into different grades?" Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat. Then, he looked at the white-clad young man solemnly and said, "Please enlighten me." Top-grade immortal artifacts are divided into Duke-grade celestial weapons, King-grade celestial weapons, Royal-grade celestial weapons, and Emperor-grade celestial weapons. My mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring is a Royal-grade celestial weapon. The mystical Yi 9 Water Chestnut Ring that's paired with it is also a Royal-grade celestial weapon. Duanling Tian nodded. When his words entered Duanling Tian's ears, it was as though he had opened a door to a whole new world for him. At this moment, Duanling Tian discovered that the top celestial weapons were divided into so many grades. This mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring is on par with the Jasper celestial sword, universe ruler, an astonishing god halberd that I've encountered in the past. It's a royal-grade celestial weapon. This means the Jasper celestial sword, universe ruler, and astonishing god halberd are also royal-grade celestial weapons. The compassionate celestial traveler sect guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, must be a king-grade celestial weapon as well. Duanling Tian speculated inwardly. Duanling Tian looked at the white-clad young man and asked, "Brother Pei, have you heard of the compassionate celestial traveler sect guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk?" The compassionate celestial traveler sect? I've heard of it before, but I don't know the name of its sect guarding celestial weapon. I've only heard that the compassionate celestial traveler sect has 3 sect guarding celestial weapons. Duanling Tian nodded. As expected. The white-clad young man's words confirmed Duanling Tian's speculation that the compassionate celestial traveler sect's guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, that Murong Bing had found in the little world, was indeed a king-grade celestial weapon that was slightly inferior to royal-grade celestial weapons like the Jasper celestial sword. In the past, I heard from Elder Hua that the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is a grade higher than the Jasper celestial sword, the universe ruler, the astonishing god halberd, and the other celestial weapons stored in it. However, it seems like the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is an emperor-grade celestial weapon. When Duanling Tian thought about the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he could not help but think about Hualao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. A hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. If Hualao was still here, I wouldn't be as clueless as I am now in the Devata realm, Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. Brother Pei. After a while, Duanling Tian regained his senses. He looked at the white-clad young man and said, "Brother Pei, I agree to your condition. I'll enter the little world left behind by a celestial king and help you find the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 Water Chestnut Ring." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he added, "Of course, the prerequisite is that the mystical E9 water chestnut ring is in the little world." "I'm certain of that," the white-clad young man replied confidently. He was rather surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to remain so calm after learning that he had given Duan Lingtian a royal-grade celestial weapon and had asked him to look for a royal-grade celestial weapon. "What's this little guy's background?" For the first time, the white-clad young man was interested in Duan Lingtian's background. "The little girl next to him has the aura of the Phantom Fox clan. However, it's not pure. She's not even 100 years old, but her strength is already comparable to a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Her innate talent is considered top-notch even in the Phantom Fox clan." The white-clad young man thought to himself. Duan Lingtian was unaware of the white-clad young man's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have laughed inwardly. What a joke! When he was in the mundane realm, he had already possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon and many royal-grade celestial weapons. How could 1 or 2 royal-grade celestial weapons be enough to tempt him? Most importantly, Duan Lingtian had a Devata artifact that was even more powerful than an emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, the Devata artifact had lost its artifact soul, so it was no longer as powerful as before. Currently, it was only as powerful as a top celestial weapon. "Since you've agreed to my conditions, I'll give you this concealing pendant." The white-robed young man raised his hand, and a jade pendant surrounded by green light appeared in his hand. Within the green light surrounding the jade pendant, a black thread could be seen moving. It was like an agile snake that constantly swam around the jade pendant. Duan Lingtian casually took the concealing pendant and put it away along with the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. "I wonder what grade of celestial weapon the 7 orifices exquisite sword in my body is comparable to." As Duan Lingtian put the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring away, he recalled the Devata artifact that had lost its soul and was only comparable to a top celestial weapon that was given to him by Ker's third uncle in her past life. He knew the Devata artifact's strength was comparable to a top celestial weapon. Now that he learned there were different grades of top celestial weapons, he was curious to know what grade of celestial weapon the 7 orifices exquisite sword was comparable to. "However, I feel like it's comparable to a duke-grade celestial weapon at most." Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate when he recalled the improvements he received when he used the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Although the 7 orifices exquisite sword was stronger than a high-grade immortal artifact, it was not by much. As a Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword shouldn't only be comparable to a duke-grade celestial weapon even if it has lost its artifact soul. It seems like I'll have to study it when I have the time to see if I can discover more of its hidden power. After all, it's a Devata artifact that's superior to emperor-grade celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. "Brother Pei." After putting the concealment pendant and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring away, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something. He looked at the white-clad young man and said, "Brother Pei, if I obtain the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, you must come and collect it immediately. Otherwise, I'm afraid the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect will check my spatial ring. After all, they want the treasures I obtained in the little world as well." "I know." The white-clad young man nodded. "You don't have to worry about this. What you need to do is enter the little world with that girl and retrieve the mystical E9 water chestnut ring for me. I'll take care of everything else." As soon as the white-clad young man finished speaking, he waved his hand and retracted the formation that Duan Lingtian had set up with his bare hands. With this, Duan Lingtian reappeared in the courtyard where he could hear the wind and smell the fragrance of flowers. "I'll wait for your good news." In the eyes of Long Fei Yun and Xiao Ling who were standing behind him, Duan Lingtian and the white-clad young man who were standing still suddenly moved. Moreover, they had heard the white-clad young man's words. "They're out?" Immediately, they realized that the two of them had come out of the formation. Chapter 2741. It's a deal? Upon hearing the white-clad young man's words, Long Fei Yun knew Duan Lingtian had agreed to his condition and made a deal with him. He did not know what the white-clad young man's condition was. However, he was certain the white-clad young man had agreed to it. He was certain the condition was not simple. Since Long Fei Yun had achieved his goal, he bade farewell to the white-clad young man before he left with Qiu Ling and Duan Tian. Bang! As soon as the three of them left the mansion, the door closed again. This time, Duan Tian was not surprised. After all, the white-clad young man was a 9 palaces celestial duke at the very least. 13th Prince, how did you get to know Brother Pei? Duan Tian asked Long Fei Yun on their way back. With the white-clad young man's strength, it would be easy for him to help Long Fei Yun become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, it seemed like the white-clad young man had no intention of helping Long Fei Yun. More than a year ago. A hint of reminiscence flashed in Long Fei Yun's eyes as he said, at that time, Qiu Ling hadn't come to look for me yet. During a trip, the earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial that my father had given me was lured away. I was almost killed. In the end, it was Brother Pei who saved me. However, before Brother Pei saved me, he made a deal with me. He wanted me to give him something I had. I obtained it by chance a few years ago. Although it's not a precious item, it's very rare. It's worth collecting. Long Fei Yun said, in the face of death, it's only natural that I don't want to keep it. After all, if I die, it won't be mine anymore. Duan Tian came to a sudden realization. He never imagined that Long Fei Yun would know the white-robed young man like this. After that incident, I knew Brother Pei was extraordinary. At that time, he had just arrived in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I wanted to recruit him and invite him to stay in my residence in the Imperial Palace. However, he refused. In the end, I had no choice but to arrange a residence for him outside the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. It's that mansion. Long Fei Yun said with a bitter smile on his face, I thought he'd be willing to help me fight against 4th brother and 7th brother since he'd accepted my mansion. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to tell me that he wouldn't interfere in this matter. Later on, as long as there was something strange, would send it to him. Gradually, we became familiar with each other, but we could only be considered as familiar strangers. As he spoke, Long Fei Yun could not help but reveal a bitter smile. After that, although he helped me a lot, most of the time, he gave me pointers on cultivation. However, I'm satisfied. I can see that he has no intention of interfering in the competition for the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yun said, so, I gave up and treated him as my teacher and friend. Duan Tian nodded. For someone like the white-robed young man, once he had decided on something, he would definitely not change his mind easily. Since he had said he would not interfere in the competition for the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he would definitely not interfere. 13th Prince, do you know why he's unwilling to interfere in the competition for the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and help you ascend to the throne? Duan Tian asked. I think he's afraid of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, including the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, had announced many years ago that celestial dukes and above are not allowed to interfere with the inheritance of the imperial family. Those who violate this rule will be hunted down by the 3 major celestial sects. Long Fei Yun's eyes flashed as he said, initially, I thought Brother Pei might be a celestial duke. However, when Qiu Ling came with me to meet him, I was certain Brother Pei is a celestial duke. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Tian glanced at Qiu Ling. He saw the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial's eyes were filled with dread when Long Fei Yun mentioned Brother Pei. It was as though the white-clad young man was a ferocious beast to him. Is he afraid of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland so he doesn't dare to interfere with the inheritance of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Duan Tian thought to himself. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Based on the white-clad young man's attitude, it was clear he did not think much of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. 13th Prince. Duan Tian looked at Long Fei Yun and asked, do you know if the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland have a royal-grade celestial weapon? Royal-grade celestial weapon? Long Fei Yun was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he smiled wryly and said, "Brother Duan, you think too highly of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Let alone a royal-grade celestial weapon, only the Tai-E celestial sect has a royal-grade celestial weapon. There's only one royal-grade celestial weapon in the entire wasteland." Long Fei Yun said. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. He did not expect only one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would have a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, it was the only royal-grade celestial weapon in the entire wasteland. Isn't that a little too shabby? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Long Fei Yun was unaware of Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian, thinking that Duan Lingtian was being delusional. A royal-grade celestial weapon was extremely precious. Was it something that could be easily obtained? 13th Prince, have you heard of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duan Lingtian asked. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Of course. Long Fei Yun nodded. Then, he asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly asking about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Are you related to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect?" "I've heard about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, so I'm curious. How does it compare to the three major celestial sects of the wasteland?" Duan Lingtian asked as his eyes glinted. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland can't compare to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Let's take the royal-grade celestial weapon as an example. Among the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, only the Tai-E celestial sect was lucky enough to obtain one. The Martial Dragon celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, on the other hand, don't have any royal-grade celestial weapons. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, on the other hand, has three royal-grade celestial weapons. I heard they lost one of their royal-grade celestial weapons a few years ago, but someone managed to retrieve it. Long Fei Yun finished speaking in one breath. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened immediately. Naturally, he knew the king-grade celestial weapon that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had lost was the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. As for the person who found the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, she was none other than Murong Bing, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect whom he had once slept with. 13th Prince, do you know who found the royal-grade celestial weapon that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect lost? Duan Lingtian asked after taking a deep breath. I heard it's Murong Bing, one of the best among the younger generation in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Although she's a woman, her innate talent is so high that many men can only dream of catching up to her. Moreover, I heard she's the most likely candidate to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Long Fei Yun said. What a pity. A great beauty like her is destined to live the rest of her life under a Buddhist lamp. Rumor has it that Murong Bing is widely acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Long Fei Yun sighed. Live the rest of her life under a Buddhist lamp? Duan Lingtian frowned. Why do you say that? Brother Duan, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is a purely female sect. They only accept female disciples, not male disciples. According to the sect's rules, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is forbidden from having any relations with men. As for the other female disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, they don't have such restrictions. Don't you think it's a pity for a great beauty like her to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Long Fei Yun asked Duan Lingtian. Humph. I don't care if she doesn't become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Duan Lingtian scoffed as his eyes flashed. You can't say that. Although she's destined to live the rest of her life under a Buddhist lamp, she'll still be able to live a glorious life. After all, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is not an ordinary sect. It's even more powerful than the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Long Fei Yun thought Duan Lingtian did not like the rules of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He did not know Duan Lingtian had such a big reaction because he was certain the most beautiful woman in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was his woman. How could Duan Lingtian allow his woman to live the rest of her life under a Buddhist lamp? One day, I'll go to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and take you away. I don't care if I don't become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed brightly as a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. It was none other than Murong Bing, the disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect whom he had met once in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not even think about it. Even if he wanted to take Murong Bing away, would she be willing to follow him? Since Duan Lingtian's mood was slightly depressed, the atmosphere between him and Long Fei Yun was tense as well. Brother Duan. What's wrong? At this moment, even Long Fei Yun felt something was amiss with Duan Lingtian. He was puzzled. He did not know about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Murong Bing. If he had known about it, he would not have been puzzled. It did not take long for Duan Lingtian and Long Fei Yun to return to Long Fei Yun's residence in the Imperial Palace and the courtyard that Long Fei Yun had arranged for them. Around the same time Duan Lingtian returned. In the fourth prince's residence in the Imperial Palace. Your Highness, the fourth prince, it seems like the 13th prince and the young man with the surname Duan went to see Lord Pei. Chapter 2742. Lord Pei. In the pavilion in the backyard of the fourth prince's temporary imperial residence, the two men who were sitting in front of a stone table instinctively looked at each other after listening to the old man's report. Their eyes widened in unison. Are you sure they're looking for Lord Pei? Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince, asked in a deep voice after he regained his senses. Your Highness, you should know that Lord Pei is a celestial duke. I didn't dare to follow them too close to Lord Pei's mansion. The old man smiled bitterly. A celestial duke would be able to detect his presence as long as he was close enough. Once he was discovered, unless the celestial duke was merciful enough to forgive him, he would be crippled even if he did not die. All right, you can leave now. Long Xiangyun waved his hand and the old man left. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would definitely recognize the old man. The old man who had left was none other than the old man who had accompanied Long Xiangyun and Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, to look for him at the Fleeting Time Inn. Similar to the old man who accompanied Long Qingyun, the seventh prince, this old man was a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial who was given to Long Xiangyun by the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Fourth brother, it seems like our 13th brother is really restless. Not only is he close to a disciple from a sect outside the wasteland, but he even brought that person to look for Lord Pei. What's he trying to do? The old man who was sitting next to Long Xiangyun was none other than Long Qingyun, the seventh prince. Long Qingyun's eyes flashed with killing intent when he reached the end of his sentence. 13th brother probably doesn't dare to bring that person to look for Lord Pei. If he really brought that person to look for him, it means Lord Pei wants to see that person. Long Xiangyun speculated. His expression was unsightly as well. If it weren't for Lord Pei, he would have died a long time ago. He wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly in front of us now. Long Qingyun said in a deep voice. Let's not talk about what happened back then. Father is unhappy about that matter as well. He clearly told us that if we kill 13th brother again, we won't be able to become the emperor, Long Xiangyun said. Long Xiangyun said. In the end, Imperial Father still thinks that 13th brother might be his own son. Fortunately, he can't be 100% sure that 13th brother is his son. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't have any business here. He had to admit that he was inferior to his 13th brother in all aspects. Based on Long Xiangyun's words, the person who almost killed the 13th prince was sent by him and Long Qingyun. When the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom found out about it, he scolded the two of them. After that, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom paid a visit to the white-clad young man who had saved Long Fei Yun. After confirming that the white-clad young man was a celestial duke and would not interfere with the inheritance of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was relieved. Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun had heard about this from their father, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. 13th brother, and that person might not have gone to meet Lord Pei. Moreover, so what if they went to meet Lord Pei? Lord Pei has already made it clear to Imperial Father that he won't interfere with the inheritance of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A celestial duke like him won't go back on his words, Long Shangyun said. Long Shangyun said. Even if he goes back on his words, he still has to consider the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. So what if he's a celestial duke? Do you think he's a match for the Martial Dragon Celestial sect and the other two celestial sects? The rule that celestial dukes are not allowed to interfere with the inheritance of the celestial kingdoms in the wasteland was set by the three major celestial sects, including the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. If he breaks the rule, the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, the Tai Yi Celestial sect, and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect won't let him go. Long Qingyun snorted coldly. In my opinion, he only made such a statement in front of Imperial Father because he's afraid of the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, the Tai Yi Celestial sect, and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. That must be the case. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom isn't enough to deter a celestial duke like him. Long Shangyun chimed in. I heard the fourth miss of the Zhou clan went to the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect to look for the third miss of the Zhou clan. Long Qingyun suddenly asked as he looked at Long Xiangyun. Yes. Long Xiangyun was not surprised that Long Qingyun knew about this matter. After all, his cousin had always acted rashly. It was only natural that everyone knew about her visit to the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. It shouldn't be difficult for the third miss of the Zhou clan to investigate the young man with the surname Duan. Long Qingyun narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. We'll find out soon enough, Long Xiangyun said indifferently. Long Shangyun said in an indifferent tone. Although he spoke as if he didn't care, his expectant gaze betrayed the urgency in his heart. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, half a year had passed. As one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect controlled one of the three primitive celestial crystal veins in the wasteland. Although the three primitive celestial crystal veins in the wasteland were small, they could not be compared to a supreme-grade celestial stone vein. No matter how big a supreme-grade celestial stone vein was, it could not be compared to the three primitive celestial crystal veins. The Thousand Spiders Celestial sect's estate was located near one of the primitive celestial crystal veins. For this reason, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect's estate was extremely dense. This was especially true in the area near the primitive celestial crystal veins where the high-ranking officials and core disciples of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect cultivated. At this moment, in a spacious courtyard located halfway up a mountain where one of the core disciples cultivated, a beautiful figure stood next to the rockery in the courtyard. She was holding a communication celestial talisman in her hand. As soon as the communication celestial talisman disappeared, she received the message. It's him. After the communication celestial talisman disappeared, the woman standing next to the rockery had a strange expression on her face. Third sister, is there any news? At this moment, another beautiful figure walked over to the woman standing next to the rockery and asked with an expectant expression on her face. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize this woman with just a glance. She was none other than Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of Zhou clan, who had wanted to forcefully bring him back to the Zhou clan to be her boy toy. The woman standing next to the rockery was, naturally, the third miss of Zhou clan. She was the direct disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. Zhou Shuqiu. Although they were sisters, Zhou Shuqiu was far more beautiful than Zhou Shudong in terms of figure and appearance. Most importantly, Zhou Shuqiu's temperament was far superior to Zhou Shudong's. In front of Zhou Shuqiu, Zhou Shudong was like a little maid. In the future, don't think about seeking revenge from him and offending him. Zhou Shuqiu said as she looked at Zhou Shuqiu. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Zhou Shudong, who had an expectant expression on her face, and said in a deep voice, otherwise, don't blame me for not avenging you even if he kills you. Third sister. Is his background really that powerful? As soon as Zhou Shuqiu finished speaking, Zhou Shudong's complexion turned deathly pale. However, she was still somewhat unwilling to give up and asked. I don't want to repeat my words. Zhou Shuqiu said. After a while, Zhou Shuqiu seemed to realize that her words were a little too harsh. She looked at Zhou Shudong, whose face was ashen, and said, Dong, the conflict between you and him in the past was all because of you. He's already being merciful by not killing you. Don't make an enemy out of him in the future. I understand, third sister, Zhou Shudong quickly replied. Zhou Shudong hurriedly responded, but she also made up her mind. She no longer wanted to retaliate against the purple-clad young man she hated to the bone. Go back to your room. I'll send you back to your clan in 2 days. Zhou Shuqiu said. Zhou Shudong complied and went back to her room obediently. She obeyed her third sister Zhou Shuqiu's every word. What a coincidence. He's actually in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After Zhou Shudong left, Zhou Shuqiu shook her head again. Then, her eyes glinted as she said curiously, I'd like to see what kind of man he is. He took advantage of Bing, and made Bing, ask me to take care of him. However, Bing-er's man isn't simple. Even a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect managed to find him, but he still managed to escape. I wonder where he obtained the Shadow Void escaping talisman inscribed by a celestial king. If Bing finds out there's a woman by his side, I wonder if she'll be jealous. Zhou Shuqiu muttered to herself. As Zhou Shuqiu muttered to herself, a hint of a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. Based on Zhou Shuqiu's words, it was obvious she knew Murong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Moreover, she seemed to have a close relationship with Murong Bing. Based on Zhou Shuqiu's words, it was clear she had learned a lot about Duan Lingtian. At the very least, she had learned about what had happened to Duan Lingtian during the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion under the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom through the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's intelligence network. Fortunately, he didn't kill Dong. Otherwise, even if Bing asked me to protect him, I wouldn't have let him go so easily. Thinking of this, Zhou Shuqiu's eyes revealed a hint of relief, but there was also a hint of coldness mixed in. Zhou Shudong, who had returned to her room, was unaware of this. In fact, the purple-clad young man whom she hated to the core did not come from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland. Her third sister had told her not to provoke the purple-clad young man because the purple-clad young man was a purple-clad young man. That purple-clothed young man was her third sister's best friend, who was like a real sister to her. She asked her to take care of and protect the man. Sometimes, the world was small. Chapter 2743. I'm so close to breaking through and becoming a Violet Sun Golden Celestial. Once I become a Violet Sun Golden Celestial, I'll only need one great overarching pill to break through and become a great overarching Golden Celestial in a short time. After becoming a great overarching Golden Celestial, I'll only need to consume a large amount of great overarching pills to increase my cultivation base. Of course, the effects of the great overarching pills become less and less effective as time goes by. For example, a heaven-rank great overarching Golden Celestial won't have much of an effect after consuming a great overarching pill. In the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's Imperial Palace, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. After half a year, Duan Lingtian was finally close to becoming a Violet Sun Golden Celestial with Huan-er's help. He was confident that he would be able to break through and become a Violet Sun Golden Celestial in just a short while. Brother Lingtian, you're awake? A pleasant voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears as soon as he opened his eyes. It was none other than Huan, who had been cultivating with her back facing him. She had also woken up from her cultivation when Duan Lingtian woke up. She immediately turned around to face Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and turned around to face Huan-er. Although Duan Lingtian had seen Huan-er's beautiful face countless times, he still could not help but feel a ripple in his heart when he saw her again. Huan was simply too beautiful. She was so beautiful that words could not describe her beauty. Perhaps, he would not be able to find another woman as beautiful as her in this world. Huan, how long was I in closed-door cultivation this time? After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian asked, what's the matter? Brother Ling Tian, you've been in closed-door cultivation for half a year. Huan replied with a smile. Only half a year? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He smiled faintly as he thought to himself, it seems like I have a chance to become a Violet Sun Golden Celestial before the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom selects the young powerhouses below the age of 100 to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up like two bright stars in the night sky. Once he became a great overarching Golden Celestial, not only would his strength improve, but his primitive celestial fire would also be upgraded to a mediocre celestial fire. That was what he had been waiting for a long time. Big brother Ling Tian, you promised to take me out to eat, drink, and have fun. Are you going back on your word? In just a blink of an eye, Huan Er's expression changed to a pitiful one. Duan Lingtian's heart ached when he saw this. He hastily explained, Ling Tian, of course, I won't go back on my word. Big brother Ling Tian, why don't you take me out to eat and have fun? All right. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the pitiful expression on Huan Er's face disappeared and was replaced with excitement. She looked like a child who had not grown up yet. You little girl, Duan Ling Tian smiled helplessly when he saw the change in Huan Er's expression. He did not seem to have taught Huan these things. Naturally, he was not surprised that Huan knew these things. In the past, when he was shopping with Huan there were many women who would look pitiful and tearful, forcing their male companions to submit to their demands. Huan had completely mastered this tactic. Huan do you have the concealment pendant I gave you 6 months ago? Duan Ling Tian asked. Big brother Ling Tian, I have it with me. Huan placed her hand on her belt and took out a jade pendant that was originally hidden there. It was the concealment pendant that Duan Ling Tian had obtained from the white-clad young man with the surname Pei. It could conceal the aura of Huan Er's flesh and blood if she was younger than 100 years old. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness and shrouded Huan Er's body. Although he could sense Huan Er's flesh and blood, he could not tell she was younger than 100 years old. This concealment pendant is pretty good. I can still sense Huan Er's flesh and blood, but I can't tell she's younger than 100 years old. Duan Ling Tian sighed. After putting on the veil and hat, Duan Ling Tian brought Huan out of the courtyard of the 13th prince's residence. After bidding farewell to Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, they prepared to leave the imperial palace as well. Brother Duan, are you and Miss Huan going out? Long Fei Yun smiled and said, it's been a while since I left the palace. Why don't I tag along? With Qiu Ling around, you'll be safer. Although Long Fei Yun knew the woman by Duan Lingtian's side was not weak, he was still worried that something would happen to Duan Lingtian and Huan in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For this reason, he tactfully suggested bringing Qiu Ling along to protect them. Naturally, if Duan Ling Tian refused, he would still send Qiu Ling to protect them in the dark even though he would no longer accompany them. Huan what do you think? Duan Ling Tian looked at Huan and asked for her opinion. Does the 13th prince want to tag along? Brother Ling Tian, does he want to tag along with us? At that time, he'll be able to pay for the celestial stones we need to buy and eat? Huan asked as she looked at Duan Ling Tian like a money grubber. Duan Ling Tian was speechless when he heard Huan words. When did this last become so housekeeping? Don't worry, Miss Huan I'll tag along. I'll pay for everything. Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by Long Fei Yun's question. Long Fei Yun laughed and said, you're right. In that case, I'll reluctantly allow you to tag along with us. Huan said. The corner of Long Fei Yun's mouth twitched. He was, after all, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Why was he acting like a lackey now? Moreover, it seemed like he was only allowed to be a lackey because of Huan Er's kindness. However, when he thought about Huan Er's strength, he did not feel dissatisfied at all. Although Duan Ling Tian didn't tell him about this woman's origin, based on his guess, this woman's background was absolutely not simple. What a joke. How could a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old be simple? Just like that, the original group of 2 people eating, drinking, and having fun had 2 more people. Duan Ling Tian spent the next month accompanying Huan Er as they toured the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yun and Xiu Ling, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, stayed by their side to ensure their safety. During this month, Duan Ling Tian was in a good mood when he saw how happy Huan Er was. During this time, apart from accompanying Huan Er, Duan Ling Tian had also asked Huan Er a lot of questions. He asked her about her current cultivation base. In the end, he confirmed she was a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Although Huan has 99 heavenly veins like me, she can't raise her celestial origin energy through them. It seems like my 99 heavenly veins are able to raise my celestial origin energy by 2 levels because of the tempering in the celestial ascension pool. When Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he could not help but recall Xia Jia, a middle-aged man who claimed to be Ker's 3rd uncle from her past life, in the Yanhuang realm. Due to Xia Jia's reminder, Duan Ling Tian did not leave the celestial ascension pool immediately after he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Instead, he stayed in the celestial ascension pool for a while to temper his 99 heavenly veins. As a result, his 99 heavenly veins were able to raise his celestial origin energy by 2 levels. Naturally, the 2 levels referred to the increase of one's celestial ascension pool. If Duan Ling Tian was a violet sun golden celestial, a peak great overarching golden celestial, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, or a 10-direction celestial duke, however, the 99 heavenly veins in his body were not enough to allow his celestial origin energy to advance to the next stage. Take a violet sun golden celestial for example. If Duan Ling Tian was a violet sun golden celestial, his celestial origin energy would not be as strong as a great overarching golden celestial, let alone a yellow rank great overarching golden celestial. After all, the gap between a golden celestial and a great overarching golden celestial was too wide. Even so, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was still far superior to that of a great overarching golden celestial. For example, right now. Although Duan Ling Tian was only an indigo sun golden celestial, his celestial origin energy was much stronger than the celestial origin energy of other violet sun golden celestials after it was boosted by his 99 heavenly veins. On this day, Duan Ling Tian accompanied Huan Er as they strolled through the streets of the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yun walked next to Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian. Xiu Ling followed closely behind them. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a pleasant female voice rang from behind Duan Ling Tian. She called out Duan Ling Tian's full name. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that someone had called out his full name. After all, Huan had been calling him Brother Ling Tian and Long Fei Yun had been calling him Brother Duan. Therefore, it was not difficult to guess his name if one paid attention to them. Duan Ling Tian turned around and looked at the person who had called out to him. 3rd Miss Zhou. Chapter 2744. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the person who had called out to him. Apart from Huan and Murongbing, she was the most beautiful woman he had seen in the spirit overarching heaven since he had arrived in the Devata realm. The woman wore a light green robe. She had dark eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and a high nose. Coupled with her cherry lips and her nearly perfect facial features, she was like a finely crafted work of art. With just a glance, one would have a pleasing feeling. Duan Ling Tian was certain this was his first time meeting this woman. However, he was familiar with the woman standing next to her. She was none other than Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. There was no hatred in Zhou Shudong's eyes when she looked at him. Instead, there was a hint of fear and panic in her eyes. It was as though she regarded him as a ferocious beast. Third miss. At the same time, Long Fei Yun's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. He knew the woman standing next to Zhou Shudong was none other than Zhou Shudong's sister, the third miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shuqiu. Half a year ago, Long Fei Yun had heard about this woman from the 13th prince. Apart from being the third miss of the Zhou clan, she was also the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. Third miss, I didn't expect to see you here. I remember you. Ever since you joined the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect, you've been elusive. It's hard for others to even meet you. I didn't expect to see you here. I'm really lucky. Although Long Fei Yun knew Zhou Shuqiu was here for Duanling Tian, he quickly smiled and took the initiative to greet Zhou Shuqiu. You must be joking, 13th prince. I'm usually with master and rarely return to the capital. Zhou Shuqiu smiled. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Zhou Shudong and said indifferently, Dong, have you forgotten what I told you? Upon hearing Zhou Shuqiu's words, Zhou Shudong's body trembled slightly. She quickly stepped forward and bowed slightly as she looked at Duanling Tian. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Although this was not the first time Zhou Shudong had apologized to him, Duanling Tian could clearly sense that Zhou Shudong did not seem reluctant at all. It was as though she was willing to apologize to him. This greatly surprised him. One ought to know that when the fourth prince, Long Xiangyun, had asked Zhou Shudong to apologize to him, she had only apologized perfunctorily. Moreover, her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Before Duanling Tian could reply, Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duanling Tian and asked, Duanling Tian, may I have a word with you? Before Duanling Tian could reply, Long Fei Yun's expression changed drastically. He looked at Zhou Shuqiu and said in a deep voice, Third miss, is there anything you can't say here? If you think there are too many people, I can ask Xiuling to clear the area. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, he turned to look at Xiuling and nodded. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Waves of boundless power swept out from Xiuling's body, turning into gusts of wild wind that swept in all directions. The surrounding people were all pushed far away, but they were not hurt. This was a testament to Xiuling's ability to control his energy. For a time, the bustling area was deserted. What's going on? What's going on? Among the group of people who had been pushed far away, apart from a small number of people, most of them had no idea what was going on and were all dumbfounded. However, although they did not know what happened, they could clearly feel that the power just now was invincible. For this reason, they still felt a lingering fear. Isn't that His Highness, the 13th prince? When the crowd regained their senses, they quickly recognized Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. That's the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. Soon after, someone recognized Zhou Shudong. That purple-clad young man and the woman wearing a veil next to him. I've seen them before. They're the ones who killed the Zhou clan's elder and injured the fourth miss of the Zhou clan 6 months ago. It's them? Is the fourth miss of the Zhou clan seeking revenge? It doesn't seem like it. I saw the fourth miss of the Zhou clan apologizing to the purple-clad young man under the instruction of the woman next to her. As the crowd discussed among themselves, many of them turned to look at Zhou Shuqiu, who was standing next to Zhou Shudong. Isn't she the third miss of the Zhou clan? Soon after, a sharp-eyed old man exclaimed, although her temperament has changed a lot, her appearance hasn't changed much. She's indeed the third miss of the Zhou clan. What? The third miss of the Zhou clan? The third miss of the Zhou clan. The most beautiful woman in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? A commotion broke out in the crowd when the sharp-eyed old man spoke. After all, the third miss of the Zhou clan was too famous. She was the most beautiful woman in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. She was the most talented person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the past 1,000 years. She was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. She was the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. This was the halo above the head of the Zhou clan's third young miss, Boundless Glory. While everyone's attention was on Zhou Shuqiu, she glanced at Long Fei Yun indifferently and said, 13th Prince, I have something to say to Duan Lingtian in private. It's inconvenient even for my sister to listen. Zhou Shuqiu's words were clear. Even her sister, Zhou Shudong, would have to listen to her when she spoke to Duan Lingtian in private. What if I don't allow Brother Duan to come with you? Long Fei Yun asked in a deep voice as his expression turned cold. Although Zhou Shuqiu was from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, she was still in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. As the Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he was protected by the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Even the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect would not dare to touch him without a valid reason. Moreover, although Zhou Shuqiu was not weak, she had Qiu Ling, a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by her side. Swoosh! As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Qiu Ling, who was standing behind Long Fei Yun, suddenly appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. He shielded Duan Lingtian behind him as he stared at Zhou Shuqiu fiercely. Not long ago, I heard that the 13th Prince recruited a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Zhou Shuqiu narrowed her eyes when she saw Qiu Ling standing between her and Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, whoosh! A surge of powerful celestial origin energy surged out of Zhou Shuqiu's body, causing her green robe to flutter even though there was no wind. Even the dust on the ground was swept away by her celestial origin energy. She's a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial as well? Qiu Ling's expression changed drastically when he sensed Zhou Shuqiu's celestial origin energy. Humph. Just as Qiu Ling's expression changed drastically, Zhou Shuqiu's figure flashed, and she seemed to have disappeared into thin air. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, Zhou Shuqiu had disappeared into thin air. Bang! As soon as Duan Lingtian saw Qiu Ling's figure swaying, a muffled sound rang in his ears again. Then, he saw Zhou Shuqiu standing before him. Unknowingly, Zhou Shuqiu had appeared in front of Qiu Ling. She was wearing a glove that looked like it was made of spider silk. With a flip of her hand, waves of aura pressed down on Qiu Ling's body like Mount Tai. Qiu Ling, on the other hand, had taken out his celestial weapon and was struggling to withstand Zhou Shuqiu's palm strike. He knelt down on one knee, and wherever his knee touched, the ground cracked like a spider web, and the cracks continued to spread out in all directions. Get lost. Before everyone, including Duan Lingtian, could react, Zhou Shuqiu said in a low voice, "Let's go." As soon as Zhou Shuqiu finished speaking, the waves of energy that were crashing down on Qiu Ling changed direction. Boom! The gang qi changed direction and hit Qiu Ling, sending him flying into the distance and crashing into the ground. Qiu Ling's qi and blood were in turmoil, and he was in a sorry state. At this moment, the people present on the scene finally regained their senses. Did the third miss of the Zhou clan say that the person next to the 13th prince is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? I think so. Heavens! The third miss of the Zhou clan easily suppressed a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Does this mean she's stronger than a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? I'm sure the third miss of the Zhou clan is stronger than a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, her cultivation base might not be higher than her opponent's. Indeed. Even if the third miss of the Zhou clan is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it's easy for her to defeat an unorthodox heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After all, her master is the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Her celestial methods and divine abilities must be earth-grade. Duan Lingtian heard the discussions from afar. It gave him a new understanding of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland already have earth-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he heard this. He realized his current situation was not as good as before. His advantage in terms of celestial methods and divine abilities was getting smaller and smaller. Among the celestial methods and divine abilities he had mastered, only the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was a heaven-grade divine ability. Chapter 2745. Why you've broken through and become a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Long Fei Yun exclaimed in shock when he saw Zhou Shuqiu. Although he knew Zhou Shuqiu had a high innate talent and was already an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he did not expect her to have broken through and become a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. This was what Qiu Ling had told him through voice transmission. Long Fei Yun was not surprised that Qiu Ling, who was also a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, was easily defeated by Zhou Shuqiu. After all, Zhou Shuqiu was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Her cultivation methods, celestial methods, and divine abilities were at least earth grade. On the other hand, although Qiu Ling was a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his cultivation method was only earth grade. His celestial methods and divine abilities were only profound grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Moreover, Zhou Shuqiu's innate talent far surpassed Qiu Ling's. This meant she had more heavenly veins than Qiu Ling. This meant she could circulate her celestial origin energy faster. Therefore, it was only natural Qiu Ling was no match for Zhou Shuqiu. I just had a breakthrough recently. Hearing Long Fei's exclamation, Zhou Shuqiu glanced at him indifferently and said unhurriedly. Then, she ignored Long Fei Yun. She shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian again. A hint of surprise could be seen in her eyes. She originally thought that even if Duan Lingtian didn't lose his head out of fear after she made a move earlier, it would definitely be impossible for him to be as calm as before. It did not cross her mind that Duan Lingtian still had a calm expression on his face even until now. Isn't he afraid at all? Zhou Shuqiu thought to herself. After a few moments, Zhou Shuqiu seemed to have thought of something. A beautiful smile appeared on her face as she said, "You're right. A man who can make Bing, or care about him must be extraordinary. Lead the way." Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu calmly. "Brother Duan." Long Feiyun's expression changed greatly. He felt that Zhou Shuqiu wouldn't find Duan Lingtian for anything good, so he didn't want Duan Lingtian to go with Zhou Shuqiu. Brother Lingtian. Her perfect face, hidden by the veil and hat, paled slightly. She reached out and grabbed Duan Lingtian's arm tightly, as if she would never let go. "Don't worry, big brother Lingtian will be back soon. He'll be fine." Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he gently patted Huan Er's hand. "Big brother Lingtian, I'm useless and stupid. If I could master all the celestial methods and divine abilities in my inherited memories, she wouldn't be a match for me. However, even if I'm weaker than her now, I'm not afraid of her." A hint of determination flashed in the depths of her eyes when she spoke to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. As a Thousand Phantoms ice fox that only appeared once in a million years in the Phantom Fox clan, she had no lack of secret techniques that would allow her to die together with the woman in front of her in order to protect her brother Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. This was because Duan Lingtian had reminded her not to reveal the fact that she possessed a legacy memory. She had to communicate with him through voice transmission instead of saying it out loud. Naturally, she remembered Duan Lingtian's words. Huan she really has something to discuss with Big Brother Lingtian. If she wants to harm Big Brother Lingtian, she can do it here. There's no need for her to go somewhere else. Duan Lingtian patted Huan Er's hand again to make sure she had calmed down. Then, he gently removed her hand from his arm. It was as though he was caressing a flower, afraid a petal would fall from it. Zhou Shuqiu frowned when she saw Duan Lingtian's actions. In her heart, to a certain extent, she had already determined that this man was her best friend's man. She was slightly displeased when she saw Duan Lingtian treating another woman so gently. "I don't have much time to waste here." Zhou Shuqiu's expression darkened as she said coldly. At this moment, a hint of disgust could be seen in Zhou Shuqiu's eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian. She thought to herself, I really don't understand why Bing would fall for such a playboy. Even if he's not at fault, there's no need for Bing to care about him. She should have just left him to his own devices. To think that Bing asked me to protect him when he was targeted by the compassionate celestial traveler sect. I really feel bad for her. Zhou Shuqiu thought to herself. I'm coming. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently when he heard Zhou Shuqiu's words. Then, he comforted her and told her to wait for him. He promised that he would be back soon. Following that, Duan Lingtian nodded at Long Fei Yun before he walked toward Zhou Shuqiu. Zhou Shuqiu led Duan Lingtian through several streets before they finally arrived at an empty alley. After making sure there was no one around, Zhou Shuqiu came to a halt. Aren't you worried that I'll harm you if you follow me? Zhou Shuqiu asked with a cold expression on her face as she looked at Duan Lingtian, who had stopped moving. If you want to harm me, is there a need for you to bring me here? Duan Lingtian responded with a question. That's true. Although Zhou Shuqiu agreed with Duan Lingtian's words, she still admired Duan Lingtian's courage. At the very least, from the beginning until she injured the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his expression did not change at all. Just this kind of courage and guts was enough to make her admire him. I didn't expect this playboy to have such courage. At this moment, Zhou Shuqiu's disgust for Duan Lingtian lessened a little. She felt that this fickle man did have some redeeming qualities. If Duan Lingtian knew what Zhou Shuqiu was thinking, he would have laughed bitterly. How did he become a playboy? If he was really a playboy, he would have at least 8 or 10 women, if not a few dozens. Duan Lingtian is from the 9 Spectres County, one of the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian and said slowly. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, listened with a calm expression. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. The Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect is indeed one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. What a powerful intelligence network. In just half a year's time, Zhou Shuqiu has already figured out everything about me. However, as Zhou Shuqiu continued to speak, Duan Lingtian realized there were many things she did not know about him. For example, she did not know he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 10 years ago. She also did not know about Huan Er's origin. Nevertheless, he was still shocked that Zhou Shuqiu was able to find out so much about him through the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's intelligence network. Since you found out about me, why did you ask your sister to apologize to me? You could have killed me to avenge her. With your strength, you can even defeat the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by the 13th prince's side. It's easy for you to kill me, Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu. He could not figure it out. Since Zhou Shuqiu had found out about him, why did she not want to kill him? Naturally, I have my reasons for not killing you. You'll find out in the future. Zhou Shuqiu did not intend to tell Duan Lingtian about her relationship with Murong Bing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She paused for a moment before she asked, why did the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect want to kill you? Is it true that you're from a sect that's hostile to the compassionate celestial traveler sect? It seems like Zhou Shuqiu didn't kill me because she's worried I'm a disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, all the doubts in his heart disappeared. What do you think? Duan Lingtian responded with a question. I don't think so. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before she said, through the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's intelligence network, I found out the reason the compassionate celestial traveler sect sent a powerhouse to kill you is related to Murong Bing. Murong Bing. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhou Shuqiu mention Murong Bing. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu. He did not expect the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect would be able to find out about this. Can you tell me, what happened between you and Murong Bing? Why would the compassionate celestial traveler sect send a celestial duke to kill you for her? Zhou Shuqiu asked. I can't tell you that. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. I heard that Murong Bing originally had hopes of becoming the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. However, since she lost her virginity, she's not destined to be the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Zhou Shuqiu paused for a moment when she spoke. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard her words. Initially, he thought the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had to sever all ties with men. It did not cross his mind that the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would not allow a non-virgin disciple to become the next sect leader. If that was the case, it would be a good thing for him. At the very least, Murong Bing would not be able to become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He did not want Murong Bing to sever her 7 emotions and 6 desires after becoming the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After all, she was his woman after all. However, I heard that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect arranged a marriage for her. I heard the other party is a good-for-nothing young master from a great clan that's slightly stronger than the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It's a pity. Zhou Shuqiu said. Zhou Shuqiu sighed when she reached the end of her sentence. A marriage? Chapter 2746. When he had realized that he and Murong Bing had slept together, he had already decided that Murong Bing was his woman, and she could only be his woman. However, Zhou Shuqiu was telling him now. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had arranged a marriage for Murong Bing? In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's face turned gloomy. It was so gloomy that it seemed as though water would drip from it. Are you telling the truth? Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice as he stared at Zhou Shuqiu coldly. What do you mean by that? Zhou Shuqiu asked even though she knew the answer. She pretended not to understand Duan Lingtian's words. Is it true that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect arranged a marriage for Murong Bing? Duan Lingtian asked again. Is there a need for me to lie to you? Zhou Shuqiu glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently before a strange expression appeared on her face. Why do I feel like you're particularly agitated when I mentioned the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect arranged a marriage for Murong Bing? Don't tell me you're the man who raped Murong Bing? I don't think it's you. You're so weak, there's no way Murong Bing would fall for you. Zhou Shuqiu shook her head when she finished speaking. Humph. Upon hearing Zhou Shuqiu's words, Duan Lingtian scoffed before he turned around and left, ignoring Zhou Shuqiu. At the same time, a raging fire burned in his heart. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. If you dare to arrange a marriage between my woman and another man, I'll annihilate your entire sect. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian swore in his heart. At this moment, he desperately wanted to be strong enough to snatch Murong Bing away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Duan Ling Tian was not worried that Zhou Shuqiu would kill him when he left. He didn't care whether Zhou Shuqiu thought he had a powerful backer or not. He knew that even if Zhou Shuqiu wanted to kill him, there would be someone who would stop her. That person was the white-robed young man with the surname Pei who had made a deal with him half a year ago. Currently, the white-clad young man's royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, was still in his possession. Moreover, the white-clad young man wanted him to retrieve the other royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring, from the little world left behind by the celestial king. At the very least, before he obtained the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring for the other party would not let others kill him so easily. He had realized this half a year ago. At that time, he knew he had a life-saving talisman in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, the talisman was so strong that even the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would not be able to destroy it. Not to mention a mere Zhou Shuqiu. He does have some temper. Zhou Shuqiu did not stop Duan Lingtian from leaving. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian's back as a smile appeared on her face. It seems like he still cares about Bing. He has a sense of responsibility, but it's a pity he's such a playboy. If Bing finds out he's flirting with another woman, I wonder what she'll think. Zhou Shuqiu shook her head as she muttered to herself. A hint of displeasure could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian's back. Huan. Duan Lingtian did not wait for Huan to speak before he said, I want to go back and cultivate. Do you want to continue shopping with the 13th prince and the others, or do you want to come back with me? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely focused on his cultivation. Although Duan Lingtian wanted Huan to return with him since she was the one who provided him with the best cultivation environment in the divine crystals, Duan Lingtian did not want her to leave with him. Although the cultivation environment in the 13th prince's palace was not bad, it was still lacking compared to the cultivation environment created by Huan's divine crystal. Brother Lingtian, I'll go back with you. Although Huan did not know why Duan Lingtian was in such a hurry to go back to cultivate, she still wanted to go back with Duan Lingtian. After all, she only felt happy when she was with Duan Lingtian. If she was alone with someone else, she would not feel happy even if she had food, drinks, and fun. Duan Lingtian left in a hurry with Huan. Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, hurriedly brought Xiao Ling with him as well. His heart was filled with confusion as he thought to himself, what did Zhou Shuqiu do to brother Lingtian? Why is brother Lingtian in such a hurry to go back to cultivate? However, on the way back, Duan Lingtian suddenly had an idea. He turned around and went to look for the white-clad young man with the surname Pei. As for Huan and the other two, Duan Lingtian asked them to go back first. Brother Pei. Upon seeing the white-clad young man, Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and said solemnly, I would like to ask you for a favor. What favor? The white-clad young man sat in front of a stone table in the courtyard and sipped on a cup of tea. He glanced at Duan Lingtian who was standing nearby and asked. I would like you to ask the compassionate celestial traveler sect to cancel the marriage between their disciple, Bing, and someone from another force. Even if you have to use force. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice as his eyes flashed. Although he did not know when the compassionate celestial traveler sect would allow Bing to marry someone from another force, he knew it was unrealistic to rely on himself to stop the marriage. For this reason, he thought of the white-clad young man. Although he did not know the white-clad young man's cultivation base, since the white-clad young man had a royal-grade celestial weapon while the compassionate celestial traveler sect only had 3 king-grade celestial weapons, it would not be difficult for the white-clad young man to stop the marriage. Oh. The white-clad young man placed his teacup on the table and looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. What's your relationship with Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Why do you want to stop the compassionate celestial traveler sect from marrying her to another force? She's my woman. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. If I don't help you, will you not help me obtain the mystical E9 water chestnut ring? The white-clad young man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Of course not. Duan Lingtian hurriedly shook his head. Those are 2 separate matters. Since I've already agreed to that matter, and Big Brother Pei has given me the concealment pendant, I naturally won't go back on my word. This time, I'm looking for Big Brother Pei for a completely different reason. Duan Lingtian replied. If I help you, what will you give me in return? The white-robed young man had the posture of a businessman as he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and asked. I'm willing to promise you, Big Brother Pei. As long as you help me, no matter what happens in the future, as long as you say the word, Duan Lingtian, will definitely do anything within my power. Duan Lingtian replied. Based on your words, are you trying to gain something without risking anything? The white-robed young man smiled nonchalantly. If you, Duan Lingtian, can solve it, why can't I solve it myself? Upon hearing the white-clad young man's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent despite his reluctance. Indeed. How could someone as strong as the white-clad young man in front of him possibly have a problem that he could not solve? Could it be that he was telling the white-clad young man that he had 9 heavenly veins? With 99 heavenly veins, his future would be limitless? Wouldn't that be the same as gaining something without risking anything? After all, who could be certain that he, Duan Lingtian, would not die prematurely in the future? For this reason, even he himself felt that the promise he made was not convincing at all. Forget it. Duan Lingtian fell silent. Just when he thought there was no hope left, the white-clad young man said, "I can try to help you, but I'm not sure if I'll succeed. After all, I still don't know which force the compassionate celestial traveler sect is going to marry. Duan Ling Tian would be grateful if you're willing to help, Brother Pei." Duan Ling Tian hurriedly said, "Besides that, the promise I made is still valid." After he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to the white-clad young man and left. "What an interesting fellow." The white-clad young man chuckled. After Duan Ling Tian left, the white-clad young man smiled faintly and narrowed his eyes. "Moreover, he's a sentimental person." A hint of sadness could be seen in the depths of the white-clad young man's eyes when he said the word sentimental. He used to be a sentimental person as well. Unfortunately, he did not have much fate with her. In the end, he could only retrieve the royal-grade celestial weapon that he had given her to comfort her soul in heaven. Although the white-clad young man had agreed to help, it did not affect Duan Lingtian's cultivation. After he returned to the 13th prince's residence in the imperial palace, he immersed himself in his cultivation. It was as though he would not come out of closed-door cultivation until he became a violet sun golden celestial. Time continued to pass by. The day of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family selection of participants for the grand contest of the wasteland was getting closer and closer. As the day of the imperial family selection of participants for the grand contest of the wasteland drew closer, the number of people in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom increased. Most of the people who showed up were from the various mansions of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Some of them had come from other places to join in the fun. Perhaps, they could not personally witness the selection of participants for the grand contest of the wasteland, but they would be able to find out the results of the selection as soon as possible. The more people there were, the more chaotic it became. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian, who was immersed in his cultivation, was unaware of all this. While Duan Ling Tian was cultivating in closed-door cultivation, there were many things that happened in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. When Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince, learned from Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, that Duan Ling Tian had a powerful background, he no longer dared to take any chances. Even his cousin, who was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect, did not dare to provoke Duan Ling Tian. How could he possibly provoke Duan Ling Tian? Was he tired of living? Long Xiangyun was unaware the reason Zhou Shuqiu had shown mercy to Duan Ling Tian and told Zhou Shudong not to provoke him was not because Duan Ling Tian had a powerful background. It was all because of her best friend. Chapter 2747. Although the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had a quota of 50 people to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest, there were many princes in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, there were many mansions under the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had recruited many young powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old. Therefore, there was only one quota for each mansions. It was unknown if the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had intentionally assigned the task of recruiting young powerhouses below the age of 100 to the princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian had also promised that the strongest powerhouse under the age of 100 would be given a Duke-grade celestial weapon by the Crown Prince. Even in a high-rank celestial kingdom like the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, there were only a handful of Duke-grade celestial weapons. For this reason, the princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had spared no effort to recruit young powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old. Some of them had even promised various benefits to recruit young powerhouses. I heard that the Violet Sun Golden Celestial, who's not even 100 years old, was poached by the 7th prince. He's now a subordinate of the 7th prince. He'll be representing the 7th prince in the selection for the Wasteland Grand Contest. As the date of the Wasteland Grand Contest drew near, many rumors began to spread in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Really? The Violet Sun Golden Immortal under the age of 100 that Grand Prestige Mansion was looking for was taken away by the 7th prince? It said that the Grand Prestige Mansion spent a lot of effort to nurture that young powerhouse. However, he's now a subordinate of the 7th prince? At this moment, someone who was in the know said, "You don't know this." Instead of saying that the 7th prince has recruited the Violet Sun Golden Celestial from the Grand Prestige Mansion, it's more accurate to say that the Grand Prestige Mansion has sent the Violet Sun Golden Celestial to the 7th Prince. What do you mean? Many people were puzzled. Think about it. If the Violet Sun Golden Celestial represents the Grand Prestige Mansion in the Wasteland Grand Contest, what will the Grand Prestige Mansion obtain? And if I were to represent the 7th Prince in battle and obtain first place in the selection, what would I be able to obtain for the 7th Prince? Although the reward given by the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is generous, it can't compare to the reward given by the Prince. The former reward is an overarching heaven pill that can help one become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. On the other hand, he'll be able to obtain a Duke-grade celestial weapon. The Duke-grade celestial weapon is secondary. If the 7th Prince's subordinates can help him obtain the title of the 1st Prince, it'll be much easier for him to compete for the throne. The crowd could understand why the Grand Prestige Mansion gave the Violet Sun Golden Celestial, who was not even 100 years old, to the 7th Prince. If the Grand Prestige Mansion could help the 7th Prince become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the 7th Prince would definitely reward the Grand Prestige Mansion handsomely in the future. At that time, the Grand Prestige Mansion would be able to obtain more than just an overarching heaven pill. Meanwhile, the 4th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Wuxia Xianxia, who had just received the news, was so angry that he smashed the cup in his hand. Grand Prestige Mansion, 7th brother. Good job. You guys are really good. Wuxia Xianxia was so angry that his chest heaved up and down like a bellows. It took a long time for him to calm down. Previously, he had tried to poach the Violet Sun Golden Celestial weapon from the Grand Prestige Mansion. However, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial weapon from the Grand Prestige Mansion had rejected him and said he would not leave the mansion. However, in just a blink of an eye, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial weapon from the Grand Prestige Mansion had joined his 7th brother's faction. This made Wuxia Xianxia extremely frustrated. Meanwhile, in the 13th Prince's residence, the 4th Prince's residence received the news as well. 7th brother is really cunning. Even the Violet Sun Golden Celestial weapon from the Grand Prestige Mansion is his subordinate. It seems like he's determined to obtain the Duke-grade celestial weapon. The 13th Prince, Long Fei Yun, sat in front of the stone table in the pavilion. He gently tapped the stone table with his hand and muttered to himself. Qiu Ling, who was standing behind Long Fei Yun, said indifferently when he heard Long Fei Yun's words, "However, I'm afraid the 7th Prince would never expect you to have a trump card that can suppress the Violet Sun Golden Celestial weapon. I wonder if the Emperor will bestow the Duke-grade celestial weapon upon you when you win the selection, the 13th Prince? After all, up until now, none of the princes have a Duke-grade celestial weapon. If you obtain the Duke-grade celestial weapon, you'll be the 1st Prince in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to obtain a Duke-grade celestial weapon." Long Fei Yun nodded. If it was a private agreement, Imperial Father might have changed his mind. However, this time, the people from the various imperial residences are present. Furthermore, the various great clans in the capital will be entering the palace to observe the selection. No matter how unwilling Imperial Father is, he cannot swallow his pride and go back on his word. Long Fei Yun's eyes glinted confidently. Based on his words, it was as though he had already obtained the Duke-grade celestial weapon. At some point, Long Fei Yun's gaze shifted in the direction of his residence. Brother Duan is a bona fide great overarching golden celestial. He became a great overarching golden celestial a year ago. Now that he has consumed a large number of great overarching pills, his strength must have improved. Previously, Duan Lingtian had asked him for a large number of great overarching pills. Even the mansions of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had a large number of great overarching pills, let alone the imperial family. Although Long Fei Yun was not favored by the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he could easily obtain a large number of great overarching pills from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom storehouse. Even if Duan Lingtian wanted to break through and become a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial, Long Fei Yun would be able to provide Duan Lingtian with enough great overarching pills. At the same time, in the direction of Long Fei Yun's gaze, in a room in the courtyard of a guest house, the liquid heaven and earth spirit qi filled the entire room, as if it could burst open at any time. A man and a woman were sitting on a bed with their backs facing each other. The liquid heaven and earth spirit energy was constantly flowing out from the pendant around the woman's neck. To be more precise, it was flowing out from the crystal on the pendant. The man and woman were none other than Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. Currently, there was only a month left until the selection held by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. 2 months ago, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through to the Violet Sun Golden Celestial stage. After he had broken through, he immediately left his room and asked Long Fei Yun for a large number of great overarching pills so that he could break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. In fact, he only needed one great overarching pill to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, at his current cultivation base, no matter how many great overarching pills he consumed, the effect would still be the same as consuming one great overarching pill. This was because it would take a certain amount of time to absorb the effect of the great overarching pill. However, he still took a lot of great overarching pills since he did not want to reveal his true cultivation base. I wonder what kind of soul attack the defective metal piece can withstand. If I reveal my true cultivation base, I'm afraid even Tom, Dick, and Harry would dare to attack me. The reason Duan Lingtian did not want to reveal his true cultivation base was because he had considered this point. The defective metal piece was none other than the metal piece that Duan Lingtian had brought from the mundane realm. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the gray flame he controlled was the Chaos Divine Flame. He was unaware that the defective metal piece was called the Profound Divine Metal by the Chaos Divine Flame and was one of the 5 divine elements. The great overarching pill is indeed worthy of being called the pass for a Violet Sun Golden Celestial to become a great overarching Golden Celestial. I only need one pill, and I feel like I haven't spent much time cultivating, but I'm already very close to becoming a great overarching Golden Celestial. I feel like I'll be able to break through and become a great overarching Golden Celestial in half a month at most. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood when he sensed that he was close to becoming a great overarching Golden Celestial. In the 7th Prince's temporary imperial residence, 2 young men sat opposite each other in front of a stone table in a pavilion at the side of the spacious front yard. One of them was Long Qin Yun, the 7th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. As for the other person, he wore a black robe and had a cold expression on his face. It was as if the sky had a coffin face. Ji Guang, we'll be counting on you in the selection in a month's time. Long Qin Yun smiled at the cold-faced young man. The cold-faced young man was none other than the Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was less than 100 years old that Long Qin Yun, the 7th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, had poached from the Grand Prestige Mansion. The truth was the same as what most people said. Feng Wu Ji Guang, a Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was not even 100 years old, was sent to Long Qin Yun by the Grand Prestige Mansion. As long as there's no great overarching Golden Celestial who's less than 100 years old, you'll definitely be the first prince in the selection in a month's time. When Feng Wu Ji Guang spoke, his face was still cold, and his coffin face didn't change. A great overarching Golden Celestial who's less than 100 years old? Long Qin Yun smiled faintly when he heard Feng Wu Ji Guang's words. There's no such person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. If there was a great overarching Golden Celestial who was less than 100 years old in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, it was impossible for Long Qin Yun, the 7th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, to not know about it. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. A great overarching Golden Celestial. I've finally broken through. 2 figures walked out of a room in the courtyard of the 13th Prince's imperial residence. Chapter 2748. The 2 people who came out of the room were none other than Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. The imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom will select the young powerhouses to participate in the grand contest of the Wasteland in 10 days. It's a good thing that I've become a great overarching Golden Celestial now. Duan Lingtian had a bright smile on his face. With his strength, even if he had not become a great overarching Golden Celestial, no one would be a match for him in the selection of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Even the Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was not even 100 years old in the Grand Prestige Mansion would not be a match for him if he was not a great overarching Golden Celestial. Apart from the great overarching pill, Huan Er's divine crystal and the earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique, that the 13th prince gave me. Ever since Duan Lingtian mastered the earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique, he could feel the difference between the earth-grade cultivation method and the yellow-grade cultivation method. It was like an insurmountable chasm. The difference was like heaven and earth. The difference was like heaven and earth. Huan with your innate talent, the help of the divine crystal, and the medicinal efficacy of the pill in your body, you still haven't broken through? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huan Huan Er's innate talent was not inferior to his. Moreover, with the help of the divine crystal and the medicinal efficacy of the pill her mother had given her, her cultivation speed should not be slow. However, Huan was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial after all. She was not a great overarching golden celestial. Brother Ling Tian, I had a breakthrough earlier than you. I had a breakthrough 3 months ago, Huan said with a smile. Huan smiled. Duan Ling Tian fell into a daze when he saw her smile. Her beautiful face was like 100 flowers blooming at the same time. You had a breakthrough 3 months ago. Does this mean you're an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial now? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he regained his senses. Yes. Huan nodded. That's true. You're already a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial when you haven't cultivated for many years. Now that a year has passed, it's not surprising that you've made a breakthrough again. Duan Ling Tian calmed down when he thought about Huan Er's age. He felt this was only natural. Brother Ling Tian, there's only 10 days left until the selection of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Are you going to continue cultivating in the next 10 days? Huan blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked Duan Ling Tian in a soft voice. Why? Huan do you want to take a walk? Duan Lingtian's of the overarching of courses of Heavenly Supreme Overarching Huan, Overarching Heavenly Supreme Huans, Overarchings. Ling Huan Er's eyes lit up immediately when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian did not inform Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, about their departure since he knew Long Fei Yun would definitely follow them out. Although Duan Lingtian did not inform Long Fei Yun, Qiu Ling, the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was by Long Fei Yun's side, noticed them as they were leaving. Qiu Ling did not hesitate to inform Long Fei Yun about it. Since Brother Duan didn't look for me, it means he doesn't want me to go with him. Qiu Ling, follow them and protect them. Don't let anything happen to them. Long Fei Yun looked at Qiu Ling solemnly. Whether it was for the sake of being the first prince in the selection or for the sake of his future after Duan Lingtian joined the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, Long Fei Yun would not allow anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. He wanted Duan Lingtian to enter the Martial Dragon Celestial sect and participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Yes. Qiu Ling nodded and left to follow Duan Lingtian and Huan Brother Lingtian, Qiu Ling is following us, Huan said. As soon as Qiu Ling caught up to them, Huan immediately informed Duan Lingtian about it. Huan it seems like your senses have improved since you've become an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. You were able to detect Qiu Ling's presence so quickly. Duan Lingtian smiled. Although Duan Lingtian could not detect Qiu Ling's presence, he could guess that Qiu Ling was following them. After all, Qiu Ling was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and he would be able to sense their presence. If Qiu Ling knew they had left, he would definitely inform the 13th prince. At that time, the 13th prince would definitely send Qiu Ling to protect them. Duan Lingtian had already guessed this would happen. Therefore, he was not surprised when Huan said Qiu Ling was following them. Brother Lingtian, should we ask him to leave? Huan asked. Although she did not know much about the relationship between a man and a woman, she wanted to be alone with Duan Lingtian. She did not want a third person to ruin this opportunity for her. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian was unaware of Huan thoughts. He shook his head and said, if he wants to follow us, let him follow us. We'll just pretend we didn't notice him. all right. Huan nodded. As Duan Ling Tian walked on the streets of the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he overheard many gossips. Among them, there was the rumor that the seventh prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had poached the Violet Sun Golden Celestial from the Grand Prestige Mansion and recruited him. Isn't the Violet Sun Golden Celestial from the Grand Prestige Mansion a close relative of the Grand Prestige Mansion? Moreover, it seems like he was nurtured by the Grand Prestige Mansion. He has deep feelings for the Grand Prestige Mansion. Moreover, it's said that he's a grateful person. Why would he betray the Grand Prestige Mansion? It was precisely because Duan Ling Tian had heard about this before that he was slightly surprised when he heard the rumors that rang in his ears. However, as the rumors continued to spread, he finally found out what the truth was. As it turns out, the Grand Prestige Mansion intentionally handed that person over to the seventh prince. As long as he represents the seventh prince in the selection in 10 days, he'll be able to obtain a Duke-grade celestial weapon for the seventh prince. Moreover, if the seventh prince wins the selection, it'll greatly benefit his chances of becoming the seventh prince. Duan Lingtian's doubts were dispelled when he heard this. If that was the case, everything made sense. Since my cultivation base has already broken through to the great overarching golden celestial stage, I think the remaining celestial fire hidden in the defective metal piece should have left by now, right? Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of the celestial fire in his body while he was shopping with Huan. Naturally, he was referring to the gray flame in his body, the chaos divine fire, that he had mistaken for a celestial fire. As expected, the celestial fire has left the defective metal piece. Duan Lingtian looked into his body and discovered that the gray flame had indeed left the defective metal piece. Just as he had expected, the gray flame would leave the defective metal piece after he had broken through to the great overarching golden celestial stage. Now, I can control all the celestial fires in my body. The celestial fire should be a mediocre celestial fire now, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a gray flame flickered on his fingertip. Although it only flashed for a moment, Duan Lingtian was certain it was a mediocre celestial fire. His celestial fire was most likely a mediocre celestial fire. If he wanted to be 100% sure it was a mediocre celestial fire, he would have to refine mediocre celestial pills to verify it. Only a celestial fire that could refine mediocre celestial pills could be considered a mediocre celestial fire. However, now was not a good time to refine pills. For this reason, Duan Lingtian quickly regained his senses and continued to accompany Huan. Although he was eager to refine pills, he suppressed his urge to do so. After all, he was not in a hurry. Moreover, it was rare for Huan to be in such a good mood. He did not want to interrupt her. Time continued to pass, and it did not take long for Duan Lingtian to finish shopping with Huan. After finishing their dinner in a restaurant, they walked out of the restaurant and prepared to return to the 13th prince's temporary residence in the imperial palace. The moment Duan Lingtian stepped out of the restaurant's entrance, he felt goosebumps all over his body without any warning. In the next moment, he discovered that the gray flame in his body had actually become restless without him controlling it, as if it had sensed something. When Duan Lingtian instinctively tried to control the gray flame in his body, the chaos divine flame, which he regarded as a mediocre grade celestial fire, the chaos divine flame sent him a message, prompting him to look at the other end of the street. There was an old man in a black robe standing there. The old man's body was thin, and his face was emaciated. However, his eyes were filled with vigor. The black robe he wore was not an ordinary robe, because there were balls of flames embroidered on the black robe. Those flames formed the word Qian on the black robe. It was none other than the celestial master's robe that was given to mediocre celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen by the alliance of celestial masters in the Devata realms. This was enough to show that the old man was either a mediocre celestial alchemist or a mediocre celestial craftsman. Profound divine metal. It's also a second form primal chaos divine flame. You want me to devour it and make it a part of me? At that time, I'll enter the third form, and I'll be able to help you devour second form profound divine metals. Duan Lingtian's body suddenly emitted such a voice, scaring Duan Lingtian out of his wits. He could vaguely identify the source of the voice. It was none other than the gray flame in his body that he thought was a mediocre celestial fire. Chapter 2749. In fact, if I enter the third form, I might even be able to help you devour and assimilate a third form profound divine metal. Duan Lingtian's voice resonated again from the gray flame. His voice was filled with temptation. However, Duan Lingtian knew the voice was not here. He knew the voice was not trying to seduce him. After all, he did not understand what the voice was saying at all. This was the first time he had heard of the profound divine metal and the primal chaos divine flame. I'll help you. While Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, he noticed another voice resonating in his body. Moreover, this voice did not come from the wisp of gray flame in his body. Instead, it came from the defective metal piece at the side of his soul. What are they? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he discovered the gray flame and the defective metal piece were talking to each other. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he did not expect the gray flame and the defective metal piece in his body could speak. Brother Lingtian, be careful. At this moment, Huan Er's anxious voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he discovered Huan had appeared in front of him and shielded him. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw the old man in the sky. The old man in the celestial master's robe with the word Qian was charging toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. His eyes were filled with killing intent as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was certain he had never seen this old man before this. However, the old man looked as though he had killed Duan Lingtian's father and wife. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian could tell the old man was not a weak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. You want to kill brother Lingtian? I'll send you on your way first. A murderous glint flashed across Huan Er's beautiful eyes as she faced the black-robed old man. As soon as she finished speaking, a chilling aura surged out of her body. It was so cold that it seemed to freeze the air around her. Whoosh! Cold air filled the air as waves of icy aura spread out, causing the group of people on the street in front of the restaurant to feel as if winter had arrived. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the black-robed old man was enveloped by Huan Er's cold energy. At first, the black-robed old man was barely able to resist. But after a while... No! Accompanied by an unwilling scream, the black-robed old man's entire body was invaded by the cold qi, and he was frozen into an ice sculpture, completely devoid of life. Bang! A loud bang rang out as the sound of something shattering began to spread throughout the void. Huan Er raised her hand and shot out a palm strike at the frozen old man, shattering him into millions of ice shards that fell to the ground. The sound of ice shards hitting the ground could be heard clearly. As soon as Huan shattered the frozen black-robed old man, swoosh! In the sky, a gray streak of light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning as it shot towards Duan Lingtian at an extremely exaggerated speed. Brother Lingtian. As soon as she regained her senses, the streak of gray light shot into Duan Lingtian's body like a gangrene. The gray streak of light was so fast that even Huan Er only saw a flash of gray light. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. Qiu Ling, who had been following Duan Lingtian and Huan, appeared at this moment. He looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly as the gray streak of light entered Duan Lingtian's body. The gray streak of light was so fast that even Qiu Ling could not see it clearly. Not to mention he was far away earlier. Even if he followed closely behind Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to block the gray light for Duan Lingtian. Useless thing. Fortunately, I attained the second form 1,000 years ago. The chaos divine flame in this brat's body has only attained the second form less than 100 years ago. Otherwise, would have died because of you. As soon as the gray streak of light entered Duan Lingtian's body, a voice rang from inside Duan Lingtian's body. Moreover, this voice came from the gray streak of light, unlike the voices from the gray streak of light and the incomplete metal piece. Brother Lingtian, are you all right? Huan Er asked worriedly as she looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, she had seen the gray streak of light enter Duan Lingtian's body with her own eyes. Qiu Ling looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly, worried that Duan Lingtian would suddenly collapse. If something happened to Duan Lingtian, it would be difficult for him to explain himself to the 13th prince. "I'm fine. I'm fine." Upon hearing Huan Er's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He shook his head, not feeling any discomfort at all. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the voice that rang from inside his body. "If it was only me who had attained the second form less than 100 years ago, even if you lost your host body, you would indeed not be a match for you who had attained the second form for more than 1,000 years. However, do you think that I, the host, am the only chaos divine flame that has attained the second form less than 100 years ago?" The voice came from the gray streak of light in Duan Lingtian's body. "It's a celestial fire as well?" At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the gray streak of light in his body was also a gray streak of light. The gray light that had entered his body was actually a wisp of gray flame, and the aura it exuded was very similar to the original wisp of gray flame in his body, except that the aura was deeper and more powerful. "Humph. Stop trying to be mysterious." The gray streak of light that had just entered Duan Lingtian's body scoffed coldly as it spoke to the gray streak of light in Duan Lingtian's body. "You'll find out soon enough whether I'm trying to be mysterious or not." The gray streak of light in Duan Lingtian's body, the chaos divine flame, that had attained the second form less than 100 years ago, said to the gray streak of light that had attained the second form more than 1,000 years ago. "I'll devour and assimilate you now. I'll destroy your consciousness." As soon as the chaos divine flame that had attained the second form more than 1,000 years ago finished speaking, it charged toward the gray streak of light in Duan Lingtian's body at an extremely fast speed. It was as though it had transformed into a gigantic beast as it charged toward the gray streak of light. "Profound divine metal, help me." At this moment, the wisp of gray flame in Duan Lingtian's body cried out in a timely manner. "Profound divine metal?" The chaos divine flame that had attained the second form for more than 1,000 years slowed down when it heard the cry of the gray streak of light that had attained the second form less than 100 years ago. Swoosh! At this moment, under Duan Lingtian's inner vision, the defective metal piece that was hidden in his soul suddenly transformed into a ray of golden light that shot toward the chaos divine flame that had been in its second form for more than 1,000 years. Whoosh! At the same time, he discovered the gray streak of light that was originally hidden in his body suddenly surged toward the gray streak of light that had just entered his body. Damn it! How can there be a second form profound divine metal here? The primal chaos divine flame, which had been in its second form for over 1,000 years, was slowly becoming more confident. However, when it spoke again, there was a hint of fear in its voice. Among the 5 divine elements, the chaos divine flame was the bane of the profound divine metal due to the fact that fire countered metal. Under normal circumstances, it would be easy for the chaos divine flame that had attained the second form for more than 1,000 years to defeat the profound divine metal that had attained the second form less than 100 years ago. However, there was a problem. Currently, there was another chaos divine flame that had attained the second form eyeing the chaos divine flame covetously. Even if the chaos divine flame had attained the second form for more than 10,000 years, it was still no match for the chaos divine flame. Unless it was a third form chaos divine flame. Profound divine metal, if you help me devour and assimilate it, I'll definitely help you attain the third form in the future. The wisp of chaos divine flame, which had been in its second form for more than 1,000 years, hurriedly sent an invitation to the profound divine metal. It wanted the profound divine metal to help it destroy the wisp of chaos divine flame that had been in its second form for less than 100 years. However, the profound divine metal did not reply to the chaos divine flame. No. The chaos divine flame that had attained the second form for more than 1,000 years was powerless against the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame. It did not last long before it was devoured and assimilated by the profound divine metal. This caused the gray flame in Duan Lingtian's body to grow even stronger. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when a wave of heat spread throughout his body due to the sudden increase in the gray flame. It was as though there was a wave of scorching energy pulling his body with all its might and was about to burst his body. Circulate your cultivation technique. The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. After a moment of shock, Duan Lingtian hurriedly activated the Earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique, that the 13th prince had given to him. He circulated his celestial origin energy through his 99 heavenly veins. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had been observing his body, saw that the chaos divine metal had shattered. The mysterious light around the broken piece of metal shone brightly, and a golden current flowed out of it. It merged with his celestial core power and circulated along his 99 heavenly veins. Relax your body. I'll help you temper your body until it's comparable to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial so you can withstand the third form of the chaos divine flame. Fortunately, you have 99 heavenly veins and 99 saint veins that have been tempered in the celestial ascension pool. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to withstand my tempering. Chapter 2750. Huan, protect me with Qiu Ling, don't let anyone disturb me. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's solemn voice, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a voice transmission to Huan, and Qiu Ling to protect him. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's anxious voice, both Huan and Qiu Ling did not dare to be negligent. With just a wave of her hand, a gust of cold wind blew at Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, 4 walls made of ice appeared around Duan Lingtian, shielding him from the outside world. Although the ice wall was extremely cold, under Huan's control, it did not allow any of it to get close to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was able to focus on what he was doing inside the ice wall without being affected by the cold. Why you killed the old prince of Golden Light Mansion. At this moment, the middle-aged servant who was standing next to the black-robed old man finally regained his senses. He looked at Huan, in disbelief as he spoke in a trembling voice. The old prince of Golden Light Mansion? As the middle-aged servant spoke, the surrounding passers-by who were originally deathly silent also came back to their senses one after another, revealing shocked expressions on their faces. That black-clad old man is the old prince of Golden Light Mansion? I heard the old prince of Golden Light Mansion is not only a yellow-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but he's also an outstanding mediocre celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman. I've also heard about the old prince of Golden Light Mansion. It's said that his mediocre celestial fire is very unique. It's both tough and soft. It can be used to refine pills and forge weapons. It's a rare celestial fire. The old prince of Golden Light Mansion has quite a temper. If he finds out his father was killed on the street, I'm afraid he won't let this matter rest. This white-clad woman must have an extraordinary background. After all, she's very strong. Since she could kill the old prince of Golden Light Mansion so easily, it means she's much stronger than the old prince of Golden Light Mansion. When the passers-by found out that the black-clothed old man who had just been killed was actually the old prince of Golden Light Mansion, they could not help but discuss spiritedly. Most of them felt that given the temper of the old prince of Golden Light Mansion, today's matter would not be settled peacefully. The old prince of Golden Light Mansion? After learning the identity of the black-robed old man, Qiu Ling couldn't help but frown. As far as he knew, the Golden Light Mansion seemed to be very close to the 4th prince, one of the 13th prince's sworn enemies. Anyone who wants to kill brother Ling Tian deserves to die. Upon hearing the middle-aged servant's words, Huan glanced at him coldly through the veil that covered half of her eyes. Now, you better pray that my brother Ling Tian is fine. If anything happens to my brother Ling Tian, I'll annihilate the entire Golden Light Mansion. Annihilate the entire Golden Light Mansion. As soon as the words left her mouth, the surroundings fell silent again. Huan's cold voice entered the ears of the people in the surroundings, causing them to feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. This young miss, Qiu Ling smiled bitterly when he heard Huan's words. However, he knew this young miss was someone who would do what she said. He was able to discern how much she cared about Duan Ling Tian. It was a care that completely surpassed everything else, including her own life. No matter who it is, if I can have such a confidant in my life, I'll have no regrets even if I die. Qiu Ling sighed inwardly. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the situation outside. Currently, his face was distorted, and the flesh and bones all over his body were trembling non-stop. He only felt as if his entire body was being bitten by millions of ants. That kind of extreme pain, to the point where he wished he was dead, caused him to be on the verge of collapse several times. Fortunately, he gritted his teeth and endured it step by step. During this process, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the changes in his bones and flesh. The changes were similar to the changes he had experienced when he had just become a great overarching golden celestial. However, there were more changes. He could feel his flesh and bones had become much stronger. It was not something an ordinary great overarching golden celestial could compare to. Time continued to pass by. The profound divine metal continued to temper Duan Lingtian's body as though it was tireless. Duan Lingtian, who had just become a great overarching golden celestial, had a body as strong as an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A great overarching golden celestial was much stronger than a golden celestial due to the qualitative change in his celestial origin energy and the strength of his body. This was also the reason why an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was much stronger than a great overarching golden celestial. Father. Accompanied by a mournful and vigorous cry of grief, a curly-bearded man wearing a crimson coat rushed over in a hurry. The curly-bearded man was tall and burly like an iron tower. His brows and eyes were as sharp as a tiger's. Coupled with the majestic aura he exuded, he looked majestic and awe-inspiring. However, at this moment, this majestic curly-bearded man's eyes were burning with fury as he looked at the shattered corpses that were mixed with ice shards all over the ground. His curly-bearded face also began to twitch violently. He was extremely furious. Who did this? The curly-bearded man was none other than the master of the Golden Light Mansion, the Golden Light King, Golden Tiger. As soon as he spoke, Golden Tiger had already arrived in front of the middle-aged servant who was standing next to the old prince of the Golden Light Mansion. He grabbed the servant's collar and lifted him up. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It was as easy as an eagle catching a chick. Your Highness. It's her. It's her. The middle-aged servant was so frightened that his face turned pale. He pointed at Huan, who was standing in front of the ice wall, and spoke in a trembling voice. Why did you kill my father? Jianghu asked coldly as he tossed the middle-aged servant to the side. His expression was dark as he looked at Huan. His strength was not much stronger than his father's. Since Huan could kill his father, it was only natural that she could kill him as well. For this reason, he did not make a move immediately. He knew he was no match for Huan. However, Huan ignored the Golden Tiger's question. This caused the Golden Tiger's expression to darken even more. Golden Light King. At this moment, Qiu Ling looked at Golden Tiger and said indifferently, everyone here can testify that your father was the one who made the first move. We were only trying to protect ourselves. Miss Huan killed your father. Your father only has himself to blame. Who are you? In fact, before the Golden Tiger had come here, he had already learned the whole story through the celestial message talisman that the middle-aged servant had sent him. However, how could he, the Golden Light King, the master of Golden Light Mansion, let his father be killed so easily? My name is Qiu Ling, and I'm on the 13th prince's side. Qiu Ling continued to speak indifferently. The 13th prince. Qiu Ling's words caused an uproar in the surroundings. So they're on the 13th prince's side. Many people exclaimed in surprise. It seems like the old prince of Golden Light Mansion has kicked an iron plate this time. He failed to kill the 13th prince's men and was killed instead. He only has himself to blame. I'm afraid the Golden Light King will have to swallow this bitter pill. I wonder why the old prince of Golden Light Mansion would kill the 13th prince's men. Is there a grudge between them? Even if there's a grudge between them, the 13th prince's men shouldn't have acted so rashly, right? The onlookers discussed among themselves, puzzled by the black-clad old man's actions. They did not know why he had acted so rashly. The 13th prince? As expected, Golden Tiger's expression darkened when he heard Qiu Ling's words. His eyes flashed as he took out a communication celestial talisman. No one knew who he was sending a message to. The Golden Light King is still looking for someone at this time? Who can he look for? He's on the 13th Prince's side after all. In the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, apart from the Emperor and the senior members of the Imperial family, the only people who would dare to go against the 13th Prince are the 4th Prince, the 7th Prince, and the 4th Miss of the Zhou clan. I wonder who he's looking for. I heard the Golden Light King is close to the 4th Prince. In my opinion, he's trying to get the 4th Prince to come here. He's trying to get the 4th Prince to come here? It seems like there's going to be a good show today. It was not difficult to guess the Golden Light King was trying to contact the 4th Prince of the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The 4th Prince? Qiu Ling raised an eyebrow. However, he was not flustered at all. He did not even try to contact the 13th Prince. Why aren't they using communication celestial talismans? Aren't they going to contact the 13th Prince? Many people were puzzled when they realized Qiu Ling and Huan had no intention of using communication celestial talismans. Did they think the three of them were strong enough to go against the 4th Prince? Your Highness, the 4th Prince. Soon after, Long Xiangyun, the 4th Prince of the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, arrived. He only brought an old man with him. The Golden Tiger King, the Golden Light King, immediately went up to greet him respectfully. Golden Light King, you said the old king was killed by my 13th brother's men? Long Xiangyun's expression was unsightly when he arrived. Although the Golden Light Mansion's strength was limited, it was still useful to him in his quest for the throne. For this reason, he had always maintained a good relationship with the Golden Light Mansion. Almost everyone in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom knew about his relationship with the Golden Light Mansion. When Long Xiangyun heard the old king was killed by the 13th Prince's men, he felt a burning sensation on his face. It was as though he had been slapped in the face. A man lives by his face, and a tree lives by its bark. As the 4th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, his reputation was more important than anything else. Chapter 2751. Yes. The Golden Light King, Golden Tiger, nodded immediately when he heard Long Xiangyun's question. Then, he glared at Huan and said, "That's her." Long Xiangyun furiously followed Golden Tiger's gaze when he heard Golden Tiger's words. However, as soon as he saw Huan his expression changed drastically. It's her. Whether it was Long Xiangyun or the old man behind him, their expressions changed as soon as they saw Huan's face. Although they could not see Huan's face due to her veil and hat, they had not seen her clearly. In fact, they had never seen Huan before. However, they had heard of Huan's disguise more than once. Therefore, they were able to confirm her identity as soon as they saw her. His Highness, the 4th Prince? Golden Tiger, naturally, noticed the change in Long Xiangyun and the old man's expressions when they saw Huan. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. In the next moment, Long Xiangyun's actions confirmed the ominous premonition in Golden Tiger's heart. Greetings, Miss Huan. Long Xiangyun cupped his hands together and greeted Huan politely. Then, he signaled Golden Tiger with his eyes before he left with the old man behind him. They left as quickly as they came. Take care of my father's body. If there's anything missing, I'll hold you responsible. Jianghu coldly glanced at the middle-aged servant beside the Jin Wangfu's old master. After he finished speaking, he left with Long Xiangyun. The middle-aged servant hurriedly cleaned up the ice on the ground. Gasp. 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 A few moments later, the onlookers finally regained their senses. Many of them gasped in shock as they looked at Huan in a completely different light. Who's she? Even His Highness the 4th Prince seems to be wary of her. He even took the initiative to bow to her. Even if the 13th Prince is here, the 4th Prince won't show him any respect. Who's that white-clad woman? Why would she be with the 13th Prince's men? Everyone was curious as to why she was with the 13th Prince's men. They were curious as to why she was with the 13th Prince. Now, no one thought that she was a subordinate of the 13th prince. What a joke! How could someone who could make the 4th prince treat him so respectfully be a subordinate of the 13th prince? She ignored the curious gazes of the people around her. The gaze that shot out from her pair of perfect autumn eyes penetrated the ice wall and landed on Duanling Tian, who was inside the ice wall. She could see that Duanling Tian's face was distorted, she could see that Duanling Tian's body was violently trembling, and she could see that Duanling Tian's tightly clenched teeth were clenched and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Why do I feel pain here? Why do I feel this way? A worried expression appeared on Huan Er's face when she saw Duanling Tian's condition. She placed one of her hands on her chest, where her heart was. She did not know why, but she felt a pang in her heart. She felt as though something was pressing against her heart. She had never felt this way in the past. This was the first time in her life. Although she was worried about Duanling Tian and wished she could suffer for Duanling Tian's sake, she knew Duanling Tian was not in her right mind. She knew her brother Ling Tian could not be disturbed at this moment. For this reason, she could only watch in silence. Meanwhile, Qiu Ling stood like an iron tower. His expression was cold as he looked at his surroundings. He looked like a guardian angel as he guarded Duanling Tian, who was surrounded by 4 ice walls. It was as though he would kill anyone who dared to come close to Duanling Tian. I remember now. A middle-aged man who had been deep in thoughts suddenly exclaimed. He looked at Huan Er and said, She's the woman who killed the Zhou clan's elder, who was with the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shudong, on the streets of the capital a year ago. The 3rd miss of the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan's elder. As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, more and more people recalled the incident that had caused a commotion in the capital a year ago. A year ago, Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, had asked a handsome man to be her toy on the streets. However, she was rejected. In the end, not only was Zhou Shudong injured by the handsome man, but the Zhou clan's elder who was with her was also killed by a woman who was with the handsome man. Behind them, everyone felt that the man and woman were most likely going to be in big trouble. However, a few months ago, Zhou Shuqiu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, returned to the capital and took the initiative to ask her younger sister, Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, to apologize to the handsome man on the streets. From then on, the people in the capital could vaguely guess what was going on. That handsome man and the woman beside him should have some kind of extraordinary background. They were not simple at all. Otherwise, with Zhou Shuqiu's powerful background, how could she possibly be so courteous to them? No wonder I thought the purple-clad young man looked familiar. Isn't he the handsome man whom the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shudong, fell in love with? An old man exclaimed. No wonder the 4th prince was so polite to the white-clad woman. It seems like he recognized her. Moreover, it's obvious that she has a powerful background. Otherwise, the 4th prince wouldn't have taken the initiative to greet her. I've long heard that the two of them are friends with the 13th prince and that they usually stay in the 13th prince's residence. It seems like the rumors are true. Of course, it's true. Otherwise, why would the 13th prince's subordinates follow them? Many of the people present on the scene could not help but sigh when they found out Duanling Tian and Huan were the 2 people who had made a name for themselves in the capital a year ago. At the same time, they speculated that Duanling Tian and Huan had an extraordinary background. After all, even the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shuqiu, was polite to them. Meanwhile, a powerful sect outside the wasteland? A great overarching golden celestial who's less than 100 years old? Moreover, the woman next to him is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 100 years old? Along the way, the Golden Light King, the Golden Tiger, learned from Long Xiangyun that Duanling Tian and Huan came from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. Moreover, the sect they came from was most likely stronger than the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. After all, even Zhou Shuqiu, who had the strongest background in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, had to be polite to them. Now, you should know why I was so polite to that woman, right? Long Xiangyun said in a deep voice, Golden King, although that woman killed the old king, I still have to give you a piece of advice. It's best for you to forget about your father's death. After all, it'll be difficult for you to seek revenge. Once you choose to take revenge, if you don't do it cleanly, not only you, but even the entire Golden Light Mansion will be destroyed. Long Xiangyun's tone grew heavier and heavier as he spoke. Thank you for your advice, fourth prince. Although the Golden Tiger appeared to be a yes man, he had already made up his mind. Even if I have to use up half of the Golden Light Mansion's wealth, I'll hire a celestial duke to kill that woman and the purple-clad young man. I don't care why my father wants to kill the purple-clad young man, but since he wants to kill the purple-clad young man, I'll fulfill his last wish. In the wasteland, there was a type of assassin known as the black market assassin. The black market assassin was a mysterious person. No one knew who they were. All they knew was that they were very strong and could kill most people in the wasteland. Among the black market assassins, the strongest were celestial dukes. It was said that many of the celestial dukes among the black market assassins were high-ranking officials in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. The black market assassins wanted to complete missions in the black market in exchange for generous rewards. It was very likely that the sect leaders of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland were black market assassins. Of course, even if they really did become assassins of the black market, they would definitely not easily expose or publicize it, because that was a very taboo matter. They would not even tell their closest friends that they were black market assassins. Black market assassins were public enemies in the wasteland. However, they were still active in the wasteland. As long as one was willing to pay the price, they would help one kill regardless of one's background. For black market assassins, even if they killed someone with an extraordinary background, they did not have to worry about the person's background. After all, they would not reveal their identities even if they were to kill someone. Half of the Golden Light Mansion's wealth is enough to hire a celestial duke to kill an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That woman should be an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial at most. The Golden Tiger thought to himself. However, I'll have to verify whether she's an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. With this thought in mind, the Golden Tiger took the initiative to bid farewell to Long Xiangyun before he left. After leaving, the Golden Tiger returned to the Golden Light Mansion's residence and instructed his capable subordinate to take charge of the selection held by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Then, he left the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and made his way to the center of the wasteland. The black market was located in the three cities in the center of the wasteland. The three cities were each controlled by one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. If he wanted to issue a mission to kill an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he would have to personally go to one of the three cities and enter the black market. Chapter 2752. My current body. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's body had also stopped being tempered by the profound divine metal after it withdrew its attack. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. He could clearly feel the pain in his body gradually disappearing. After the pain subsided, Duan Ling Tian could feel the explosive strength in his body and the tenacity of his bones. It was not something the great overarching body could compare to when he had just undergone a transformation. So this is the overarching heavenly body of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? As a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial who had just become a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial, his body had transformed into an overarching heavenly body on the same day. Even in the history of the spirit overarching heaven, there might not be such a case. Even if there had been such a case, it would only be a handful. When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, he was momentarily dazzled by the bright light. However, he quickly adjusted to it. Senior, when Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he recalled the voice that came from the defective piece of metal known as the profound divine metal. It was the owner of the voice who had helped him temper his body. He had said that only by transforming his body into an overarching heavenly body would he be able to withstand the third form of the chaos divine flame. However, no matter how hard Duan Ling Tian tried to call out to him, there was no response from the profound divine metal. Duan Ling Tian looked into his body and discovered that the profound divine metal had returned to his body. Unbeknownst to him, the incomplete piece of metal had returned to the side of his soul, protecting it like a guardian deity. Senior. Following that, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the gray flame. He remembered the gray flame called itself the Chaos Divine Flame. It was also the Chaos Divine Flame that he had obtained from the black-clad old man. However, the current gray flame was on a completely different level compared to before. Duan Lingtian felt as though the gray flame was on a completely different level. However, no matter how hard Duan Lingtian tried to call out to the gray flame, there was no response. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes once more and tried his best to recall everything that had happened. From the moment he walked out of the restaurant, he recalled everything bit by bit, afraid that he would miss a single detail. At that time, a voice suddenly came from the gray flame in my body. The owner of that voice asked the owner of the voice that came from the incomplete metal piece to help him devour the gray flame in the black-robed old man's body. It was a primal chaos divine flame in its second form. Then, the black-clad old man tried to kill me. After the black-clad old man was killed, the second form chaos divine flame in his body entered my body. Based on his words, it seemed like he was confident that he could devour the second form chaos divine flame in my body. This was the entire sequence of events that Duan Lingtian knew. This is the third form of the chaos divine flame? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the gray flame in his body, which had changed a lot. He was sure that this gray flame was much stronger than before. Even with his current all-heaven body, he could barely withstand it. No wonder the profound divine metal said it would help me temper my body. Just the third form of the chaos divine flame is enough to destroy my previous body. Duan Lingtian's previous body was only a Daoist body. So the gray flame in my body is called the primal chaos divine flame. The reason why more than half of it was hidden in the incomplete metal piece was because my body was unable to withstand all of the primal chaos divine flame. To be more precise, it is unable to withstand all of the second form chaos divine flames. The incomplete metal piece is the so-called profound divine gold. It's obvious that I'll only be able to withstand the second form chaos divine flame after my cultivation base has broken through to the great overarching golden celestial stage and my body has attained the Daoist body. I'll need a stronger body to withstand the third form chaos divine flame. At the very least, I'll need to possess the all-heaven body. That's why the profound divine metal helped me temper my body so that my body would attain the all-heaven body earlier. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood many things. However, what he wanted to do the most was to communicate with the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame in his body. He wanted to ask them what they were. However, the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame seemed to be asleep. No matter how hard Duan Lingtian tried to call them, they did not respond. In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to give up. No matter what, from the looks of it, all of this is a good thing for me, not a bad thing. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, that was just what he thought, but as long as he thought about the existence of two sentient beings in his body, he always felt a little uncomfortable. This was mainly due to the fact that he was not familiar with them and did not know what they were. Huan, withdraw your celestial origin energy. Duan Lingtian said to Huan, who was standing outside the ice wall after he opened his eyes and looked at the ice wall around him. Upon hearing this, Huan immediately removed the ice walls. She flew up to Duan Lingtian and sized him up before she asked with concern, "Brother Lingtian, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile. At the same time, he noticed the gazes around him. He could not help but frown slightly. After a while, he relaxed and said to Huan, Huan, let's go back first." "All right." Huan sighed in relief when she saw that Duan Lingtian was fine. She naturally held Duan Lingtian's arm and followed Duan Lingtian out of the restaurant. Duan Lingtian was preparing to return to the 13th prince's residence. At this moment, Qiu Ling no longer hid in the dark. Instead, he openly followed Duan Lingtian and Huan, Young Master Duan, Miss Huan, was very worried about you earlier. Qiu Ling told Duan Lingtian about what had happened while he was tempering his body through voice transmission. He emphasized the words Huan had said to the old Prince of Golden Light Mansion's servant. "You'd better pray that my brother Ling Tian is fine. If anything happens to my brother Ling Tian, I'll annihilate the entire Golden Light Mansion." After listening to Qiu Ling's words, Duan Ling Tian looked at Huan, who was standing next to him. A faint smile appeared on his face as a doting expression appeared on his face. This little girl, Duan Ling Tian, did not expect so many things would happen after Huan killed the black-clad old man. He did not expect the black-clad old man to be the old Prince of Golden Light Mansion in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He was also the father of the current King of Golden Light Mansion. Moreover, the black-clad old man was also a mediocre celestial alchemist and a mediocre celestial weapon craftsman. The old Prince of Golden Light Mansion is a mediocre celestial alchemist and a mediocre celestial weapon craftsman? Duan Ling Tian asked Qiu Ling again. He thought he had misheard Qiu Ling. Yes. Qiu Ling nodded. Rumor has it that the old Prince of Golden Light Mansion has a celestial fire. His celestial fire is a gray mediocre celestial fire that combines strength and gentleness. It's different from ordinary celestial fires that are either gentle or fierce. For this reason, his mediocre celestial fire can be used to refine pills and forge weapons. Qiu Ling explained in one breath. Combine strength and gentleness? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Qiu Ling's words. He was inexplicably excited. Yes. Even the second form Chaos Divine Flame I've mastered is also a combination of strength and gentleness. Why didn't I think of this? Perhaps it can be used to forge weapons as well? If that's the case, the Chaos Divine Flame can be used to refine pills and forge weapons as well. If the second form Chaos Divine Flame is comparable to a mediocre celestial fire, does this mean the third form Chaos Divine Flame in my body is comparable to a prominent celestial fire? Duan Ling Tian came to a halt when he thought about this. As soon as he stopped, Huan and Qiu Ling stopped as well. Huan, let's go buy some medicinal ingredients. I want to refine pills. After saying this, Duan Ling Tian led Huan to another place instead of the Imperial Palace. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had accompanied Huan to most of the capital, so he was familiar with the current situation in the capital. He also knew where he could buy the medicinal materials he needed in order to refine pills. When Qiu Ling saw Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian taking a detour, he followed suit. His current mission was to ensure Duan Ling Tian's safety so that Duan Ling Tian would be able to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest that was going to be held by the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family in 10 days. The Wasteland Grand Contest was extremely important to the 13th Prince. The Weaving Overarching Pill? Although Qiu Ling knew Duan Ling Tian was a celestial alchemist, he had heard from Duan Ling Tian that Duan Ling Tian was not a prominent celestial alchemist. However, Duan Ling Tian actually wanted to buy the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the prominent celestial pill, the Weaving Overarching Pill. How could Qiu Ling not be shocked? Could it be that young Master Duan was just being modest? Could it be that he's actually a prominent celestial alchemist? Qiu Ling wondered to himself. Apart from that, he could not figure out how Duan Ling Tian managed to become a prominent celestial alchemist in such a short time under his watch. Chapter 2753. The Weaving Overarching Pill was a prominent celestial pill. It was commonly used by overarching heavenly supreme celestials to aid in their cultivation. It was similar to the primitive celestial pills, the Spirit Accumulating Pill, and the Hidden Spirit Pill that were commonly consumed by heavenly celestials and golden celestials. However, Duan Ling Tian was a great overarching golden celestial, and yet, he consumed mediocre celestial pills when he cultivated. This was because the effect of a primitive celestial pill on his cultivation was negligible. The medicinal efficacy of a prominent celestial pill was too strong for him to bear. For example, he could not bear the medicinal efficacy of the Weaving Overarching Pill. The reason he bought the medicinal ingredients for the Weaving Overarching Pill was because he wanted to try refining a prominent celestial pill. He wanted to confirm if the third form Chaos Divine Flame in his body had reached the level of a prominent celestial fire. Isn't the formula for the Weaving Overarching Pill very common? You don't have it in your shop. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he found out the pharmacy did not sell the formula for the weaving overarching pill. How was he supposed to refine the pill without the corresponding formula? Young Master Duan, Qiu Ling said. At this moment, Qiu Ling said, if you need the pill formula for the weaving overarching pill, the 13th prince can get it for you. Although there aren't many pill formulas for prominent celestial pills in the Imperial Palace's storehouse, there are still some for the weaving overarching pill. Qiu Ling was puzzled when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Was young Master Duan really a prominent celestial alchemist? As a celestial alchemist, he did not even know how to refine the most common prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Qiu Ling's words. Then, he said to the pharmacy staff, since you don't have the pill formula for the weaving overarching pill, please prepare the medicinal materials for me. Yes, sir. Although the person in charge of the pharmacy did not know the identity of the person standing in front of him, when Qiu Ling mentioned the 13th prince, he could tell the person standing in front of him had an unusual relationship with the 13th prince. Therefore, he did not dare to be negligent. Although the 13th prince was unlikely to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he was still a prince. However, no matter what, he was still a prince. Moreover, he was a prince who was on par with the 4th prince and the 7th prince. He had a great deterrent force. Therefore, the people in the pharmacy did not dare to disrespect the 13th prince. With the herbs in hand, Duan Lingtian led Huan back to the palace. Huan, I heard from the 13th prince that the weaving sifting pill's effect will be offset by the pill your mother gave you? On the way back, Duan Lingtian asked Huan, Previously, although he knew about this matter, he did not pay much attention to it. Now that he had become a prominent celestial alchemist, he could not help but be concerned about this. After all, he hoped he would be able to refine pills that were useful to Huan, after he became a prominent celestial alchemist. Yes. Although the weaving overarching pill's efficacy is not bad, it's not as potent as the pill mother gave me. The 13th prince said he'll find me an overarching heaven pill if he has the chance. The weaving sifting pill was useless to Huan, However, the overarching heaven pill was not necessarily useless. After all, the overarching heaven pill was the best pill for overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It could help them improve their cultivation base quickly. Similarly, the great overarching pill had little effect on heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials. The overarching heaven pill had little effect on heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It was only effective for overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were below the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial level. For this reason, the 13th prince had offered to find an overarching heaven pill for her when he found out the weaving sifting pill was useless to her. Overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Huan's words. He thought to himself, I have the pill formula for the overarching heaven pill in my mind. Once I confirm that the third form chaos divine flame in my body is comparable to a prominent celestial fire, I'll try to refine the overarching heaven pill. With the 13th prince's ability, he might not be able to find many ingredients to refine the overarching heaven pill, but it shouldn't be difficult for him to find some. After all, up until now, there's not a single prominent celestial alchemist in the wasteland who's capable of refining the overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, once I'm able to refine the overarching heaven pill, even the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland will have to treat me with respect. At that time, I won't even need to improve my cultivation base. I'll be able to get the martial dragon celestial sect to do me a favor and allow the 13th prince to ascend to the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more excited he became. However, he quickly calmed down as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. It's still too early for me to celebrate. Just like how not every mediocre celestial alchemist can refine the great overarching pill, not every prominent celestial alchemist can refine the overarching heaven pill. The formula for the great overarching pill isn't rare. Any mediocre celestial alchemist can obtain it as long as they're interested. However, there are very few mediocre celestial alchemists who can refine the great overarching pill. Duan Lingtian's excitement faded when he thought about this. Me too. Why am I thinking so much? I'm not even sure if the third form chaos divine flame in my body is comparable to a prominent celestial fire, and yet, I'm still thinking about refining the overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he thought about this. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huan returned to the 13th prince's residence in the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Brother Duan, you want the formula for the weaving overarching pill? Long Fei Yun was taken aback when he learned Duan Lingtian wanted the weaving overarching pill's formula. He could not help but ask for confirmation. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Do you want it for yourself, or do you know a prominent celestial alchemist and want to give it to him? Long Fei Yun asked again. I want it for myself. I want to see if I can refine it. Duan Lingtian replied. But the weaving overarching pill is a prominent celestial pill. If you're not a prominent celestial alchemist, I'm afraid you won't be able to refine it. Long Fei Yun smiled wryly. I remember asking you before. You said you're not a prominent celestial alchemist. I'm just not sure if I'm a prominent celestial alchemist or not. Duan Lingtian explained, previously, I found a celestial fire that's suspected to be a prominent celestial fire. However, I didn't try to refine prominent celestial pills because my alchemy skills weren't high enough. Recently, I've made a breakthrough in my alchemy skills. Therefore, I want to try it out and see if the celestial fire is a prominent celestial fire. Duan Lingtian replied. Is that even possible? Long Fei Yun was speechless. He did not expect this to be the case. However, his eyes lit up soon after. If Duan Lingtian confirmed that the celestial fire he obtained was a prominent celestial fire, it meant that he was a true prominent celestial alchemist. At that time, even if Duan Lingtian did not participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest, it would still be easy for him to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. After all, prominent celestial alchemists were extremely rare even in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. If Brother Duan is a prominent celestial alchemist, I won't have to wait for him to mature. As soon as he joins the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, I'll be able to ask the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect for a favor and help me ascend to the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, it'll only take him a few words to decide who will become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After all, the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect has 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms like the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. With this thought in mind, Long Fei Yun bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he hastily left the residence to retrieve the prominent celestial pill formula for Duan Lingtian. After waiting for half an hour, Long Fei Yun returned with the memory celestial talisman that contained the prominent celestial pill formula. Long Fei Yun passed it to Duan Lingtian with an expectant expression on his face. Brother Duan, quickly memorize this formula and give it a try. Who knows, maybe the celestial fire you obtained is really a prominent celestial fire. At this moment, Long Fei Yun was even more eager than Duan Lingtian to find out if the third form chaos divine flame in Duan Lingtian's body was comparable to a prominent celestial fire. Alright. After Duan Lingtian used the memory celestial talisman, he brought Huan back to the courtyard of his room. Long Fei Yun, on the other hand, followed them shamelessly. Duan Lingtian did not say anything about this. He only asked Huan to return to the room that was further away from the front courtyard to cultivate so that Qiu Ling, who was always following Long Fei Yun, would not expose the divine crystal to him. After that, he entered the room at the side of the front courtyard. Long Fei Yun's attention was on Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he did not pay attention to Huan. Similarly, Qiu Ling's attention was also on Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he did not pay attention to Huan's cultivation. I hope the third form chaos divine flame is a prominent celestial fire. If that's the case, not only will I become a prominent celestial alchemist, but I'll also become a prominent celestial weapons craftsman. After all, the chaos divine flame's characteristics are different from ordinary celestial fires. It's both tough and soft. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room and closed the door, Duan Lingtian went to his bed and took out his cauldron. Duan Lingtian took out the cauldron and prepared to use the celestial flame cauldron according to the normal procedure. Bang! Along with a loud bang, Duan Lingtian's cauldron exploded the moment it came into contact with the gray flame that Duan Lingtian controlled. It turned into dust that filled the air and disappeared without a trace. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he regained his senses. Chapter 2754. Duan Lingtian was not certain if the third form chaos divine flame in his body was a prominent celestial fire or not. However, he was very sure that it was the truth. He was certain the third form chaos divine flame in his body was a mediocre grade celestial fire. Why didn't I think of this before? If I had thought of this, I would have asked the 13th prince to prepare a cauldron for me and see if my chaos divine flame can destroy it. Then, I'll be able to confirm if it's a prominent celestial fire or not. Duan Lingtian only thought of this when he saw the cauldron had been destroyed by the chaos divine flame. Brother Duan, why did you come out so quickly? In the front courtyard, Long Fei Yun and Xiao Ling were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian coming out again. Long Fei Yun asked when he regained his senses. What's going on? The cauldron in my hand is only a primitive celestial weapon cauldron. The celestial fire destroyed it. Duan Lingtian said awkwardly. A primitive celestial weapon cauldron? Long Fei Yun was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, Brother Duan, you were only a primitive celestial alchemist before this? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since he had not refined pills with the help of the second form chaos divine flame, it was not an exaggeration to say he was only a primitive celestial alchemist. Brother Duan, you're really lucky. As a primitive celestial alchemist, you managed to obtain a celestial fire that's suspected to be a prominent celestial fire. After Long Fei Yun bade farewell to Duan Lingtian, he left his residence. I'll look for a mediocre grade celestial weapon cauldron and a prominent celestial weapon cauldron for you. This was what Long Fei Yun said to Duan Lingtian before he left. A pill cauldron was also a medicinal cauldron. However, when Duan Lingtian was in the mundane plane, the people of the mundane plane all called him a medicinal cauldron. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was used to calling him that. In the Devata realms, most people referred to cauldrons as pill cauldrons. Pill cauldrons were also immortal artifacts. For example, the pill cauldrons used by primitive celestial alchemists were mostly primitive celestial artifacts. Naturally, primitive celestial alchemists could also use cauldrons that were mediocre celestial artifacts to refine pills. On the other hand, high-grade celestial alchemists couldn't use low-grade cauldrons to refine pills since the cauldrons couldn't withstand their celestial fire. Just like how Duan Lingtian had destroyed a low-grade immortal pill cauldron. A mediocre celestial pill cauldron is easy. Even the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom only has 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons. After leaving his palace, Long Fei Yun's face darkened. There were many mediocre celestial pill cauldrons in the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. It would be easy for him to obtain one. However, there were only 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons. There was no prominent celestial alchemist in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, so the 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons were dusty. Nevertheless, the 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons were well kept. I'll have to obtain my father's permission to obtain a prominent celestial pill cauldron. I wonder if he'll be willing to give me one of the prominent celestial pill cauldrons? Long Fei Yun's mood soured when he thought about this. Based on his father's prejudice against him, he did not think his father would be willing to give him one of the prominent celestial pill cauldrons. After all, it was one of the 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For the sake of Brother Duan and myself, I'll give it a try. If he's unwilling, I'll think of another way. In the end, Long Fei Yun gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. It was just as Long Fei Yun had expected. He had taken a mediocre celestial pill cauldron from the celestial weapon vault of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The powerhouse in charge of the celestial weapon vault did not say anything. However, when he said that he wanted a prominent celestial artifact cauldron, he was directly rejected. Your Highness, the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom only has 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons. His Majesty has ordered that anyone who wants to obtain one of the prominent celestial pill cauldrons must obtain his permission first. The powerhouse in charge of the celestial weapon vault of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom said bluntly, therefore, if you want a prominent celestial pill cauldron, you'll have to obtain His Majesty's permission first. Long Fei Yun, who had expected this, was not surprised at all. After he put the mediocre celestial pill cauldron away, he went to look for his father, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Your Highness, the 13th Prince, His Majesty is currently in seclusion. It's not convenient for him to see anyone. Long Fei Yun, the 13th Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, was barred from entering his father's residence by his father's personal guard, a powerful heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. This heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Based on this, one could easily imagine how powerful he was. He doesn't even want to see me? Long Fei Yun's expression darkened. Your Highness, there's no need to think too much. His Majesty is indeed in seclusion. Just tell me what you need. I'll pass on your message to His Majesty. I'll also pass on His Majesty's reply to you, Your Highness. The personal guard of the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a middle-aged man with a medium build. He had an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes were bright and full of expression. If one were to look at them for too long, one would feel as if one's soul would be shaken. All right. Long Fei Yun took a deep breath. After suppressing the unhappiness in his heart, he explained the purpose of his visit. A prominent celestial pill cauldron? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow in surprise. However, he did not say anything. He turned around and entered the residence of the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After a few dozen breaths, the middle-aged man came out. What did father say? Long Fei Yun asked as he looked at the middle-aged man with a burning gaze. He only wanted to know if he would be able to obtain the prominent celestial pill cauldron. He did not want to disappoint Duanling Tian if he could not obtain it. His Majesty said the imperial family only has 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons, so he can't give them to you. The middle-aged man did not beat around the bush. Upon hearing this, Long Fei Yun's expression changed. In the end, he smiled bitterly. It's just as I thought. Father, you still treat me as an outsider. If I didn't come today and it was 4th brother or 7th brother, I'm afraid you would have agreed immediately, right? Long Fei Yun glanced at the residence in front of him before he turned around and left. When he left, Long Fei Yun's back was as lonely as it could be. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man shook his head. A hint of pity could be seen in his eyes. However, it did not last long before it was replaced by indifference. Brother Duan, I'm sorry. I only brought you a mediocre celestial pill cauldron. As for the prominent celestial pill cauldron. After returning to his residence, Long Fei Yun returned the mediocre celestial pill cauldron to Duanling Tian. At the same time, he smiled apologetically at Duanling Tian and explained why he did not obtain the prominent celestial pill cauldron. Duanling Tian could not help but frown when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. It was not because Long Fei Yun did not bring back the prominent celestial pill cauldron, but because of how the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom treated Long Fei Yun. In the past, he had only heard that the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom did not like Long Fei Yun. However, this time, he had personally witnessed it for himself. 13th Prince, I, Duanling Tian, will definitely help you ascend to the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Duanling Tian looked at Long Fei Yun and solemnly promised. I believe in you, Brother Duan. As for the prominent celestial pill cauldron, you don't have to worry. I'll find you later, Long Fei Yun said. However, before that, you can try to see if this mediocre celestial pill cauldron can withstand your celestial fire. If it can't withstand your celestial fire, it means your celestial fire is indeed a prominent celestial fire. However, Long Fei Yun did not finish his sentence. Duan Lingtian knew what Long Fei Yun was trying to say. If the mediocre celestial pill cauldron could withstand his celestial fire, it meant his celestial fire was only mediocre and not prominent celestial fire. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not return to his room. Instead, he controlled the chaos divine flame to fly toward the mediocre celestial pill cauldron in front of Long Fei Yun and Xiuling. The chaos divine flame was a deep gray flame. As soon as it appeared, it seemed as though the air and the surroundings had been set ablaze. The scorching aura seemed to cover the entire place. Swoosh! Under Duan Lingtian's control, the chaos divine flame surged into the mediocre celestial pill cauldron. Upon seeing this, Long Fei Yun and Xiuling widened their eyes in shock. It was as though they were afraid they would miss something if they blinked. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was also looking on with anticipation. However, after the chaos divine flame surged into the mediocre celestial pill cauldron, it stopped moving. A bitter smile could be seen on Duan Lingtian's face when he thought about this. Long Fei Yun, on the other hand, was slightly disappointed. It seems like your celestial fire is only mediocre, young Master Duan. Xiuling sighed. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded in disappointment. Then, he looked at Xiuling and said, "It seems like there's no need for you to look for the prominent celestial pill cauldron for me since I can't use it even if you find it." Just as Duan Lingtian was about to say the word, a loud explosion rang in the air. Bang! Along with a loud explosion, the middle-grade immortal artifact pill cauldron exploded. Chapter 2755. Crack. 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 When the mediocre celestial pill cauldron exploded, its fragments fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that none of the fragments were larger than an adult's thumbnail. This proved that the force that caused the mediocre celestial pill cauldron to explode was extremely powerful. This, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, Long Fei Yun, who had regained his senses, burst out laughing. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when he saw this. Tears streamed down his cheeks as though he had finally vented all the grievances he had accumulated over the years. Congratulations, young Master Duan. Congratulations, Your Highness. Xiuling congratulated Duan Lingtian and Long Fei Yun after he regained his senses. Naturally, he congratulated Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian had obtained a prominent celestial fire. Naturally, he congratulated Long Fei Yun for making the right bet. Duan Lingtian was indeed capable of helping him become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A prominent celestial alchemist was enough to make any of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland owe him a favor. It's really a prominent celestial fire. Duan Lingtian was the last one to regain his senses. When he regained his senses, the bitter smile on his face had disappeared and was replaced with an excited smile. It was a happy smile. Although he had already guessed it, he was not mistaken. He could not suppress his excitement when he confirmed the third form of the chaos divine flame in his body was indeed a prominent celestial fire. Naturally, he did not lose his composure like Long Fei Yun. Brother Duan, congratulations. Your celestial fire is indeed a prominent celestial fire. After a long while, Long Fei Yun regained his senses and congratulated Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the damage to the mediocre celestial pill cauldron shows that your celestial fire is not an ordinary prominent celestial fire. What's so special about this? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. I've heard that a prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai celestial sect only managed to shatter a mediocre celestial pill cauldron into pieces when he destroyed it. It's not as exaggerated as what you just did. Based on this, I can confirm that your prominent celestial fire is much stronger than the prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai celestial sect. Long Fei Yun said again. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. This was undoubtedly a good thing for him. The stronger the high-grade immortal fire, the higher the success rate of refining the pills, and the more confident he would be in refining those high-grade immortal pills that were more difficult to refine. For example, the overarching heaven pill required a prominent celestial fire of a prominent celestial alchemist. Ordinary prominent celestial fires were insufficient to refine the overarching heaven pill. If that's the case, the chances of me refining the overarching heaven pill is much higher. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian was in a good mood. Unfortunately, I've disappointed you by not being able to find a prominent celestial pill cauldron for you. Long Feiyin suddenly recalled that he had failed to find a prominent celestial pill cauldron for Duan Ling Tian. An expression of guilt appeared on his face as though he was the greatest sinner in the world. It's all right. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said indifferently, as long as I show off my prominent celestial fire when I return to the martial dragon celestial sect, I won't have to worry about not having a prominent celestial pill cauldron. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of confidence could be heard in his tone. Duan Ling Tian was confident that he could do so. After all, he was now a prominent celestial alchemist. The imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons. How could the martial dragon celestial sect not have prominent celestial pill cauldrons? Even if the martial dragon celestial sect did not have prominent celestial pill cauldrons, as long as the sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect ordered the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to hand over the 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons, would the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom dare to refuse? However, despite Duan Lingtian's words, Long Feiyun's eyes gleamed brightly as though he had made up his mind. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not notice this. 13th Prince, I'll see you in 10 days then. At that time, I'll need you to bring us to the place where the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is holding the selection. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile when he saw the atmosphere had become cold and cheerless in an instant. All right. Long Feiyun nodded. In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. After bidding farewell to Duan Ling Tian, Long Feiyun left with Qiu Ling. After Long Feiyun and Qiu Ling left, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. It seems like I won't be able to refine the prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill, for the time being. However, it's not a big deal. After all, I only wanted to refine the weaving overarching pill to see if the 3rd form of the chaos divine flame is comparable to a prominent celestial fire. Now that I've destroyed the mediocre celestial pill cauldron, I'm certain that the 3rd form of the chaos divine flame is comparable to a prominent celestial fire. Therefore, I'm now a prominent celestial alchemist. Not only that, but I'm also a prominent celestial weapon craftsman. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as though he had just remembered something. Oh, right. How did I forget that I'm also a prominent celestial weapons craftsman? Since I'm a prominent celestial weapon craftsman, this means I can refine prominent celestial weapons on my own. I can definitely refine the prominent celestial pill cauldron on my own. When he thought of this, Duan Ling Tian's mood was lifted. However, he soon regained his senses as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. Forget it, I'll forget about refining prominent celestial weapons for now. Although the memories left behind by the rebirth martial emperor will be of great help to me in the Tao of weapon refinement, it'll still take some time to refine prominent celestial weapons. Just like when I first refined pills in the Devata realms, it took me a lot of effort to master the flame. I'm sure it'll take me a lot of time to familiarize myself with refining prominent celestial weapons as well. The selection is in 10 days. I should wait until the selection is over before I think about refining prominent celestial weapons. At that time, I'll be able to obtain a prominent celestial pill cauldron from the martial dragon celestial sect. Well, I'll think about that later. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian felt more at ease. Let's continue cultivating. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian went to the room where Huan was cultivating. He took another great overarching pill and began to cultivate. Duan Ling Tian did not fully immerse himself in his closed-door cultivation because the day of the selection was 10 days away. Instead, he kept track of time so he did not need the 13th prince to remind him when the time came. If the 13th prince came to remind him, Qiu Ling would definitely follow him. Since Qiu Ling was a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it would not be difficult for him to detect the rich liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the room and discover the presence of divine crystals if he probed with his divine consciousness. That was not something he wanted to see. However, based on the current situation, his relationship with the 13th prince was quite pleasant. However, if the divine crystal was exposed, he was not sure if the 13th prince would treat him the same way as before. After all, the divine crystals were not ordinary treasures. They were treasures that the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would fight over. If someone was willing to hand over the divine crystals to the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, the three major celestial sects of the wasteland might even let that person become their representative and rule over all the high rank, intermediate rank, and low rank celestial kingdoms. Such power was second only to the three major celestial sects in the wasteland. It was second only to the three major celestial sects. With such power, the position of the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was nothing to Qiu Ling. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had to be cautious. In the next 10 days, the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was bustling with activity. The Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom ordered the princes to bring the young powerhouses under the age of 100 to the imperial palace to settle down. This way, it would be more convenient for them to participate in the selection of the 50 participants in the grand contest of the wasteland. It was as though they had agreed on this beforehand. Meanwhile, in the faraway Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, the intermediate rank Celestial Kingdom, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, was also holding the selection of the 30 participants in the grand contest of the wasteland. I wonder how Duan Ling Tian is doing since he escaped. He shouldn't have been found by the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, right? Although Qin Yu was not one of the participants from King Qin's mansion who came to the imperial palace of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom to participate in the selection, he still followed King Qin to the imperial palace. After entering the imperial palace, he could not help but feel worried when he thought about his friend, Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Qin Yu was still unaware that Duan Ling Tian was still alive. In the near future, he would be able to see Duan Ling Tian again when he accompanied King Qin and the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom to watch the grand contest of the wasteland. 10 days passed in just a blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Duan Ling Tian called out to Huan, and the two of them went to the front courtyard to enjoy breakfast. Brother Ling Tian, can I participate in the selection? After breakfast, she looked at Duan Ling Tian expectantly and asked, what's the matter? Huan, there's no need for you to participate in the selection. Duan Ling Tian smiled. It's fine as long as big brother Ling Tian participates. You just have to watch from the side. Don't forget, I gave you that concealment pendant because I didn't want you to expose the fact that you're not 100 years old. Huan had displayed her strength in front of many people. She was strong enough to kill the Zhou clan's Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Chapter 2756. If it was exposed that Huan was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though she was not even 100 years old, it would definitely bring her a lot of trouble. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not want Huan's age to be exposed. There was no way he could change the fact that Huan's strength had been exposed. As long as she hid her age, no one would be interested in her cultivation methods, celestial methods, and divine abilities. However, I have a feeling that Huan's celestial methods and divine abilities are not as simple as heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Not long ago, Duan Ling Tian had tried to teach her the only heaven-grade divine ability he had mastered, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, in the end, nothing came of it. It was not that Huan could not comprehend the elementary devouring tactic, but her assist-type divine abilities were of a higher grade than the elementary devouring tactic. The reason she was unable to display strength that was comparable to the elementary devouring tactic was because she had yet to comprehend the divine ability to its highest level. She still had a long way to go. It was not just assist-type divine abilities, but other divine abilities and celestial methods as well. Huan's celestial methods, divine abilities, and cultivation methods were extremely profound. All of these came from Huan Er's inherited memories. Huan had tried to teach Duan Lingtian her cultivation methods, but Duan Lingtian discovered he could not cultivate them. As for celestial methods and divine abilities, since Huan had yet to fully comprehend them, she would not be able to teach them to Duan Lingtian in a short period of time. She would have to wait until she fully comprehended the celestial methods and divine abilities. Moreover, Huan Er's cultivation methods were not suitable for Duan Lingtian. Therefore, no one dared to say Huan would be able to teach her celestial methods and divine abilities after she fully comprehended them. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had never thought about obtaining Huan Er's celestial methods and divine abilities. Huan even if you don't participate in the selection held by the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, you can still join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect with me in the future. Moreover, the selection is meaningless. It's already difficult for me to find an opponent, let alone you. Duan Lingtian continued. He knew that Huan was only interested in today's selection because she was curious and thought it would be fun. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan nodded obediently. All right, I'll listen to Big Brother Lingtian. Brother Duan. After waiting for a while, Long Feiyan's voice came from outside. It's time to go. Let's go. Upon hearing Long Feiyan's voice, Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting for a long time, brought Huan and Long Feiyan out of the courtyard. Qiu Ling followed behind Long Feiyan as usual. Brother Duan, Miss Huan Upon seeing Duan Lingtian and Huan Long Feiyan greeted them enthusiastically with a bright smile on his face. For the past 10 days, Long Feiyan could even sleep and dream with a smile on his face. This was because he knew Duan Lingtian was not only a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old, but he was also a prominent celestial alchemist. It would be a piece of cake for Duan Lingtian to become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian and Huan walked side by side with Long Feiyan, who was leading the way. With Qiu Ling escorting them, they made their way to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom selection venue for the grand contest of the Wasteland. Brother Duan, the selection will be held in Su Rong Palace in the Imperial Palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Su Rong Palace was built after the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was founded. Along the way, Long Feiyan broke the silence and said, Su Rong Palace is named after a man named Su Rong. He's the right-hand man of the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He's the reason the Long clan was able to establish the kingdom. For the sake of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Su Rong never married nor adopted any children. After he was killed while protecting the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom built a temporary residence named Su Rong Palace to commemorate him. Su Rong Palace is a place where the Imperial family's disciples sparred with each other. The Imperial family named Su Rong Palace because the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom wanted us to remember Su Rong, who risked his life for him and died protecting him. Long Feiyan spoke frankly with assurance. Duan Lingtian nodded. Huan on the other hand, seemed to be enjoying Long Feiyan's words. That's Su Rong Palace. The statue in the middle of the square in front of Su Rong Palace is Su Rong statue. Long Feiyan pointed at a majestic palace and said to Duan Lingtian and Huan there's no need for you to be so kind. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the pavilion in front of him and the statue in the middle of the square in front of the pavilion. The statue was of a middle-aged man. He was tall and had a dignified look on his face. He held 2 hammers in his hands, and his head was raised. His eyes were fixed on the horizon. The statue was more than 30 meters tall, and it stood there like a small mountain. Those are the people from the mansions. Duan Lingtian saw a group of people walking towards Su Rong Palace from all directions. At this moment, Long Feiyan's voice rang in the air. 13th brother, where are the young powerhouses you recruited? Why don't I see them? A familiar figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was none other than Long Qingyun, the 7th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, whom he had met at the Nian clan's auction house. The black-clad old man was standing behind Long Qingyun. However, when the black-clad old man saw Chiu Ling standing behind Long Qingyun, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. It was obvious he had realized he was no match for Chiu Ling after their battle at the Nian clan's auction house. Don't tell me you're giving up? Ha! Long Qingyun came in front of Long Feiyun and asked with a mocking smile. Then, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seventh brother, it seems like you're very confident. I'm sure your confidence comes from this person, right? If it was in the past, Long Feiyun would have flipped out with Long Qingyun. However, he was exceptionally calm today. Not only was he not angry, but he even greeted Long Qingyun with a smile on his face. Then, he looked at the person next to Long Qingyun. Next to Long Qingyun was a young man with a cold face who looked like a coffin. If I'm not mistaken, you're Feng Wuji Guang from the Grand Prestige Mansion, right? Long Feiyun asked as he looked at the young man next to Long Qingyun. The smile on his face did not falter even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. 13th Prince. Feng Wuji Guang nodded at Long Feiyun. Today, I'm representing the 7th Prince, not the Grand Prestige Mansion. I only hope that the young powerhouses you've recruited won't disappoint me, 13th Prince. A hint of coldness flashed in the depths of Long Feiyun's eyes when he saw how the young man dared to provoke him even though he had treated him politely. It seems like you're very confident in yourself. I believe you won't be disappointed. Long Feiyun looked at Feng Wuji Guang meaningfully. I'll wait and see. After Feng Wuji Guang finished speaking, he closed his eyes. It was obvious he did not intend to continue speaking. 13th brother, I'm also looking forward to the performance of the young powerhouses you recruited. Long Feiyun's expression darkened slightly when Feng Wuji Guang closed his eyes. Long Qingyun laughed and added, you should hurry up and invite them. However, it's best if you get them here as soon as possible. If they're late, the remaining people in the selection are all powerhouses. They might not even be able to win a single round. Ha 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 ha. After mocking Long Feiyun for a while, Long Qingyun laughed and led Feng Wuji Guang and the black-robed old man to Su Rong Palace before Long Feiyun could reply. As Long Qingyun and the black-clad old man passed by, the people from the various mansions automatically parted to form a path for them. Based on this, one could see Long Qingyun's influence in the mansions was quite high. From the beginning until the end, Long Qingyun had intentionally ignored Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. After all, he did not dare to provoke them before confirming their identities. Brother Lingtian. That 7th prince is so annoying, Huan said unhappily. Don't worry about it. Although Feng Wuji Guang's strength is not bad, he's nothing compared to Brother Duan. Although he's strong, he's nothing. I'm afraid his wishful thinking of becoming the first prince in the selection is going to fall through. Long Feiyun comforted Huan, after his expression calmed down. Humph. That person isn't worthy of being compared to my brother Ling Tian. Huan scoffed when she heard Long Feiyun's words. Her tone was slightly displeased. Yes. You're right, Miss Huan Feng Wuji Guang isn't worthy of being compared to Brother Duan. He's not even worthy of carrying Brother Duan's shoes. Long Feiyun chimed in. This girl. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Then, he led Huan and Long Feiyun into Su Rong Palace. During this time, Long Feiyun, the 13th prince, was not as intimidating as Long Qingyun, the 7th prince. Most of the people from the mansions did not avoid him. In the end, Chiu Ling had to reveal his aura as a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to make way for him. Soon after, Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince, and the other princes arrived as well. The people from the mansions arrived one after another. His Majesty has arrived. Chapter 2757. The Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a tall middle-aged man with a square face. He was dressed in a golden dragon robe, and his long black hair was draped over his back. When he came in, a middle-aged man followed closely behind him. There were also 6 elderly people following behind him. They were divided into two groups, with 3 on each side. They were protecting him on his left and right like an iron wall protecting him. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty." As soon as the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom entered, the people in the spacious hall of Su Rong Palace immediately bowed and greeted him. Only a few people did not bow at all. These few people included Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. There was also a young woman standing next to the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. She was an old acquaintance of Duan Lingtian. She was none other than Zhou Shuqiu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan. "Shuqiu is here as well?" Only 3 people did not bow at all. Naturally, they attracted a lot of attention. Even Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, had noticed them. However, his gaze soon landed on Zhou Shuqiu again, and he greeted her with a kind smile. "Your Majesty." Zhou Shuqiu nodded indifferently in response to the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Dongping was not angry at all. Instead, he walked up to Zhou Shuqiu and said with a smile, "Shuqiu, how many times have I told you that I'm your uncle? In the future, no matter what the occasion is, you can just call me uncle. There's no need to be so formal. Your Majesty, this is a public occasion after all. It's inappropriate for me to call you uncle." Zhou Shuqiu shook her head. "Forget it. You've always been like this. Once you've made up your mind, you won't change your mind. You've been like this since you were young." Long Dongping shook his head. After he finished speaking, he looked at Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince, who was standing next to Zhou Shuqiu and said solemnly, "4th prince, you have to treat Shuqiu well. If you make her unhappy, don't blame me for punishing you." "Don't worry, father. Shuqiu is my cousin. I'll definitely take good care of her," Long Xiangyun hurriedly replied. At the same time, he was puzzled. He couldn't figure out why his cousin would be interested in today's selection. She even came with his little cousin Zhou Shudong. "Shuqiu, I still have to preside over today's selection, so I won't stay here any longer. If you have any needs, just look for 4th brother. If he makes you unhappy, just say the word and I will send him to the cold palace for a few days." Long Dongping then looked at Zhou Shuqiu and said with a doting expression. He spoke as if Long Xiangyun was not his biological son and Zhou Shuqiu was his biological daughter. "Yes." Zhou Shuqiu nodded and didn't say anything else. When Long Dongping left, the middle-aged man and the 6 old men behind him greeted Zhou Shuqiu at the same time. "Miss Shuqiu." When they greeted him, their tone was full of respect, and they did not dare to slight him in the slightest. If Zhou Shuqiu was an ordinary woman, she would have been shocked to receive such treatment. After all, apart from Long Dongping, who was the supreme emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the 7 men who followed him were all pillars of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Most of them were heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Only 2 of them were earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Naturally, the earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials who followed the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were not ordinary earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their strength was second to none among the earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. They were almost as strong as heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, none of them were surprised by Zhou Shuqiu's treatment. Instead, they felt it was only natural. In their eyes, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a high and mighty figure. However, Zhou Shuqiu's other identity was even more extraordinary. She was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Such a person was not someone the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom could compare to. Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, instinctively glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huan Er as he made his way to the stone platform in the middle of Su Rong Palace. Who are these 2 people? Even Shuqiu can't do anything to them. As the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, although this was his first time meeting Duan Lingtian and Huan Er, He had long been aware of their existence. He had even investigated their origins. However, he did not manage to find anything useful in such a short time. The intelligence network of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom can't compare to the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's intelligence network. Since Xu Qiu didn't do anything to them even after learning that her younger sister had suffered such a huge loss, it's very likely she already knows about their background. Moreover, they're not simple. For this reason, even though Duan Lingtian and Huan were rude to him, he did not make a fuss about it. If it were two people whose backgrounds were far inferior to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family, he would have been furious. He would have ordered them to be punished for being disrespectful in front of him. Didn't they say that the white-clad woman is younger than 100 years old? It seems like the rumors aren't true after all. After Long Dongping extended his divine consciousness, he discovered the aura of Huan, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, did not belong to someone younger than 100 years old. For a moment, he thought the rumors were unreliable. Nevertheless, he did not dare to underestimate Duan Ling Tian and Huan. After all, even Zhou Shuqiu would not dare to offend them. He was unaware of the reason Zhou Shuqiu did not make a move on Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he would not have thought this way. Brother Ling Tian, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, used his divine consciousness to probe me earlier. Since she had become an Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, it was easy for her to sense the Emperor's divine consciousness. After all, the Emperor's cultivation base was only one stage higher than hers. I think he's trying to probe your age. As for your cultivation base, he doesn't have the ability to do so. Duan Lingtian said. Although she did not have the defective metal piece to protect her soul and conceal her cultivation base, as a Thousand Phantoms ice fox, her soul was protected by the power of inheritance. Due to this, it was difficult for others to detect her cultivation base through the aura of her soul. Duan Lingtian was aware of this. Everyone. Shortly after, Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, stepped onto the stone platform in the middle of the main hall of Su Rong Palace. He looked around and announced, "I'm sure everyone knows the rules of today's selection. I won't say much about them." Long Dongping did not beat around the bush and announced the start of the selection. Everyone present already knew the rules of today's selection. The powerhouses under the age of 100 would compete with the powerhouses under the age of 100 that were recruited by the princes. The most outstanding 50 would be given a spot in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland. The 50 people would be divided into the princes and the princes. The strongest powerhouse in the princes and the strongest powerhouse in the princes and the strongest powerhouse in the princes and princes respectively. However, once the powerhouses were in the princes or princess faction, they would not be allowed to change their positions. Take Feng Wuji Guang, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was less than 100 years old from the Grand Prestige Mansion as an example. Initially, everyone thought he would represent the Grand Prestige Mansion in the selection. Who would have thought he would represent the 7th prince? For this reason, he would belong to the prince's faction. Regardless of whether he could win the title of the strongest powerhouse in the wasteland, he would not be allowed to participate in the competition between the princes and princes. This was done to prevent one person from obtaining the title of number 1 prince and number 1 prince for both a prince and a mansion. In any case, today's selection was very humane. Soon after, the selection began. Since Feng Wuji Guang was a Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was less than 100 years old, the appearance of Indigo Sun Golden Celestials did not cause much of a commotion. Feng Wuji Guang hasn't made his move yet. If he makes his move, it'll be easy for him to win the title of the strongest powerhouse in the wasteland. At this moment, many people in Su Rong Palace shared the same thought. As time passed, Feng Wuji Guang made his move as well. He was invincible and unstoppable. The top 50 powerhouses were about to be selected. 13th brother, why aren't your people here yet? Long Qing Yun, the 7th prince, and Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, were standing far away from each other. He sent a voice transmission to Long Fei Yun. It seems like you've given up because you know it's impossible for you to win the title of the strongest powerhouse in the wasteland. What a pity. In fact, even if you know it's impossible for you to win the title of the strongest powerhouse in the Wasteland Grand Contest, you shouldn't give up. Who knows, Father might even praise you if you find a few young powerhouses who are qualified to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. If you can't even find a young powerhouse who's qualified to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest, Father might dislike you even more. Ha 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 ha. Long Qingyun could not help but laugh when he reached the end of his voice transmission. Humph. Long Fei Yun snorted when he heard Long Qingyun's words. The young powerhouses I found have arrived a long time ago. Seventh brother, you must have a problem with your eyes. When Long Fei Yun said this, he was just short of calling Long Qingyun blind. Hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Long Qingyun flew into a rage. Whoosh. Chapter 2758. Why did he go up there? Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's actions, the seventh prince, Long Qingyun, who was enraged by Long Fei Yun's words, was horrified. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would go up there. Could this purple-clad young man be a disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland? Since he already belonged to a sect, it was reasonable to say that he would not be interested in the Wasteland Grand Tournament, nor would he participate in it. After all, the purpose of the Wasteland Grand Contest was to recruit disciples from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Why is he here? When Long Qingyun saw Duan Lingtian's actions, Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince, was stunned as well. On the other hand, Zhou Shuqiu, the third miss of the Zhou clan, who was standing next to Long Xiangyun, had a glint in her eyes as she muttered to herself, I didn't expect him to participate in the selection. It seems like he's interested in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Zhou Shuqiu did not tell anyone that she had come to observe the selection held by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom because she suspected Duan Lingtian would come. After all, based on her investigation, Duan Lingtian might not have a powerful background. If Duan Lingtian did not have a powerful background and did not belong to a sect, it was very likely that he would join one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland through the Wasteland Grand Contest. After all, the three major celestial sects of the wasteland were the most suitable path for someone without a powerful background. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was close to Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, so it was not impossible for him to represent Long Fei Yun in the Wasteland Grand Contest. However, even if Zhou Shuqiu thought so, she was not 100% certain that Duan Lingtian would be interested in the Wasteland Grand Contest. At this moment, she was completely certain. It seems like he doesn't belong to a sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Zhou Shuqiu thought to herself. Generally speaking, it was impossible for someone who belonged to a sect to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. This was because the outstanding participants of the Grand Contest of the Wasteland would be accepted by the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. Although they could reject the Grand Contest of the Wasteland, they would not receive the Grand Contest of the Wasteland's rewards. Therefore, those who belonged to sects would not be so bored as to participate in the Wasteland Grand Competition. Of course, there's another possibility. He's only participating in today's selection to obtain a spot to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. He doesn't intend to stand out in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Zhou Shuqiu's heart sank when she thought of this. Perhaps the reason he's participating in the selection is to help the 13th prince, Long Fei Yun, become the number 1 prince. Perhaps, he'll admit defeat during the Wasteland Grand Contest. That way, he won't be related to the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. For a moment, Zhou Shuqiu felt that Duan Lingtian might have an extraordinary background. One day, I will find out your background. Zhou Shuqiu muttered to herself as she stared at Duan Lingtian's back. Sister. Why did he go up there? Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, who was standing next to Zhou Shuqiu, was stunned when she saw Duan Lingtian on the stone platform in the middle of Su Rong Palace. In her opinion, this purple-clad young man was from a major sect outside of the wasteland. If that was the case, why did he participate in today's selection? How could someone who belonged to a sect join the three major celestial sects of the wasteland after the Wasteland Grand Contest? Zhou Shuqiu replied to Zhou Shudong's question. Perhaps he doesn't intend to stand out in the Wasteland Grand Contest and enter the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Perhaps he's only participating in today's selection to help the 13th prince become the number 1 prince. Realization dawned on Zhou Shudong when she heard Zhou Shuqiu's words. She relayed Zhou Shuqiu's words to Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince. So that's how it is. Hearing that it was Zhou Shuqiu who said that, coupled with the fact that her words could solve the doubts in his heart, Long Xiangyun also felt that this was the truth of the matter. For a moment, a smile appeared on his face. Old 7th. You've put in so much effort to become the number 1 prince in the selection. You even colluded with the Grand Prestige Mansion and asked Feng Wuji Guang to help you. You didn't expect the mantis to stalk the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, right? Long Xiangyun smiled mockingly as he looked at Long Qingyun, the 7th prince. To be honest, if either his 7th brother or 13th brother had to become the number 1 prince in the selection, he would rather his 13th brother win. This was because, although his 13th brother was outstanding in all aspects, his father did not favor him. Even if he became the number 1 prince in the selection, he would not be able to ascend to the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, his 7th brother was different. His 7th brother was similar to him in all aspects. Both of them were doted on by their father. If his 7th brother became the number 1 prince in the selection, his father would definitely look at him in a different light. Long Xiangyun did not want that to happen. After all, if that happened, the balance between him and his 7th brother would be broken. How did he get up there? At this moment, the 7th prince, the 4th prince, and the others were not the only ones who were dumbfounded. Even Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, was dumbfounded. He did not expect the purple-clad young man who he thought had an extraordinary background would rise to the stage. As far as he knew, the purple-clad young man seemed to be a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. However, even if he was a great overarching golden celestial, he should be a disciple of a powerful sect outside the wasteland. How could a young powerhouse who belonged to a sect participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest? Even if he did, would he join the three major celestial sects of the wasteland? It seems like he wants to become the number 1 prince in the Wasteland Grand Contest. However, he might not join one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland on behalf of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. With this thought in mind, Long Dongping looked at Long Fei Yun and asked in a deep voice, 13, did you ask him to come here and cause trouble? Long Dongping's voice was filled with hostility and anger when he sent the voice transmission to Long Fei Yun. Long Fei Yun's expression turned unsightly when he heard Long Dongping's words. At this moment, buzz. 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 The sound of wind whistling could be heard coming from the center of Su Rong Palace. It was Duan Lingtian who had ascended to the stone platform in the center of Su Rong Palace. He raised his hand and a vast amount of celestial origin energy surged out of his hand before it transformed into a gigantic sword that shot toward Feng Wuji Guang. Humph. When Duan Lingtian had ascended to the stone platform, Feng Wuji Guang had already noticed Duan Lingtian. He had also noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze on him. For this reason, he was not surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian attacking him. Instead, he snorted coldly. At the same time, Feng Wuji Guang's celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a torrent. Finally, it gathered in his hands and merged with the 7-foot-long spear. Swoosh! The 7-foot-long spear trembled as the celestial origin energy in the surroundings surged. In the next moment, the celestial origin energy in the surroundings seemed to have transformed into a gigantic python as it opened its mouth and bit at Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword. Boom! 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 Whether it was the gigantic sword or the long spear that had transformed into a snake, the void trembled and rippled. It was as though a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the lake. Is that the 13th prince's subordinate? I think so. Moreover, based on his strength, it seems like he's on par with Feng Wuji Guang. He's at least a Violet Sun Golden Celestial. I wonder if he's as strong as Feng Wuji Guang. Who's he? I've never heard of such a person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I've never heard of him before. I don't know where it came from. In Su Rong Palace, the people from the various mansions discussed among themselves. They were all curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. After all, in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, they had only heard of Feng Wuji Guang, a Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was younger than 100 years old. They had never heard of a second Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was younger than 100 years old. For this reason, they were all curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. Boom! Rumble. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the stone platform in the middle of Su Ronggong's palace, a series of deafening booms resounded in the void, as if a violent earthquake had occurred out of nowhere. The gigantic sword formed from Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy suddenly grew in size. Its strength increased by a few levels in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, everyone in Su Rong Palace noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's attack. How's this possible? Feng Wuji Guang was, naturally, Duan Lingtian's opponent. Feng Wuji Guang had unleashed his full strength. He thought he would be able to tie with Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to increase by a few levels in just a blink of an eye. A great overarching golden celestial. This thought appeared in Feng Wuji Guang's mind in just a blink of an eye. As soon as this thought appeared, it was like a dark cloud that shrouded his heart, unable to dissipate for a long time. A great overarching golden celestial. Heavens! He's a great overarching golden celestial. Based on his aura, he's not even 100 years old. He's a great overarching golden celestial who's younger than 100 years old. There's a great overarching golden celestial who's younger than 100 years old in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He's really good at hiding his strength. An uproar broke out in Su Rong Palace. Boom! 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 A series of rumbling sounds resounded, followed by an earth-shattering bang. The gigantic sword formed from Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy easily destroyed Feng Wuji Guang's attack. Even the long spear in Feng Wuji Guang's hand was sent flying before it pierced through a pillar at the side of the hall. Boom! Chapter 2759. Since Duan Lingtian and Feng Wuji Guang were not mortal enemies, the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family had decided to withdraw most of his forces at the critical moment. Bang! For this reason, Feng Wuji Guang was only severely injured when he slammed into the wall of Su Rong Palace. He was not killed by Duan Lingtian. Even so, Feng Wuji Guang had lost the ability to fight. He supported himself against the wall for a long time before he managed to stand up. Thank you for showing mercy. Feng Wuji Guang struggled to stand up. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was no hatred in his eyes. Instead, a hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes. He was grateful that Duan Lingtian had spared his life. Earlier, Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword was so domineering that he felt suffocated. At that moment, he was filled with despair. He thought he was going to die. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would retract most of his forces at the critical moment, saving his life. After the suffocating feeling of being on the brink of death, Feng Wuji Guang no longer resented Duan Lingtian. Instead, he felt grateful. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently at Feng Wuji Guang. Then, he looked at the young powerhouses on the stone platform who were younger than 100 years old. These young powerhouses were the cream of the crop. When Duan Lingtian looked at them, the group of young powerhouses regained their senses from the earlier shock. Their expressions changed when they saw the battle intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. They turned around and jumped off the stone platform in unison. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the wind reverberated in the main hall of Su Rong Palace. In just a blink of an eye, the group of people on the stone platform left the stone platform as fast as they could. It was as though there was a ferocious beast on the stone platform that terrified them. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was no different from a ferocious beast. A great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. Such an existence was simply not someone they could provoke. Didn't they see how Feng Wuji Guang, a violet sun golden immortal, was sent flying with a single blow? Moreover, from the beginning until the end, the other party didn't seem to have used any immortal artifacts. The strongest among them was only an indigo sun gold immortal. Even if all of them attacked together, they would not be a match for this perfected gold immortal who was not even 100 years old. Instead of humiliating themselves, they might as well admit defeat. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian was the only one left on the huge stone platform in the middle of Su Rong Palace. He was dressed in purple, had a handsome appearance, and had an outstanding temperament. While Duan Lingtian stood there and became the focus of everyone's attention, the eyes of the young ladies from the various great kings' mansions who had come this time repeatedly revealed extraordinary splendor. Every one of them looked at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. Handsome men with outstanding temperament were always the most attractive. Especially when this was a zenith heaven golden immortal who was not even 100 years old. Who is he? Since when did such a person appear in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom? A great overarching golden immortal who's not even 100 years old. How deep is he that we didn't hear anything about him? After a moment of silence, a commotion broke out in the main hall of Su Rong Palace. The people from the various great kings' mansions and some of the princes whispered among themselves. They were shocked and curious about Duan Lingtian, a great overarching golden immortal who was not even 100 years old, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. After all, a great overarching golden immortal who was not even 100 years old could not be easily hidden in the wasteland, let alone in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. The only exception was if he never revealed his strength in front of others. It seems like he's going to be the first prince in the selection this time. He's one of the 13th prince's men. I didn't expect the 13th prince to be the first prince in the selection this time. That's right. I'm afraid the Grand Prestige Mansion is the most regretful one this time. They thought they'd be able to help the 7th prince win the selection by lending Feng Wuji Guang to him. Who knew a great overarching golden immortal who's not even 100 years old would appear out of nowhere? The 7th prince must be so angry that he's about to vomit blood, right? As the crowd discussed among themselves, their gazes simultaneously landed on the 7th prince, Long Qingyun. Just as they had said, Long Qingyun was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He had thought he would definitely win the selection this time. He did not expect a great overarching golden immortal who was not even 100 years old would appear out of nowhere. Moreover, this great overarching golden immortal was one of his 13th brother's men. Long Qingyun did not dare to offend this person. He must have a powerful sect backing him up. However, he still participated in the selection. This means he wants to help 13th brother win the selection. He might not participate in the grand contest of the wasteland. Even if he does, he'll definitely be eliminated. Long Qingyun was certain Duan Lingtian only wanted to help 13th prince win the selection and had no intention of participating in the grand contest of the wasteland. Father. Since Long Qingyun was afraid of Duan Lingtian, he did not dare to offend Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he sent a voice transmission to his father, Long Dongping, the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. If he has no intention of participating in the grand contest of the wasteland, he won't be of any help to the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom even if he wins the selection. Father, are you really going to reward 13th brother with a Duke-grade celestial weapon? Long Qingyun's words struck a chord in Long Dongping's heart, causing his expression to darken slightly. Young man. After a while, Long Dongping looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, young man. Everyone shifted their attention to Long Dongping, the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Dongping as well. The imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom is holding a selection today to select the participants for the grand contest of the wasteland. Apart from that, the participants will have to do their best in the grand contest of the wasteland. Long Dongping looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a clear voice. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and asked, "Can you do this?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. Long Dongping did not expect Duan Lingtian would agree so readily. He was stunned for a moment before he continued to say, "Apart from that, the participants will have to join one of the 3 major celestial sects if they have a good ranking in the grand contest of the wasteland." "This. Can you do it?" Long Dongping asked again. "What? Your Majesty, are you suspecting that I only want to help the 13th prince win the grand contest of the wasteland and have no intention of joining the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Long Dongping. "That's right." Long Dongping did not expect Duan Lingtian to speak his mind so bluntly. However, since Duan Lingtian had said it out loud, he was not afraid to admit it. He nodded and said, "After all, I heard that you have an extraordinary background. It's very likely that you already have a sect. Based on your Majesty's words. It seems like you know him. Your Majesty already knows about him." "What? What's going on? How come your Majesty knows about him, but we didn't hear anything about him?" Upon hearing the conversation between Long Dongping and Duan Lingtian, the people from the various mansions present on the scene were stunned. After a while, the people from the various mansions learned about Duan Lingtian's incident in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the past year. Realization dawned on them. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. As soon as he arrived at the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he had injured the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shudong. The woman beside him had even killed an Earth Realm great overarching golden celestial of the Zhou clan. After that, the 4th prince came to find him, but because he had some misgivings, he did not dare to touch him. Later on, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shuqiu, returned. Although she went to look for him, she didn't touch him. Instead, she asked her younger sister, Zhou Shudong, to apologize to him. The first 2 matters were nothing. However, the final matter was truly shocking. The 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shuqiu, was someone whom even the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom feared. Although Zhou Shuqiu was his niece, his attitude toward Zhou Shuqiu was more like a subordinate flattering a superior. This could be seen from his attitude towards her just now. Even the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan doesn't dare to touch him. With the 1,000 Spiders Celestial Sects Intelligence Network, they must have found out about him. The fact that the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan doesn't dare to touch him shows that he has an extraordinary background. He must have a powerful sect or clan backing him up. I think so too. If that's the case, it's not convenient for him to join the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland even if he participated in the grand contest of the wasteland, right? That's not necessarily the case. However, if he's from a powerful sect, it's definitely inconvenient for him to join one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. However, if he's from a powerful clan, it's fine for him to join one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. That's right. After all, there's a fundamental difference between a sect and a clan. In Su Rong Palace. After the people from the various mansions learned about what had happened to Duan Lingtian in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, they began to discuss among themselves. They speculated that Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan. Even the 1,000 Spiders Celestial sect did not dare to offend that clan. Otherwise, why would Zhou Shuqiu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, be so polite to him? Sister. Is he really from a powerful clan? Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Zhou family's 4th young miss Zhou Shudong couldn't help but look at Zhou family's 3rd young miss Zhou Shuqiu and asked. Sort of. Zhou Shuqiu nodded indifferently. What else could she say at this moment? Could she say that she did not know anything? Chapter 2760. Upon hearing Zhou Shuqiu's reply, Zhou Shudong immediately informed Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince, of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. When Long Xiangyun heard about this, he immediately sent a voice transmission to his father, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Xiangyun was so enthusiastic because he wanted to show off in front of his father. After all, his presence in the selection was too weak. Is that so? Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, confirmed it through voice transmission. Long Dongping's expression changed when he looked at Duan Lingtian. I plan to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Dongping and said bluntly. He did not say much, but it was a reply to Long Dongping. After the Wasteland Grand Contest, he would join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, one of the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, apart from Long Dongping, the fourth prince, Long Xiangyun, and the seventh prince, Long Qingyun, were stunned. After all, it was not a good thing for Duan Lingtian to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect was the sect that ruled 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms, including the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A single word from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect could decide who would become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was close to Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, so they could not help but worry. Long Dongping, on the other hand, did not think too much about it. Since Duan Lingtian intended to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, he did not have to worry about Duan Lingtian participating in the selection because he wanted to help the 13th prince become the number 1 prince. As long as Duan Lingtian was willing to join one of the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland after the Wasteland Grand Contest, it would be enough for Long Dongping. After all, he would be rewarded by the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The Wasteland Grand Contest held by the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland would give generous rewards to the celestial kingdoms of the Wasteland. This was especially true for the celestial kingdoms behind the young cultivators who were ranked at the top of the rankings. They would be rewarded handsomely. Since that's the case, the number 1 prince in today's selection is the 13th prince. After obtaining Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Long Dongping looked at the 13th prince, Long Fei Yun, and said loudly in front of everyone. Just like that, it was decided that the prince would be the first. As Long Dongping's voice fell, some people were happy, while others were sad. The one who was delighted was naturally the 13th prince, Long Feiyun. The 4th and 7th princes, Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun, were worried that Duan Lingtian would support their 13th brother, Long Feiyun, after joining the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. That was something they didn't want to see. This was especially true for Long Qingyun. Initially, he thought that he would be able to obtain the first place in the selection by asking for Feng Wuji Guang from the Grand Prestige Mansion. However, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would appear out of nowhere and help his 13th brother take the first place that should have belonged to him. This made him both depressed and aggrieved. Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. He wants to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a slight frown appeared on Zhou Shuqiu's face. After all, if Duan Lingtian were to stand out in the Wasteland Grand Contest, she hoped that Duan Lingtian would join the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. After all, she would be able to keep an eye on Duan Lingtian for her best friend so that Duan Lingtian would not be hunted down by the powerhouses from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would want to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Forget it. I'll think of a way to make him change his mind. At the very least, I'll ask Master to ask for him after the Wasteland Grand Contest ends. Zhou Shuqiu thought to herself. In her opinion, it would not be difficult for her master, the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, to ask for Duan Lingtian from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. The reason Zhou Shuqiu was so confident was due to her lack of knowledge about Duan Lingtian's background. If she knew Duan Lingtian was not only a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old, but he was also a prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old, she would not be so confident. I really didn't expect the 13th prince to be able to find such a young powerhouse to help him become the number 1 prince in the Wasteland Grand Contest. The 13th prince is really lucky. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tries, it's almost impossible for him to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. That's not necessarily the case. Don't forget that the purple-clad young man said he wants to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. If he joins the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and becomes a high-ranking official in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, it's not impossible for him to help the 13th Prince become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Indeed. The 13th Prince is really lucky. Perhaps, there's no need for him to become a high-ranking official in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. As long as he catches the eye of one of the high-ranking officials in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and becomes their disciple, they'll be able to help the 13th Prince ascend the throne with just a word from him. In the main hall of Shirong Palace, the people from the various manors were whispering to each other. They all felt that the 13th Prince was lucky to have met a young genius like Duan Lingtian. There were even many people who thought, with the help of Duan Lingtian, the 13th Prince might even become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Although their voices were not loud, as a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, could hear them clearly. However, he did not care about this. Although he didn't like the 13th Prince and even felt that the 13th Prince might not be his biological son, however, if the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect intervened and allowed the 13th Prince to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he would not object to it. After all, he was not 100% certain that the 13th Prince was not his biological son. He just didn't want him to appoint the 13th Prince as his successor, that was all. If the 13th Prince could become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom on his own, he would be proud of the 13th Prince. 13th Prince, since you've won the selection, I'll keep my promise and reward you with a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Long Dongping said bluntly as he looked at Long Fei Yun, the 13th Prince. His voice was so loud that it drowned out the commotion in the hall. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Long Dongping and Long Fei Yun. Duke-grade celestial weapon. That's right. The imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom will reward the first prince with a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Even in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, there are only a handful of Duke-grade celestial weapons. I wonder which Duke-grade celestial weapon His Majesty will give to the 13th Prince. Currently, there are only 2 Duke-grade celestial weapons in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, right? The 13th Prince must be one of the 2 Duke-grade celestial weapons. Both of the Duke-grade celestial weapons are offensive celestial weapons. Regardless of which one it is, it'll be a joyous occasion for the 13th Prince. The gazes that the group of people looked at Long Fei Yun were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The 4th Prince and the 7th Prince, in particular, were so envious that their eyes were burning. The 4th Prince was slightly better off, but the 7th Prince was so angry that his body trembled violently. It was as though the 13th Prince had taken away something precious from him. Father. Everyone thought Long Fei Yun would happily accept Long Dongping's reward. However, Long Fei Yun's expression turned solemn as he looked at Long Dongping solemnly. I don't want the Duke-grade celestial weapon. I'd like to ask for a prominent celestial pill cauldron instead of a Duke-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Even Long Dongping was taken aback. A prominent celestial pill cauldron? Long Dongping was aware that Long Fei Yun wanted a prominent celestial pill cauldron. However, he was unaware of Long Fei Yun's desire for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. However, Long Fei Yun's words were akin to exchanging a prominent celestial pill cauldron for a Duke-grade celestial pill cauldron. Did I hear wrongly? The 13th Prince said he doesn't want a Duke-grade celestial weapon? It's not just that. Based on his words, it seems like he wants to give up a Duke-grade celestial weapon in exchange for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Is this a joke? Is he crazy? Although a prominent celestial pill cauldron is rare, it's only a prominent celestial weapon. It's not comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Isn't he making a loss by doing this? Perhaps, he knows His Majesty doesn't want to give him a Duke-grade celestial weapon, so he's willing to exchange it for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Is there a need for that? Who knows? When Long Feiyun blurted out those words, there was an uproar in Shurong Palace. There were all sorts of comments. Is he crazy? At this moment, even the 4th prince and the 7th prince, Long Qingyun, were dumbfounded. They did not expect their 13th brother would do such a thing. Exchanging a Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron? In their opinion, only a fool would do such a thing. Are you sure you're willing to give up a Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron? Long Dongping looked at Long Feiyun and asked solemnly, 13th brother, you have to think this through. Once this matter is confirmed, it'll be impossible for you to get your Duke-grade celestial weapon back. Father, I'm sure. I only want the prominent celestial pill cauldron, not the Duke-grade celestial weapon, Long Feiyun said solemnly. 13th prince, there's no need for that. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was standing on the stone platform in the middle of Su Rong Palace, flew back to Long Feiyun's side and said, as long as I join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, I won't lack a prominent celestial pill cauldron. However, once you lose a Duke-grade celestial weapon, it'll be difficult for you to get it again. Duan Lingtian knew Long Feiyun wanted the prominent celestial pill cauldron because he wanted to give it to him. Chapter 2761. Duan Lingtian was not stupid. When Long Feiyun, the 13th prince, asked the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to exchange his Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron, Duan Lingtian knew Long Feiyun was trying to get a prominent celestial pill cauldron for him. Brother Duan, there's still some time before the grand contest of the wasteland begins. I've already made up my mind. Long Feiyun shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at his father, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, and said loudly, Father, I've already made up my mind. Please exchange my Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Since you've already made up your mind, I'll fulfill your wish. After getting Long Feiyun's confirmation, Long Dongping didn't say anything more and directly agreed. Initially, Duan Lingtian was reluctant to give a Duke-grade celestial weapon to his son. However, he had already announced that he would give a Duke-grade celestial weapon to the son of the young powerhouse who was ranked first among the princes. As the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he could not take back his words. Now that he heard Long Feiyun wanted to exchange his Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron, he was, naturally, more than happy to do so. Although a prominent celestial pill cauldron was precious to him, it could not compare to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Most importantly, a prominent celestial pill cauldron was merely a decoration in the hands of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, a Duke-grade celestial weapon was different. At this moment, even if his son wanted to exchange the Duke-grade celestial weapon for 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons, he would not hesitate to agree, let alone a single prominent celestial pill cauldron. With Long Dongping's words, the matter was settled. Long Feiyun, the 13th prince, took the initiative to ask for a prominent celestial pill cauldron instead of a Duke-grade celestial weapon that was supposed to be his reward. As soon as Long Dongping finished speaking, an uproar broke out in the main hall of Su Rong Palace. Heavens! Did the 13th prince really exchange the Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron? Initially, I thought he would change his mind when His Majesty asked him about it. I didn't expect him to agree to exchange the Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. I really don't know what he's thinking. A high-grade pill cauldron doesn't seem to be of any use to him, right? Don't tell me he wants to use a prominent celestial pill cauldron to attract prominent celestial alchemists to work for him? You're thinking too much. A prominent celestial alchemist is a prominent celestial alchemist. How can a prominent celestial pill cauldron attract a prominent celestial alchemist? Exactly. Even a prominent celestial alchemist who had just obtained a prominent celestial fire and became a prominent celestial alchemist would not serve someone for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. It's too easy for a prominent celestial alchemist to obtain a prominent celestial cauldron. The group of people in the main hall of Su Rong Palace could not understand Long Feiyun's actions. They felt Long Feiyun must be crazy to make such a decision. From the beginning until the end, none of them thought Long Fei Yun wanted a prominent celestial pill cauldron because of a prominent celestial alchemist. In their opinion, even if Long Fei Yun had hundreds or thousands of prominent celestial pill cauldrons, it was impossible for him to attract a prominent celestial alchemist, let alone a prominent celestial pill cauldron. If they were prominent celestial alchemists, at the very least, they would join the three major celestial sects of the wasteland and become a guest elder or revered elder in one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. At that time, if they did not have a prominent celestial pill cauldron, the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would take the initiative to give them a prominent celestial pill cauldron. A prominent celestial pill cauldron might be precious in their eyes, but it was nothing compared to the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. I don't understand. Humph. What a fool. Does he think he'll be able to win father's favor by doing this? How naive. At this moment, both Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince, and Long Qingyun, the seventh prince, felt their 13th brother was too foolish. However, even if they felt that their 13th brother was stupid, they didn't have any intention of reminding him from the beginning to the end. In fact, they were even secretly delighted. Why does he want a prominent celestial pill cauldron? Among the people present on the scene, the only one who was clear-headed was Zhou Shuqiu, the third miss of the Zhou clan. Zhou Shuqiu stared at Long Fei Yun in confusion. Based on her understanding of the 13th prince, she knew he was not a rash and impulsive person. It was impossible for him to do something so foolish. Could it be that he wants a prominent celestial pill cauldron for some reason? Zhou Shuqiu could not think of a reason for Long Fei Yun's actions. However, she was certain Long Fei Yun had his reasons for doing so. At this moment, Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, looked as though he was the only one who was sober when faced with the questioning gazes from the crowd. Naturally, he knew he was at a disadvantage. However, he did not regret it. Firstly, he'd promised Duan Lingtian that he'd find a high-grade celestial artifact cauldron for Duan Lingtian, but he'd gone back on his word. So, he could only do this to remedy the situation. Secondly, he had promised Duan Lingtian that he would find Duan Lingtian a high-grade celestial artifact cauldron. He had to do this in order to build a good relationship with Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, it was worth it to use a Duke-grade celestial artifact to further befriend Duan Lingtian. This 13th prince, Duan Lingtian, could naturally guess Long Fei Yun's intentions, but even so, he had no choice but to accept Long Fei Yun's favor. However, it was just as Long Fei Yun had said. There was still some time before the Wasteland Grand Contest. Even if he managed to obtain a prominent celestial pill cauldron in the future, he would have to wait for some time. Unless he went to the Martial Dragon Celestial sect and revealed his identity as a prominent celestial alchemist. Perhaps I've chosen the wrong path from the beginning. There's no need for me to participate in today's selection or the Wasteland Grand Contest. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. Even if I don't participate in today's selection, I can still join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect as a prominent celestial alchemist. As long as I ask, not only will I be able to obtain a prominent celestial pill cauldron, but the Martial Dragon Celestial sect will also be willing to give me a few Duke-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, it won't be difficult for me to enter the little world left behind by a celestial king and fulfill my promise to Brother Pei. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it because he did not expect to become a prominent celestial alchemist in such a short time. Forget it. Since I've chosen the Wasteland Grand Contest, I'll just continue on this path. Since I have a prominent celestial pill cauldron, I can start refining prominent celestial pills. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian decided not to dwell on it any longer. After Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, spoke, the selection continued. Soon after, the first prince was selected. The first place in the King Mansion was taken by a young expert from a king mansion called the Sky Song King Mansion. This young expert was the strongest among the Indigo Sun Golden Immortals who were less than 100 years old who had shown up today. However, he was still a far cry from Feng Wuji Guang. Damn it. If I knew the 13th prince had such a trump card, I wouldn't have lent Feng Wuji Guang to the 7th prince. Now, not only did he fail to become the prince, but he also failed to become the prince. The prince of the Grand Prestige Mansion was a middle-aged man with a curly beard. At this moment, his face was so gloomy that it looked like it could drip water. Duanling Tian had lent Feng Wuji Guang to the 7th prince because he wanted Feng Wuji Guang to help the 7th prince obtain first place in the selection. However, now that Feng Wuji Guang had failed to become the prince's champion, his plan to befriend the 7th prince had failed. The problem was, Feng Wuji Guang, who was supposed to become the champion of the Grand Prestige Mansion, had gone to the 7th prince's side. Due to this, he was no longer qualified to help the Grand Prestige Mansion. This made the king of the Grand Prestige Mansion extremely frustrated. As the first prince and first prince's mansion were decided one after another, today's selection came to an end. Before leaving Su Rong Palace, Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, had obtained the prominent celestial pill cauldron and passed it to Duanling Tian. Thank you, 13th prince. Duanling Tian did not hesitate and put the prominent celestial pill cauldron away. After all, this was what he needed. After obtaining the prominent celestial pill cauldron, Duanling Tian no longer wanted to stay in Su Rong Palace. He wanted to return to the 13th prince's residence as soon as possible to refine prominent celestial pills. However, before he could leave, he was stopped by someone. As it turns out, the 13th prince exchanged the Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron for you. The person who stopped Duanling Tian was none other than Zhou Shuqiu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan. Moreover, Zhou Shuqiu was standing in front of Duanling Tian and the others. Zhou Shuqiu stared at Duanling Tian intently as she spoke. You're so interested in me. Is it because you're interested in me like your sister? Do you want to bring me back to the Zhou clan and the 1,000 Spider Celestial sect to be your boy toy? Duanling Tian asked meaningfully as he stared at Zhou Shuqiu. Tui. Zhou Shuqiu, who had a serious expression on her face, turned red with anger when she heard Duanling Tian's words. She glared at Duanling Tian. Nothing good comes out of a filthy mouth. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duanling Tian and said, Duanling Tian, I hope you'll consider joining the 1,000 Spider Celestial sect after the Wasteland Grand Contest. Chapter 2762. As soon as Zhou Shuqiu finished speaking, a frown appeared on Long Fei Yun's face. He did not expect the junior sister of the sect leader of the 1,000 Spider Celestial sect would try to poach Duanling Tian from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect to join the 1,000 Spider Celestial sect. Although Long Fei Yun knew Duanling Tian would not go back on his word, he knew Duanling Tian would not go back on his word. However, he was still displeased by Zhou Shuqiu's blatant attempt to poach Duanling Tian from the 1,000 Spider Celestial sect. However, even though he was displeased, he did not dare to offend Zhou Shuqiu. Not interested. Duanling Tian replied indifferently when he heard Zhou Shuqiu's words. After he finished speaking, before Zhou Shuqiu could react, he held her hand and left Su Rong Palace. Long Fei Yun was inwardly pleased when he saw this. However, he did not show it on his face. He brought Xiu Ling with him and followed after Duanling Tian, leaving Zhou Shuqiu standing alone with an unsightly expression on her face. At this moment, Zhou Shuqiu felt that Duanling Tian did not know what was good for him as she looked at his departing figure. Since you don't want to join the 1,000 Spider Celestial sect, I'll force you to join the 1,000 Spider Celestial sect. After the Wasteland Grand Contest ends, even if you choose the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, I'll still ask my master for you. In Zhou Shuqiu's opinion, as long as her master, the former sect leader of the 1,000 Spider Celestial sect, asked, the Martial Dragon Celestial sect would definitely do her a favor and give up Duanling Tian, a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. Naturally, she had such thoughts because she was unaware that Duanling Tian was not only a great overarching golden celestial, but he was also a prominent celestial alchemist. Otherwise, she would not have been so confident. On the other side, after Duanling Tian returned to the 13th prince's residence, he began to refine the prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill. However, as the saying went, everything is difficult at the beginning. The process of refining the weaving overarching pill was arduous. After wasting a lot of herbs, Duan Ling Tian finally grasped the knack of refining. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this because he was already mentally prepared. Previously, he could only refine primitive celestial pills. But before he could even try refining medigrade celestial pills, his chaotic divine flame had transformed to its third form, making it was comparable to a prominent celestial fire. Was a prominent celestial fire. However, the third form of the chaos divine flame is much stronger than a prominent celestial fire. The speed at which it heats the cauldron is much faster than a prominent celestial fire. Even the most famous prominent celestial fires can't heat their cauldrons as fast as my third form primal chaos divine flame. In a quiet room, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on his bed. The prominent celestial pill cauldron hovered in front of him. Gray flames could be seen rising from the cauldron. It was none other than the chaos divine flame. In the Devata realms, celestial alchemists had to heat their cauldrons before refining celestial pills. Before refining the celestial pills, the celestial fire would be added to the cauldron to raise the temperature of the cauldron to the maximum before refining the celestial pills. The speed of the heating process would determine the quality of the celestial fire. For example, the speed of Duan Ling Tian's chaos divine flame cauldron was several times faster than some of the prominent celestial flame cauldrons he knew. Even the best prominent celestial fire would pale in comparison to the third form of the chaos divine flame. However, I can use it to refine celestial pills. Once I master the technique to refine prominent celestial pills, it won't be difficult for me to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence. Of course, in his heart, he was more than happy. After all, he did not expect the third form of the chaos divine flame to be one of the best prominent celestial fires in the Devata realms. However, what's the chaos divine flame? Right now, this is only the third form of the chaos divine flame. I wonder how powerful it will be when it reaches the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and so on in the future. Duan Ling Tian could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought of this. The profound divine metal seems to be similar to the chaos divine flame as well. The profound divine metal in my body seems to be in its second form. However, as of now, I only know that this profound divine metal can protect my soul, preventing others' divine sense and soul attacks from touching my soul. Duan Ling Tian was curious about the chaos divine flame. At the same time, he thought about the profound divine metal, the defective metal piece in his soul. The profound divine metal is a fusion of the strange stone I found in my hometown on Cloud Continent. It was given to me by Xia Jia, Ker's third uncle in her past life. Hold on. A second form profound divine metal? Don't tell me, that strange stone and the thing Xia Jia gave me are both first form profound divine metals? Once this thought arose, it was difficult to suppress it for a long time. However, although Duan Ling Tian had such thoughts, he did not dare to be 100% certain. Duan Ling Tian did not know his guess was correct. The thing Xia Jia gave him and the strange stone he found in his hometown on Cloud Continent in the mundane realm were both first-form profound divine metals. After they had fused, they had become second-form profound divine metals. While Duan Ling Tian was engrossed in refining pills, in the distant world of divine offering, it was not peaceful at all. In the Xia clan in the divine offering land. As one of the top clans in the divine offering land, the Xia clan's territory was vast and boundless. Usually, the Xia clan's territory was peaceful. However, not only was the Xia clan's territory not peaceful, but it was also shrouded by a layer of dark clouds that appeared out of nowhere. Dark clouds covered the sky, causing the entire Xia family territory to fall into endless darkness in an instant. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in my Xia clan's territory? All of a sudden, a rough voice rang out like a thunderclap. Along with the voice, a blazing and resplendent saber light flashed, whoosh. The saber light rose into the air. When it shot out, it seemed as if there was no end in sight. As soon as it appeared, the dark clouds above the Xia family's territory were split into two, allowing the Xia family's territory to see the light of day once again. At the same time, the Xia family members in the Xia family's territory heaved a sigh of relief. Lord Clan Leader has made his move. I wonder who this person is. I don't think he's from the Divine Offering Land, right? If it's not someone from the world of divine remains, then it must be someone from one of the realms that collides with the world of divine remains. Furthermore, since this person is targeting the Xia clan, there's an 80 to 90% chance that he has some grudge against us. Humph. No matter what enmity he has with us, Lord Clan Leader will make his move. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be skinned alive. That's hard to say. Since he dares to provoke our Xia clan, it means he's not afraid of Lord Clan Leader. Just as the Xia family clansmen in the Xia family territory were discussing fervently, the broken dark clouds in the sky gathered at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the entire Xia family territory was plunged into darkness once again. Who exactly are you? The rough voice that was like a thunderclap resounded out once more, and it was mixed with a trace of rage. It was obvious that the owner of the voice was enraged. The moment the owner of the voice finished speaking, Clan Leader Xia, do you still remember the grudge of my saber? A sharp and hoarse voice exploded in the Xia clan's territory, which had once again fallen into darkness. It traveled into the ears of everyone in the Xia clan's territory and instantly killed many of the Xia clan members with weaker cultivation. Even some of the Xia clan members with higher cultivation were injured by the shockwave. Even the powerful cultivators in the Xia family were all concentrating their minds and calming their qi as they tried their best to defend against the sound wave attack from the sharp and hoarse voice. You're Kuan-jun. The thunderous, rough voice rang out once again. This time, the anger in his voice suddenly soared. Accompanied by a loud buzzing sound, another blazing saber light soared into the sky. This saber ray was even more powerful than the previous one. After tearing apart the dark clouds in the sky, it continued to spread in all directions. It was as though it had transformed into a blazing white giant beast. It opened its bloody mouth and greedily devoured the surrounding dark clouds. At the same time. Oh no! The people whom Lord Clan Leader personally ordered to be imprisoned. They're all gone. In the sky above a vast mansion in a remote corner of the Xia family's territory, several figures flew in from all directions and gathered in the blink of an eye. Among them, an elderly man in a gray robe suddenly changed his expression and let out a cry of surprise. These people are the people whom Lord Clan Leader ordered us to keep an eye on. And now, they're all gone. If Lord Clan Leader finds out about this, we'll be in big trouble. What's going on? Don't tell me that the powerhouse who came to our Xia clan's territory saved them? Impossible. Why don't you think about it? Those people are just mortals from the mundane realm. How could they have anything to do with such a powerhouse? Also, didn't you hear Lord Clan Leader call that person Kuan-jun? Kuan-jun. This name sounds a little familiar. Kuan-jun. Isn't that the powerhouse who's ranked 5th in the Land of Sanctions, a realm that's parallel to our Divine Offering Land that was created by a supreme powerhouse? Why? Why did he come to our Divine Offering Land? While the group of people was discussing among themselves, a sloppy figure appeared at a place far away from the Xia clan's territory. Chapter 2763. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would have recognized the person immediately. The unkempt figure was none other than Xia Jie, whom he had met in the mundane realm. He was also Ker's third uncle in her past life. Everyone, the passage between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms has been closed, so I can't personally send all of you back. However, with my strength, I can open a passage that only great overarching golden celestials and below can travel to the mundane realm. I'll open the passage for all of you now. You might encounter spatial turbulence, but with my strength, I can still send all of you safely to the mundane realm. As for which mundane realm you'll be sent to, it's not up to me to decide. I'm in a hurry to send all of you back because I'm worried my big brother will discover your whereabouts after he's done dealing with the powerhouse from the Land of Sanctions. As long as all of you are still in the Divine Offering Land, you won't be able to hide from my big brother when he regains his senses. Xia Jie looked at the exquisite, palace-shaped seal in his hand. His voice traveled through the void and merged with the seal. It was as though someone in the seal was listening to him. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and drew a line in the air. Swoosh! Swoosh! A spatial tear appeared in the air. It was unknown where it led to. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the spatial tear appeared, Xianxia shook his hand that was holding the seal. In just a blink of an eye, silhouettes flew out of the seal. These silhouettes grew bigger and bigger until they were the size of a normal person. After these silhouettes grew to the size of a normal person, they were shrouded by a layer of dark light before they disappeared into the spatial tear. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would have recognized them immediately. The silhouettes that had come out of the seal and disappeared into the spatial tear were none other than his father, Duan Rufeng, his mother, Li Ro, his wife, Li Fei, and his son, Duan Niantian. Apart from that, there was also his daughter, Duan Xiling, Han Xuanai, whom he treated like his own sister, his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, and his future father-in-law, Feng Wu Dao. All of these people were captured by Yun Qin Yen, the first young master of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land. He used them to threaten Ke to return to the Divine Offering Land with him. They were all Duan Lingtian's family and friends. After Yun Qin Yen had brought them back to the world of divine remains, the Xia clan leader, who was also Ke's father in her past life, had imprisoned them. He planned to use these people to coerce his daughter into marrying Yun Qin Yen. Since the realm of divine offering was about to collide with the realms created by other supreme experts, the realm battlefield would remain open for 1,000 years. Therefore, he had decided to postpone the matter for the time being and allow his daughter to marry Yun Qin Yen 1,000 years later. The spatial tear between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms was closed due to the collision between the Divine Offering Land and other realms. Therefore, the spatial tear would remain closed for as long as the realm battlefield was open. Because she was unwilling to accept her fate and wanted to change it after 1,000 years, Ke had ignored Xiaojia's advice and entered the planar battlefield alone. Without these shackles, Shue's life will be much easier after 1,000 years. Of course. That's only if Shue can come out of the realm battlefield alive. After the last person disappeared into the spatial tear, Xiaojia sighed. With a wave of his hand, the spatial tear disappeared. At the same time, he put away the seal in his hand. The seal in his hand was an emperor-grade celestial weapon that was similar to the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. It was able to contain living beings. However, it's all thanks to Kuwanjun, the grand elder of the Ku clan from the land of punishment. If he didn't come to the Xia clan, I wouldn't have had the chance to rescue them and send them out of the Divine Offering Land. Xia Jie knew very well that Kuwanjun was still alive. If it were not for the enemy attacking the Xia clan, he would not have had the chance to rescue the people imprisoned by his eldest brother. After sending off Duan Lingtian's family and friends, Xia Jie disappeared from his spot and returned to the Xia clan's territory in just a blink of an eye. As a member of the Xia clan, he, naturally, could not stand idly by when the enemy was attacking the Xia clan. Meanwhile, in another place, Xia Jie raised his hand and closed the spatial tear. Duan Rufeng, Li Ro, Li Fei, Duan Niantian, Duan Xiling, and the others were transported through the spatial tear with ease by the energy Xia Jie had left for them. In the end, they were sent to the same mundane realm. Originally, they were supposed to head to the same mundane plane. Even Xia Jie had thought so. However, none of them expected that when Duan Rufeng and the others were being sent to the mundane realm, the spatial turbulence on their way to the mundane realm would suddenly become restless. A rarely seen turbulent storm appeared and split Duan Rufeng and the others into a few batches before they were sent to a few mundane realms. Fortunately, they were protected by Xia Jie's energy, so they were able to enter the mundane realm safely. As soon as Xia Jie's energy came into contact with the spatial tear in the mundane realm, it forcefully tore the spatial tear in and sent them into the mundane realm. Naturally, Duan Lingtian and Ke were unaware of this. The realm battlefield. The realm battlefield in the world of divine offering would open once every 10,000 years and would last for 1,000 years. The realm battlefield could be said to be a hub that connected several parallel realms like the Divine Offering Land. Whether it was people from the Divine Offering Land who wanted to go to the other parallel realms or people from the other parallel realms who wanted to go to the Divine Offering Land, they would have to go through the realm battlefield. For example, the powerhouse from the Cook clan in the Land of Sanctions, Kuan Jun, the Grand Elder of the Cook clan, had entered the realm battlefield from the Land of Sanctions before he went to the Divine Offering Land. In the realm battlefield, people from several parallel realms, including the Divine Offering Land, fought and killed each other. Every person from a parallel realm, no matter who they were, would be given a token when they entered the realm battlefield. Based on the token, one could tell which realm they came from. Moreover, people with different cultivation bases would receive different tokens. For this reason, the tokens were divided into different grades. In the realm battlefield, people from the same realm would not kill each other unless there was a personal grudge between them. This was because killing people from the same realm and merging their tokens into one's own would not give one any battle merits. Only by killing people from other realms would one be able to obtain battle merits. The battle merits mentioned here all depended on the grade of the command token. The higher the cultivation base of a person, the more battle merits they would have in their token. If a person from the world of divine remains had a token that only gave him 100 points of battle merit at the beginning, then when he killed someone from another plane who had the same cultivation level as him, the token in his hand could forcefully devour the token in his opponent's hand. Since their cultivation bases were the same, the token in his opponent's hand would also have 100 battle merits in the beginning. Under such circumstances, if he killed his opponent, the token in his hand could devour the token in his opponent's hand and steal the battle merits in his opponent's token, increasing the battle merits in his opponent's token from 100 to 200. In the realm battlefield, people would occasionally come across secret realms that contained various opportunities. If one wanted to enter these secret realms, one would need to consume battle merits. The greater the opportunity hidden in the secret realms, the more battle merits one would need to enter. Therefore, the reason why the people who entered the planar battlefield fought with their lives on the line with the people from other realms was more to rob the other side of their battle merits. They wanted to accumulate enough battle merits to enter the secret realm where they could find their fortuitous encounters. It was said that the secret realms in the realm battlefield were left behind by the supreme powerhouses who had created the Divine Offering Land and other realms that were parallel to the Divine Offering Land. The opportunities hidden in the secret realms were opportunities that could change one's fate. For this reason, there was never a shortage of adventurers in the realm battlefield that was filled with death. After all, riches and honor were found in the midst of danger. In a certain corner of the planar battlefield, there was a loud bang. It was an extremely beautiful figure. With a raise of her hand, she heavily injured a young man and ended his life when his life was in danger. Whoosh! As soon as the young man was killed, a light green token flew out of his body and merged with the token in the hand of the woman who killed the young man. The gray light on the token in the woman's hand deepened slightly. The token that shone with a gray light represented the identity of the person who came from the Divine Offering Land. The light green token represented the identity of the person who came from the Land of Punishment. My battle merits are too little. With this amount of battle merits, I can't even open the lowest level secret realms. The beautiful woman in a white dress turned her eyes slightly and glanced at the badge in her hand that was emitting a faint gray glow. She let out a long sigh. I wonder how Brother Tian is now. Has he ascended to a Devata realm? A hint of longing could be seen in the woman's eyes as though she had recalled something. This woman was none other than Kerr. Ever since Kerr entered the Divine Offering Land, she had been wandering in the realm battlefield. However, since her strength had not recovered to its peak, she had to be careful along the way. Although she had not been in the world of divine remains for a long time, she had already experienced a near-death experience. Even so, she did not regret coming here. Chapter 2764. In the wasteland of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom's imperial palace in the spirit overarching heaven. It's done. A hearty laugh instantly filled a room in the courtyard of a guest room. Because there was a soundproof formation in the room, the sound inside did not spread out. The owner of the laughter was none other than the purple-clad young man who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. The purple-clad young man raised his hand and put away the cauldron that was hovering in front of him. At the same time, he opened his other hand, revealing 3 dark green celestial pills lying in his palm. The dark green immortal pill lay in the purple-robed young man's palm. It seemed to be surrounded by a layer of green mist, giving people a hazy feeling. Fortunately, I have experience refining prominent celestial pills. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to refine this cauldron of overarching heaven pills. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had immersed himself in refining pills ever since he returned from Su Rong Palace. Initially, he had refined the prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill. Compared to the other prominent celestial pills, the weaving overarching pill's ingredients were the most common. Moreover, it was relatively easy to refine. Even so, it still took Duan Ling Tian some time before he successfully refined the weaving overarching pill. Moreover, the success rate of refining the weaving overarching pill was extremely low. He only managed to refine 2 pills. After that, Duan Ling Tian continued to refine the weaving overarching pill patiently. Only after spending a long time increasing his success rate did he begin to refine other high-grade immortal pills that required more common materials but were much more difficult to refine than the weaving sifting pill. Starting with the weaving overarching pill, he continued to refine the other prominent celestial pills. During this time, Duan Lingtian's skill in refining pills continued to improve. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian asked Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, to help him gather the ingredients needed to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. It took Long Fei Yun a long time and a lot of effort to gather the ingredients needed to refine the overarching heaven pill. If the refinement failed, Duan Ling Tian would not be able to refine the overarching heaven pill again in a short period of time. After all, the ingredients needed to refine the overarching heaven pill were extremely rare, let alone the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. In the wasteland, the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were the best places to refine the overarching heaven pill. However, it was not easy to obtain the ingredients from the 3 major celestial sects of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Although the success rate is low, it's still my first time refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. It's already very rare for me to be able to refine 3 pills. With the 3 overarching heaven pills in hand, Duan Ling Tian got out of bed and left the room to look for Huan Er. I'll give the overarching heaven pill to Huan Er to see if she can absorb the medicinal efficacy of the overarching heaven pill and improve her cultivation base. Huan Er is currently an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, so she can absorb the medicinal efficacy of the overarching heaven pill. However, once she breaks through and becomes a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the medicinal efficacy of the overarching heaven pill will be useless to her. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the backyard, he discovered Huan was not cultivating in her room. Instead, she was comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities in the backyard. Brother Ling Tian. Although Huan was comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities in the backyard, she immediately noticed Duan Ling Tian's arrival. She stopped comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities and happily greeted Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, how did you refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill? Huan was aware that Duan Ling Tian had been refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, for the past few days. Therefore, when she saw Duan Ling Tian, she immediately asked Duan Ling Tian about the overarching heaven pill. Sigh. Duan Ling Tian sighed when he saw Huan Er's expectant gaze. Huan Er, naturally, assumed Duan Ling Tian had failed to refine the overarching heaven pill. Therefore, she quickly comforted him. Brother Ling Tian, it's alright if you fail. After all, the overarching heaven pill is widely acknowledged as the most difficult prominent celestial pill to refine. Even if you fail this time, there's always a next time. I'm sure you'll be able to refine the overarching heaven pill next time. Based on her words, it was clear she had faith in Duan Ling Tian. Huan Er, what do you think these are? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled when he heard Huan Er's words. He did not intend to tease her anymore. He raised his hand and revealed the 3 overarching heaven pills to Huan Er. These are. Huan Er's eyes lit up when she saw the pills. These are the overarching heaven pills? Huan was no longer the same Huan, who had just entered the world. During her time in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, she had used many memory celestial talismans given to her by Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Among the memory celestial records, there was information about the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Therefore, with just a glance, she could tell the 3 pills in Duan Lingtian's hand were prominent celestial pills, the overarching heaven pills. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. Indeed, these are the overarching heaven pills. However, since it's my first time refining the overarching heaven pills, I only managed to refine 3 pills. Before Huan could respond to Duan Lingtian's words, a voice rang in the air. You refined the overarching heaven pills? A voice rang in the air and entered Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's ears. Their expressions changed drastically. Who's that? Who's that? Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian and Huan raised their heads in unison to look at the sky above the courtyard. The exclamation just now had come from that direction. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Huan raised their heads to look at the sky. Swoosh! In the void above the courtyard of the guest room, a black figure appeared like a ghost. It was a person wearing a black robe with golden edges. From his burly figure, one could tell that he was a man. Based on the voice earlier, one could tell he was a man as well. The man dressed in a black robe embroidered with gold slowly descended from the sky and landed in front of Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. He was wearing a golden mask that completely covered his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance behind the mask. In addition, there was a golden token hanging on his waist. There was a scarlet word, kill, engraved on it, as if it was dyed in blood. A gold-ranked assassin? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the gold-ranked assassin's appearance. Even Huan Er's expression turned unsightly in an instant. Duan Lingtian knew there were black market assassins in the 3 cities controlled by the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. The black market assassins were divided into gold-ranked assassins, silver-ranked assassins, and bronze-ranked assassins. Among them, bronze-ranked assassins were the weakest. They were a group of great overarching golden celestials. The strongest among them was a peak great overarching golden celestial. Silver-ranked assassins were a group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The strongest among them was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As for gold-ranked assassins, they were extremely rare, and each of them was a powerful celestial duke. Both Duan Lingtian and Huan had read about the black market assassins in the wasteland from the memory celestial talismans. Therefore, they were familiar with the outfits of the black market assassins. With just a glance, they could tell the person in front of them was a gold-ranked assassin. Naturally, there was another possibility. The person in front of them was not a gold-ranked assassin, but he was wearing a gold-ranked assassin's robe. However, both Duan Lingtian and Huan did not think that was possible at all. After all, if the person in front of them was not a celestial duke, they would not have been able to sneak into the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After all, the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was guarded by peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their divine consciousness could cover the entire imperial palace at all times. Only those who were celestial dukes and above would be able to sneak into the imperial palace without being discovered. For this reason, the person in front of them was very confident. Duan Lingtian and Huan were certain that the person in front of them was a gold-ranked assassin. The person in front of them was a gold-ranked assassin. You actually recognized me as a gold-ranked assassin. It seems like you know a lot about the black market assassins. The tall and sturdy man dressed in a black robe stared intently at Duan Lingtian before he shifted his gaze to Huan, who was standing at the side. At this moment, Huan was not wearing a veil or a hat. A perfect and peerless face was completely displayed in front of the burly man who admitted that he was a gold medal assassin. This caused the burly man's eyes to brighten as a stunned expression flashed across his face. What a perfect woman. It's a pity I'm not interested in women. Otherwise, I would have taken you away even if I didn't kill you. The gold medal assassin retracted his gaze from Huan. He was like a monk with a heart as tranquil as still water. He was not interested in women at all. In fact, he did not even spare them a glance. He really is a gold-ranked assassin. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the gold-ranked assassin's words. He looked at the gold-ranked assassin solemnly and asked, "Since you're a gold-ranked assassin and you're here, are you targeting both of us?" "She's my target." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, the gold-ranked assassin did not look at Huan. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and pointed at Huan. Swoosh. As soon as the gold-ranked assassin finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He instinctively moved in front of Huan, and shielded her behind him. At the same time, he looked at the gold-ranked assassin warily. Swoosh. Chapter 2765. Do you think you'll be able to stop me from killing her? As soon as the gold medal assassin finished laughing, a powerful aura surged toward Duan Lingtian like a torrential flood. It slammed heavily on Duan Lingtian's chest. Boom! Boom! Duan Lingtian's chest trembled as he took a few steps back. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, causing him to cut a sorry figure. Brother Lingtian. Huan, who was shielded by Duan Lingtian, was horrified when she saw this. Her beautiful eyes glinted coldly as a cold aura surged out of her body. In just a blink of an eye, many things in the backyard seemed to be covered in a layer of silver. It was a layer of frost formed by the cold aura. Huan. Upon sensing Huan's anger, Duan Lingtian took another 2 steps back. When he was close enough to Huan, he reached out and held her right hand. Then, he said through voice transmission, You're no match for him. Duan Lingtian comforted Huan, as he looked at the gold-plate assassin. His expression was extremely solemn, and his heart was in turmoil. My current cultivation base is much higher than before. Even the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect wouldn't have been able to force me into such a sorry state with just her aura alone. Moreover, the person in front of me withdrew half of his aura at the last moment. Otherwise, I would have been injured even more severely. In other words, the gold medal assassin had shown mercy. Based on this, Duan Lingtian was certain that the gold medal assassin was stronger than the gold medal assassin. He was certain the gold medal assassin was stronger than the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and the old woman from King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Rumor has it that most of the golden assassins in the black market in the wasteland aren't from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Most of the golden assassins are high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. They secretly accept missions to earn extra money. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made a further guess. The gold medal assassin in front of him was most likely a high-ranking figure in one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Furthermore, with his strength, his status in that immortal sect was definitely not low. Something's wrong. Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed something was amiss. He doesn't seem to have any intention of making a move on Huan. His attention is on me. To be more precise, it's on the 3 overarching heaven pills in my hand. After realizing this, Duan Lingtian secretly let out a sigh of relief. What do you plan to do now? Duan Lingtian looked at the gold medal assassin. His slightly tense face relaxed as he regained his composure and asked straightforwardly. You are very smart. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had regained his composure, the gold medal assassin took a deep look at Duan Lingtian and said. As long as you promise me one thing, I'll spare the girl's life. The gold medal assassin continued to say, as long as you promise me one thing, I'll protect the girl from being threatened by the black market assassins. I'll even kill the person who issued the mission and annihilate his entire clan. The gold medal assassin spoke as if he was talking about something that was not important at all. What is it? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he asked bluntly. However, in his heart, he could vaguely guess what the person in front of him wanted him to agree to. If the gold medal assassin was from one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, then he must be a high-ranking figure in that sect. After discovering a prominent celestial alchemist, it was only natural that the gold medal assassin hoped the prominent celestial alchemist would join his sect. Join the Tai-E celestial sect. The gold medal assassin stared at Duan Lingtian and did not beat around the bush. The Tai-E celestial sect. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the gold medal assassin meaningfully and said, "It seems like you're from the Tai-E celestial sect. Moreover, based on your strength, you're definitely not an ordinary person. You must be one of the few high-ranking figures in the Tai-E celestial sect. May I know which high-ranking figure you're from in the Tai-E celestial sect?" Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted when he reached the end of his sentence. "You're very smart." The gold medal assassin said indifferently, "However, there's no need for you to know who I am in the Tai-E celestial sect. Those who know about it usually don't have a good ending." A hint of killing intent flashed in the gold medal assassin's eyes as he spoke. "What if I don't agree?" Duan Lingtian asked. "You're a smart person." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the gold medal assassin's eyes narrowed slightly. When he spoke again, his voice was cold and filled with killing intent. It was as though he would kill Duan Lingtian at any moment. "If you're sincere, why don't you take off your mask and talk to me?" Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Take off my mask?" The gold medal assassin looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. "You mean, if I take off my mask, you'll agree to join the Tai-E celestial sect?" "Perhaps." Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "You're messing with me." The gold medal assassin was enraged. The aura on his body swept out again. This time, he did not hold back and directly sent Duan Lingtian flying. Duan Lingtian crashed into a few stone tables and chairs in the backyard, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. "Brother Lingtian!" Huan cried out as she rushed forward to catch Duan Lingtian, who was sent flying like an arrow. Her eyes were filled with concern as she looked at Duan Lingtian. "Huan I'm fine." With Huan help, Duan Lingtian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the gold-plated assassin with a smile on his face as he said, "So, are you willing to make a bet? If I don't take off my mask, I won't join the Tai-E celestial sect. However, if you take off your mask, I might agree to join the Tai-E celestial sect on a whim." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the gold assassin meaningfully. Duan Lingtian took the initiative to make a decision. Huan looked at the gold medal assassin with killing intent as she supported Duan Lingtian. She could not wait to kill the gold medal assassin. However, she knew she would not be a match for the gold medal assassin even if she used the secret method from her inherited memory and sacrificed herself. The gold medal assassin was too strong. Apart from her mother, he was the strongest person she had met in her life. "Do you have a death wish?" The gold medal killer's tone suddenly turned cold, and at the same time, he was a little impatient. Duan Lingtian merely smiled when he heard the gold medal assassin's threat. He remained silent as though he was confident the gold medal assassin would make a decision. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. After a moment of stalemate with Duan Lingtian, the gold assassin realized it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to give in. He took a deep breath and placed his hand on the golden mask on his face. However, he did not take off his mask immediately. "If you dare to trick me, not only will I kill the girl next to you, but I'll also tear you to pieces and burn your bones to ashes," the gold medal assassin said coldly as he took off his golden mask. Instantly, a square face that was filled with stubbles appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. There was a crimson-red mole between the eyebrows of this burly middle-aged man with a square face. It was extremely eye-catching. Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess the gold medal assassin's identity when he saw his face. Although he did not know all the high-ranking officials in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, he knew some of the most powerful high-ranking officials in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Among them were the most powerful high-ranking officials in the Tai-E celestial sect. In the Tai-E celestial sect, the sect leader and the supreme elder were the most powerful. Moreover, the Tai-E celestial sect only had one supreme elder. Below them were the two guardians of the Tai celestial sect. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect, right? Duan Lingtian asked. That's right. I'm Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect. The burly middle-aged man replied honestly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he was not surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to recognize him. As one of the most powerful high-ranking officials in the Tai celestial sect, his portrait had long spread throughout the wasteland. Anyone who had seen his portrait would be able to recognize him. I've long heard that the gold medal assassins in the wasteland are not simple. Perhaps, one of the gold medal assassins is the sect leader of one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Duan Lingtian said with a sigh, although I didn't encounter any of the sect leaders of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, I'm considered lucky to encounter the left guardian of the Tai celestial sect. Don't change the subject. Tai, he said coldly, now that I've taken off my mask, you should be able to tell me if you're willing to join the Tai celestial sect, right? You better think carefully. If you refuse, not only will you die, even the girl beside you will also die. Tai He's voice was laced with a hint of menace when he spoke. At the same time, there was a hint of impatience in Tai He's tone. I've thought it through. As soon as Tai He finished speaking, Duan Lingtian said, first of all, I'd like to thank you for your kindness, left guardian of Dharma. You're even willing to give up this mission for me. However, I've long decided to join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Therefore, it's impossible for me to join the Tai celestial sect. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to say that he would not join the Tai celestial sect. You've long decided to join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect? Tai He's expression changed drastically as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a raging inferno. His thunderous voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, deafening. Chapter 2766. Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect, shouted. Boom! A vast amount of celestial origin energy surged out of his body. 6 lightning bolts that looked like tiny snakes could be seen coiling around the celestial origin energy. It gave people a creepy feeling. 6 combination immortal lord. When Tai He's celestial origin energy was surrounded by 6 lightning bolts, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw the strange phenomenon of the celestial origin energy. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. The rumors were true. In the past, he had heard, in the Tai celestial sect, the sect leader and the supreme elder were 7-star celestial dukes while the 2 guardians were 6 combination celestial dukes. Of course, after meeting Big Brother Pei, he knew that the rumors were not entirely true. According to Brother Pei, each of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland had an 8-trigram celestial duke. Therefore, Duan Lingtian guessed, in the Tai celestial sect, one of the sect leader or the supreme elder might be an 8-trigram celestial duke, or the Tai celestial sect might have an 8-trigram celestial duke. Left guardian of Dharma. Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as ever as he looked at Tai He, who seemed ready to kill him at any time. Even if you kill me and Huan, you'll only be completing your mission. If that's the case, you might lose an opportunity to ask someone to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian said lightly. Aren't you unwilling to join the Tai celestial sect? Tai, who had originally been somewhat impatient, was in no hurry to make a move after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, he asked with a cold smile. I can't join the Tai celestial sect, but that doesn't mean I can't help you refine the overarching heaven pill, the left guardian of Dharma. As long as you can provide me with the ingredients to refine the overarching heaven pills, I can refine the overarching heaven pills for you for free. This won't change even if I join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Duan Lingtian looked at Tai and said frankly, of course, the prerequisite is that, you, the left guardian of Dharma, trust me. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tai he didn't rush to speak. Instead, he just stood there and stared at Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, he was looking into Duan Lingtian's eyes. His gaze swept past Duan Lingtian's cheeks, as if he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian was just brushing him off. After all, once Duan Lingtian joined the martial dragon celestial sect, it would be extremely difficult for him to threaten Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian could just go back on his words and ignore him. Unless Duan Lingtian was truly trustworthy, there was no need for him to abandon his mission and allow the martial dragon celestial sect to have a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill for a promise that he might not be able to fulfill. Duan Lingtian faced Tai Tai He's gaze calmly without the slightest trace of guilt. Since he had made the promise, he had no intention of going back on his words. I hope you won't disappoint me. In the end, Tai Tai he chose to believe Duan Lingtian. Apart from the fact that he could tell Duan Lingtian was not someone who would go back on his words, he chose to believe Duan Lingtian because he had made the choice in his heart. If he killed Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's servant, he would be able to complete his mission. On the other hand, if he did not kill Duan Lingtian and his servant, he would not have to worry about the consequences of abandoning his mission. Moreover, he would be able to obtain a large number of overarching heaven pills at any time. In the end, he chose the second option. Swoosh! Before Duan Lingtian and Huan could react, Tai Tai He's figure flashed and disappeared like a ghost. The person who issued the mission to kill this girl is the Golden Light King, the Golden Light King from the Golden Light Mansion under the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After I leave, I'll help you kill the Golden Light King and annihilate his entire clan. At this moment, Tai Tai He's voice rang in Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's ears. The Golden Light King, the Golden Light King? Duan Lingtian's expression turned cold when he heard Tai Tai He's words. He did not expect the Golden Light King would be so crazy as to hire a black market assassin to kill Huan Er. Previously, he had met the Golden Light King's father on the street. Due to the fact that both of them had second form chaos divine flames, they were like fire and water. However, the outcome was different. After the Golden Light King's father died, his second form chaos divine flame devoured the Golden Light King's father's second form chaos divine flame. Moreover, the Golden Light King's father was the one who tried to kill him first. Huan had killed the Golden Light King's father to protect him. Fortunately, I'm a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Otherwise, Huan would have been in deep trouble. Duan Lingtian could not help but shudder when he thought about this. If something happened to Huan because of him, he would never be able to forgive himself. The Golden Light King, the Golden Light King? He hired a black market assassin to kill me? Do I have a grudge against him? Unlike Duan Lingtian, Huan Er, who had always been calm and collected, had long forgotten about the matter. She did not think about it at all. She did not think about it at all. Huan Er, do you remember the old man who wanted to kill me, the old prince of the Golden Light Mansion, whom you killed on the street? At that time, I asked you and Xiaoling to protect me while you used your celestial origin energy to form 4 ice walls to protect me. Duan Lingtian reminded Huan Er. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan Er finally recalled the incident. Her eyes turned cold as she thought to herself, so it's that guy. If I knew he would do this, I would have killed him. Huan Er recalled the incident when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She also remembered the Golden Light King, the Golden Light King, the Golden Light King, from the Golden Light Mansion. You don't have to do anything now. The left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial Sect will do it for us. Duan Lingtian said. Brother Lingtian, you didn't even agree to let him join the Tai E Celestial Sect. Why would he help us? Huan Er asked in confusion. Huan Er, this is where he's smart. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a hint of wisdom as he said with a faint smile, it's risky for him to believe that I'll help him refine overarching heaven pills for free in the future. However, since he's willing to do me a favor, it's not that risky. After all, it's not right for me to go back on my word. Moreover, it's not right for me to lose my status as a prominent celestial alchemist. Duan Lingtian said. Huan nodded, seemingly understanding Duan Lingtian's words. Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect, had broken into the Tai celestial sect's residence. When Tai was in the 13th prince's residence, he had set up a formation in the courtyard where Duan Lingtian and Huan were staying. Therefore, even though he had caused quite a commotion in the courtyard, no one had noticed him. Even Xiu Ling, the strongest heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the 13th prince's residence, did not notice anything amiss. Huan, try taking this overarching heaven pill. See if it's compatible with the medicinal efficacy in your body and can help you improve your cultivation base. After Tai he left, Duan Ling Tian could not wait to find out if Huan could raise her cultivation base by consuming the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. This was one of the reasons he had been working so hard to familiarize himself with the method to refine prominent celestial pills. Duan Ling Tian was filled with anticipation when Huan took the overarching heaven pill to cultivate. However, the first thing she said when she opened her eyes caused the anticipation on his face to disappear. It was replaced with a helpless smile and a hint of disappointment. Brother Ling Tian, the medicinal efficacy of the overarching heaven pill is completely negated by the medicinal efficacy of the overarching heaven pill. These were Huan's words. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian realized that Huan's overarching heaven pill was extremely powerful. The pills Huan's mother gave her were extremely overbearing. Not only were ordinary pills useless to her, but even overarching heaven pills were useless to her as well. Brother Ling Tian, it's alright. Even if I can't take the overarching heaven pill, my cultivation speed is still not slow. Huan smiled and comforted Duan Ling Tian when she saw the disappointment on his face. Huan was beautiful to begin with. When she smiled, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he was bathed in a spring breeze. His bad mood instantly improved. His eyes were attracted by Huan's beautiful face. After a long while, he finally regained his senses and looked away. About 10 days later, a piece of news reached the 13th prince's residence. The Golden Light King, the Golden Tiger, has been killed. The entire Golden Light Mansion has been annihilated. Duan Ling Tian learned about this from Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince. When Long Fei Yun received the news, he immediately came looking for Duan Ling Tian and told him about it. Long Fei Yun had come looking for Duan Ling Tian because Duan Ling Tian and Huan had a grudge against the Golden Light Mansion in the past. Even the people from the Golden Light Mansion in the Imperial Palace are dead. It's certain the culprit is a Celestial Duke, and it's highly likely he's not an ordinary Celestial Duke. Long Fei Yun sighed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian who was sitting across from him. The Golden Light Mansion dared to provoke a Celestial Duke? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. The surprised expression on Duan Ling Tian's face was not an act. He was not surprised by Long Fei Yun's speculation that the culprit was a Celestial Duke. However, he was rather surprised that the Golden Light Mansion was annihilated. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so arrogant. He did not expect Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect, to be so ruthless and decisive. Chapter 2767. The people from the Golden Light Mansion shouldn't have offended a Celestial Duke. Unless they had offended someone with a powerful background and the backing of a Celestial Duke. Long Fei Yun looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully as he spoke. It was as though Duan Ling Tian had a powerful background and the backing of a Celestial Duke. Long Fei Yun thought this way because he did not think the people from the Golden Light Mansion would have offended a Celestial Duke. A Celestial Duke was extremely powerful. Even the Golden Tiger, the king of the Golden Light Mansion, had to bow before a Celestial Duke, let alone offending a Celestial Duke. For this reason, Long Fei Yun speculated, the Celestial Duke must be the person behind the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man was a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old. Long Fei Yun did not believe such a person did not have a powerful background. Initially, Long Fei Yun thought Duan Ling Tian was from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. However, when Duan Ling Tian agreed to join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, he dismissed this thought. After all, it was impossible for someone with a powerful background to join another sect. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist. This made Long Fei Yun even more certain that Duan Lingtian had a powerful background. After all, to become a prominent celestial alchemist, one had to obtain a prominent celestial fire. However, not everyone could obtain a prominent celestial fire. Long Fei Yun speculated, Duan Lingtian came from a powerful clan outside the wasteland. He was a disciple of a powerful clan. The disciples of the clans didn't have to worry so much when they joined a sect. What? 13th Prince, do you think there's a celestial duke behind me, and that celestial duke annihilated the entire Golden Light Mansion? It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess Long Fei Yun's thoughts when he saw Long Fei Yun's gaze. He could not help but laugh. Yes, that's what I think. Long Fei Yun nodded and did not deny it. All I can say is, the annihilation of Golden Light Mansion was indeed related to me. However, the Heavenly High Immortal who made the move wasn't the Heavenly High Immortal behind me. If I'm not mistaken, it's Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. Previously, Long Fei Yun had given him a Duke-grade celestial weapon in exchange for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. This had improved his impression of Long Fei Yun. Although it wasn't to the point of completely treating Long Fei Yun as a close friend, it was to a certain extent that Long Fei Yun was a friend. Tai Tai huh? Long Fei Yun's eyes narrowed. He then looked at Duan Lingtian and asked seriously, Brother Duan, why do you say that he did it? As a prince of a high-rank celestial kingdom, he naturally knew who Tai Taiha was. Tai Taiha was one of the strongest people in the Tai E Celestial Sect. He was a bona fide 6-combination celestial duke. Celestial dukes were divided into 10 levels. A 1 basic celestial duke was enough to wipe out the entire soaring dragon celestial kingdom, let alone a 6-combination celestial duke who was 5 levels stronger than a 1 basic celestial duke. Although Long Fei Yun was the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, he was no different from an ant in front of someone like Tai Tai He. Even if the 4th prince and the 7th prince were killed by Tai Tai He in front of his father, the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, his father, the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, would not even dare to fart, let alone the fact that he was the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Perhaps, he might even apologize and say that his sons deserved to be killed. Tai Tai He's status was too high. Even if Long Fei Yun became the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom in the future, he would still have to look up to Tai Tai He. It's because he came looking for me. Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. He did not conceal anything as he recounted the entire sequence of events. In his opinion, there was no need to conceal anything. What? The Golden Light King, the Golden Tiger, hired a black market assassin to kill Miss Huan, Long Fei Yun's expression changed drastically as killing intent flashed in his eyes. How dare he? It's good that he's dead. If I had known about this earlier, I would have killed him even without Guardian Tai from the Tai E Celestial Sect. However, after a while, Long Fei Yun seemed to have recalled something. The killing intent in his eyes faded away as he looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. Brother Duan, you successfully refined the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he raised his hand and took out the remaining 2 overarching heaven pills and handed them to Long Fei Yun. I've refined 3 overarching heaven pills this time. Huan has already consumed 1. These 2 overarching heaven pills are useless to me for now, so I'll give them to you, 13th Prince. 2 overarching heaven pills. Long Fei Yun's breathing quickened when he saw Duan Lingtian handing the 2 overarching heaven pills to him. A hint of greed could be seen in his eyes as he looked at the 2 overarching heaven pills. It was as though he could not wait to take them for himself. After all, 2 overarching heaven pills were equivalent to 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Many peak great overarching golden celestials only needed 1 overarching heaven pill to break through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As long as he was willing to give them the overarching heaven pill, they would be willing to work for him. However, despite his desire, Long Fei Yun restrained himself. Brother Duan, you should give these 2 overarching heaven pills to Miss Huan, as well. You can give them to me if you have any more in the future. Take them. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Huan has consumed the overarching heaven pill earlier, but she still can't absorb the medicinal efficacy. Therefore, the overarching heaven pill is useless to her. I'm still far from becoming a peak great overarching golden celestial, so I don't need the overarching heaven pill for now. The overarching heaven pill is useless to Miss Huan, Long Fei Yun was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. He was already shocked when he learned the weaving overarching pill was useless to Huan, Now that he learned the overarching heaven pill was useless to Huan, he was even more shocked. Who was Huan, She was not a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but the overarching heaven pill was useless to her. In the end, Long Fei Yun accepted the overarching heaven pill. Brother Duan, do you really plan to refine overarching heaven pills for Tai Tai He in the future? Long Fei Yun asked. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. I, Duan Lingtian, won't go back on my word. Moreover, Guardian Tai has annihilated the entire Golden Light Mansion. Although it's a little cruel, I have no choice but to accept his kindness. Brother Duan, I admire you for keeping your word. Long Fei Yun praised him. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. Before long, the day of the grand contest of the wasteland had arrived. On this day, a group of people walked out of the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The person in the lead was a tall, middle-aged man with a square face. He was dressed in a golden dragon robe, and his long black hair was draped over his shoulders. He had a majestic air about him even though he did not look angry. He was none other than Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Dongping's roofless carriage was pulled by 9 immortal beasts that looked like lions and tigers. These 9 immortal beasts had thick golden manes all over their bodies. Under the contrast of the sunlight, they looked extremely dazzling from afar. Those are the lion-tiger beasts. They have great strength and speed. They're comparable to heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials. A young man in the crowd looked at a young man dressed in purple next to him and pointed at the 9-headed celestial beast that resembled lions and tigers. The imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom has spent a lot of money to raise these lion-tiger beasts. They're extremely precious. On one side was a purple-clothed young man, and on the other side of him was a white-clothed woman wearing a white veil and a gauze hat. Based on this, one could easily guess his identity. He was none other than Duan Lingtian. Today was the day Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, would lead 50 young powerhouses under the age of 100 to the central area of the wasteland to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland. For this reason, they had left the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom early in the morning. The grand contest of the wasteland would be held in Tai East City in the central area of the wasteland. Tai East City was controlled by the Tai East Celestial Sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. The grand contest of the wasteland was usually held in the 3 cities controlled by the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Since Tai East City was quite a distance away from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had left earlier. However, there were people from other celestial kingdoms that were further away from Tai East City who had left earlier. For example, the intermediate rank Celestial Kingdom, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, which Duan Lingtian was from, had left earlier than the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. His speed is comparable to a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. This was his first time seeing such a powerful celestial beast without intelligence since he came to the spirit overarching heaven. It was comparable to a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial. It must cost a lot of great overarching pills to raise such a celestial beast, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Long Fei Yun. Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. However, the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom can only raise them to this level. Great overarching pills are useless if we want to raise them to the peak of the great overarching golden celestial stage. Then, we have to raise them with overarching heaven pills. Long Fei Yun shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. That's not something the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom can afford. Golden Overarching Pills. Chapter 2768. Duan Lingtian knew a thing or two about the Golden Evolution Pill. The Golden Evolution Pill was a mediocre-grade celestial pill used by great overarching golden celestials. Regardless of the level of a great overarching golden celestial, it would elevate one's cultivation level by a level. Naturally, this applied to peak great overarching golden celestials. The next step after peak great overarching golden celestials was to become overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The Golden Evolution Pill would be useless to those at this stage. For this reason, if a great overarching golden celestial possessed a Golden Evolution Pill, they would choose to consume it when they were heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials to break through and become peak great overarching golden celestials. If a peak great overarching golden celestial wanted to advance further, they would have to rely on the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Indeed, the great overarching pill can only help a great overarching golden celestial to raise an unintelligent celestial beast to the heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial. If they want to advance further, they'll have to consume the Golden Evolution Pill. However, not just any human great overarching golden celestial can obtain the Golden Evolution Pill. It's extremely rare even among mediocre-grade celestial pills. Its value is even higher than many prominent celestial pills. Let alone the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, not many people in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would dare to use the Golden Evolution Pill to raise an unintelligent celestial beast. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It's even more difficult to raise a celestial beast to the level of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial since it requires a large amount of prominent celestial pills, the overarching heaven pill. The overarching heaven pill is extremely rare even among the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was certain there were no celestial beasts in the three major celestial sects. Even in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, there might not be many celestial beasts at the level of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Apart from the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, his subordinates, and 50 young powerhouses, there were many people accompanying the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom on their way to Tai City, one of the three great overarching golden celestial sects. These people were the princes and their subordinates, the princes and their subordinates, the princes and their subordinates, the kings and their subordinates. Long Xiang Yun and Long Qin Yun, the fourth prince and the seventh prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, were among them. However, Duan Lingtian, Huan, Long Fei Yun, and the others kept a distance from the others. Qiu Ling, who was standing behind Long Fei Yun, was the one who led them. Since Qiu Ling was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it was easy for him to lead Duan Lingtian and the other two to catch up to the nine-headed liger beast. This 13th brother is really lucky. The fourth prince, Long Xiang Yun, glanced at Long Fei Yun from time to time. His expression was extremely unsightly. Although he was one of the 50 young powerhouses from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom who were participating in the Wasteland Grand Contest, his strength was mediocre compared to Duan Lingtian and Feng Wuji Guang. For this reason, he could not help but feel envious when he saw Duan Lingtian, the 13th prince, participating in the Wasteland Grand Contest with Long Fei Yun. It's a good thing father doesn't like 13th brother. Otherwise, there would be another obstacle in my path to becoming the emperor. Long Qin Yun, the 7th prince, thought to himself as he looked at Long Fei Yu. After all, he did not know if Duan Lingtian would be able to help his 13th brother become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after he joined the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian did not have the ability to do so now. However, that might not be the case in the future. The group of people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom made their way to Tai City, one of the three largest cities in the central area of the wasteland. It was a peaceful journey. No one dared to stop or rob them. However, this was to be expected. Based on the group of people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, not many people in the wasteland would dare to provoke them. Naturally, if a Celestial Duke made a move, the group of people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would have no choice but to back down. However, there was a problem. In the immortal sects of the wasteland, there was no need for an immortal monarch expert to do such a thing. They could do well in the wasteland just by relying on their cultivation. There was no need for them to block the way and rob others. Brother Duan will arrive at Tai City in 3 days. After traveling for half a month, Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, said to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a calm expression that was neither happy nor sad. He did not care about the upcoming grand contest of the wasteland at all. After all, he knew it was just a formality. He could even join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect without participating in the grand contest of the wasteland. However, he still planned to go through the formalities. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye. The group of people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom arrived outside Tai City. Under the lead of Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, they descended from the sky and landed outside Tai City. Standing outside Tai City, one could not see anyone entering or leaving the city. Clearly, there was a rule in Tai City that forbade people from entering or leaving the city. This is Tai City. Although Duan Ling Tian was mentally prepared, his eyes still lit up when he saw Tai City for the first time. Tai City was definitely the largest city he had ever seen in the mundane realms and Devata realms. It was even larger than the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. This was something he had discovered before he descended from the sky. However, he was not surprised. After all, Tai City was one of the 3 largest cities in the central area of the wasteland. Moreover, it was under the control of the Tai sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. These people must be here to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland in 3 months, right? When the group of people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom entered Tai City, the passers-by could not help but whisper among themselves as they tried to guess the group's identity. There are at least 50 young powerhouses among these people. It seems like they're from a high-rank celestial kingdom. There are 39 high-rank celestial kingdoms in the wasteland. I wonder which high-rank celestial kingdom they're from. They're so ostentatious. The middle-aged man sitting in the carriage with the 9-headed liger beast must be the emperor of a high-rank celestial kingdom, right? He looks quite majestic. Such an existence is a supreme existence in the high-grade celestial kingdom he's from. However, in our Tai City, he's nothing. Indeed. Currently, many people from high-rank celestial kingdoms have gathered in Tai City. Most of them were personally led by their emperors to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland. As the group of people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom passed by, the passers-by discussed among themselves. Many of them were even looking at Duan Ling Tian and the others. The grand contest of the wasteland was held in Tai City. The organizer was the Tai Celestial Sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. For this reason, the Tai Celestial Sect had arranged accommodations for the people from the high-rank celestial kingdoms in Tai City. Naturally, the accommodations were also divided into different grades. The high-rank celestial kingdoms had the best accommodations, the intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms had the second-best accommodations, and the low-rank celestial kingdoms had the worst accommodations. As a high-rank celestial kingdom, the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were arranged to stay in a spacious mansion. Each of them was given a courtyard of their own. Duan Ling Tian was no exception. Although Huan was also given an independent courtyard, she did not plan to stay there. Instead, she followed Duan Ling Tian into his courtyard. It was obvious she did not want to be separated from Duan Ling Tian. Brother Duan, Miss Huan, This must be your first time in Tai City, right? Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, knocked on the door and asked with a smile on his face. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then do you want to go out with me and find a restaurant to have a meal? Long Fei Yun asked. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at Huan, who was standing next to him. When he saw Huan looking at him with a hint of anticipation in her eyes, he nodded and agreed to Long Fei Yun's suggestion. Duan Lingtian did not mind. Even if he did not come to Tai City, he was not interested in touring the city. However, since Huan liked to tour the city, he was willing to accompany her. Brother Lingtian, do you like to go shopping? Huan had asked Duan Lingtian in the past. I'll go shopping as long as you like it. These were Duan Lingtian's exact words. His tone was filled with affection when he said these words. Duan Lingtian was not lying. After all, whenever he went shopping with Huan he would feel relaxed whenever he saw Huan acting like a child. In fact, he enjoyed this feeling very much. Naturally, Duan Lingtian still had reservations about Huan He treated her like a younger sister and did not have any other thoughts. This was not because Huan was not attractive, but because Duan Lingtian was not in the mood to date at all. After all, 2 of his wives and 1 of his confidants were in the divine offering land that he had no idea where they were. Let's go then. Long Fei Yun beckoned to Duan Lingtian and Huan, before he and Xiao Ling left the residence that the Tai Celestial sect had arranged for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to wander around Tai City. When they were walking on the main road, Duan Lingtian felt as though someone was looking at him. He immediately looked ahead and saw a young man dressed in a brocade robe staring at him intently. However, when the young man saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he withdrew his gaze and walked away as though no one was looking at him. He seems to recognize me? Duan Lingtian frowned. He was certain he had never seen the young man before. On the other side. After the young man left, his eyes lit up. Isn't that purple-clad young man the man and woman in the floating image pearl that the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom possesses? Chapter 2769. The young man was from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, an intermediate rank celestial kingdom. He was also from a powerful clan in the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. He was close to the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Therefore, he had seen the floating image pearl the 6th prince had obtained from Nangong Li, the young master of the Nangong clan, a third-rate clan in the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Within the scryer projection, there was a perfect woman with a peerless appearance. Although it had been a long time, he would never forget the moment he saw the woman in the floating image pearl. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting, and her eyes were as clear as water. She was tall and slender, and she was dressed in a thin white robe. The cold aura she emitted made her seem like a celestial. She was elegant and refined like a celestial. The woman's perfect face, in particular, seemed to be the product of God's favoritism. There were no flaws in her face at all. He still remembered. At that time, his heart was racing, and he could not wait to make her his. However, he was aware of his own limitations. The woman was someone the 6th prince had taken a liking to. She was not someone he could lay his hands on. At that time, apart from the white-clad woman, there was also a purple-clad young man in the floating image pearl. He looked identical to the man I saw earlier. Moreover, that person earlier was also wearing purple. Also, there was a white-clothed woman beside that person earlier. However, she was wearing a veil and a hat, so no one could see her appearance clearly. However, her figure was similar to the white-clad woman in the floating image pearl. The young man's eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself. The young man's eyes lit up when he thought about this. It seems like this woman with a veil and a hat is the peerless beauty that the 6th prince has been searching for in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. It just so happens that the 6th prince is also here this time. If I tell the 6th prince about this, with the 6th prince's character of fair rewards and punishments, he will definitely not mistreat me. The young man's eyes shone brightly when he thought about this. As an intermediate rank celestial kingdom, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had 30 spots to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland. Therefore, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had brought along 30 young powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old. These 30 young powerhouses who were not even 100 years old were elites among the younger generation in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Apart from the 30 young powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was accompanied by many princes and people from the various king mansions. The 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was one of them. Although Duan Ling Tian had noticed the young man's strange behavior, he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind after the young man left. He continued to stroll around Tai-E City with Huan, Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, walked side by side with Duan Ling Tian and Huan, Brother Duan, did Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, look for you after he left? Suddenly, Long Fei Yun seemed to have thought of something and asked Duan Ling Tian. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled by this. He had thought he would rush to the Tai-E Celestial Sect to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, after he agreed to help he refine the overarching heaven pill. However, the Wasteland Grand Contest was about to begin, and yet, he had not come to look for him. This doesn't make sense. Long Fei Yun found this strange as well. If he were he would have given Duan Ling Tian the required materials to refine the overarching heaven pill before Duan Ling Tian joined the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Perhaps he's held up by something. Duan Ling Tian said. That's the only explanation. Long Fei Yun nodded. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, a voice rang in Long Fei Yun's and Duan Ling Tian's ears. Hey! Have you heard? He, the guardian of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, has successfully broken through and become a 7-star Celestial Duke a few days ago. From now on, there will be 3 7-star Celestial Dukes in the Tai-E Celestial Sect. Duan Ling Tian and Long Fei Yun looked at each other when they heard the voice. Both of them saw the realization in each other's eyes. I didn't expect this to happen. It seems like He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, has been in closed-door cultivation recently. A few days ago, he had successfully broken through and became a 7-star Celestial Duke. Long Fei Yun exclaimed. 7-star Celestial Duke. Duan Lingtian's calm heart stirred slightly. He did not expect the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, whom he had met once before, had become a 7-star Celestial Duke. Although there was only a difference of 1 stage between a 7-star Celestial Duke and a 6-combination Celestial Duke, the difference in strength was like a chasm. At the very least, the only 7-star Celestial Dukes in the Tai-E Celestial Sect were the sect leader and the Supreme Elder. Now that he had made a breakthrough, the number of 7-star Celestial Dukes in the Tai-E Celestial Sect had increased from 2 to 3. Moreover, the Tai-E Celestial Sect's overall strength had greatly improved. Originally, the Tai-E Celestial Sect was slightly stronger than the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect due to their King-grade celestial weapon. Now that the Tai-E Celestial Sect has a 7-star Celestial Duke, there's no doubt they're stronger than the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. I'm afraid the situation in the wasteland will change after this incident. At the very least, the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect won't be able to sit still. That's only natural. The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland have always been in a state of balance. Now that the Tai-E Celestial Sect has a 7-star Celestial Duke, the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect will definitely be wary of the Tai-E Celestial Sect. In my opinion, the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect might join forces in the future to suppress the Tai-E Celestial Sect. If the Tai-E Celestial Sect defeats them one by one, the Tai-E Celestial Sect will definitely dominate the wasteland in the future. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and the others heard the discussions of the passers-by. They were all talking about the 7-star Celestial Duke in the Tai-E Celestial Sect. However, Duan Ling Tian was not affected by He's breakthrough at all. To Duan Ling Tian, the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Wasteland were just a stepping stone for him to ascend to the spirit overarching heaven. In the future, he would leave the wasteland and head to a bigger stage. After all, his goal was the divine offering land that was above the Devata realms. However, even Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, has never heard of the divine offering land. It seems like I'll have to leave the wasteland if I want to know more about the divine offering land. Previously, Duan Lingtian had intentionally asked Long Fei Yun if he knew about the divine offering land. However, Long Fei Yun had said he did not know about it. In fact, when Long Fei Yun had asked a few knowledgeable people in the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, none of them had heard of the divine offering land. They had even gone through many ancient books, but they could not find any information about the divine offering land. At that time, Duan Ling Tian knew. Based on the soaring dragon celestial kingdom's foundation, it was impossible for them to come into contact with the divine offering land. When Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E celestial sect, comes to look for me, I can ask him about the divine offering land. If he doesn't know about it, I can only ask Brother Pei about it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I wonder when Brother Pei will return. However, by the time I come out of the little world, Brother Pei should be back by then. After all, if he doesn't return, I'm afraid the martial dragon celestial sect will get their hands on the treasures in the little world. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the martial dragon celestial sect was a divine offering land. Even if he was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, the martial dragon celestial sect would definitely check his spatial ring if he came out of the little world safely. After all, the martial dragon celestial sect's desire for the treasures in the little world is no less than their desire for the overarching heaven pill. In fact, their desire for the treasures in the little world is no less than a prominent celestial alchemist like me. Also, Brother Pei left to help me settle the matter of the compassionate celestial traveler sect forcing Murongbing to marry someone from another sect. I wonder if everything went smoothly. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he thought about Murongbing from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Although he did not have any feelings for her, they were still husband and wife after all. Therefore, he treated her as his woman. He would not allow anyone to lay a finger on his woman. I'm still too weak. If I'm strong enough, I'll go to the compassionate celestial traveler sect and take Murongbing away. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. After that, he continued to walk around for another hour. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he saw two familiar figures. One of them was the young man dressed in embroidered robes whom he had met an hour ago. The other person was none other than Nan Gongli, the young man whom Duan Ling Tian and Huan had met near the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. At that time, Nan Gongli and the others had wanted to kill him and kidnap Huan. Therefore, Huan had killed almost all of them. Nan Gongli, on the other hand, was the only one who managed to escape. Since he had used the floating light shadow talisman, his speed was comparable to a celestial duke. Your Highness, it's them. Chapter 2770. The person whom Nan Gongli addressed as His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince was a skinny young man who wore a long golden robe. His footsteps were light, and there was a hint of gloominess between his eyebrows, giving off a gloomy feeling. Are you sure it's them? The golden-clad young man glanced at Duan Ling Tian and Huan for a moment before he shifted his gaze to Huan His eyes were filled with lust as he sized up Huan in an unbridled manner. When she sensed the golden-robed young man's gaze, her beautiful eyes glinted coldly under the veil. A cold aura emanated from her body, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. It was as though winter had arrived. Your Highness, I can vouch with my life that the two people in the floating image pearl are them. However, the white-clad woman wasn't wearing a veil or a hat at that time. In the face of the golden-robed young man's question, Nan Gongli said confidently, she's wearing a veil and a hat. It's obvious that she's trying to hide something. It had to be said that Nan Gongli's words were reasonable and had caused the golden-robed young man to no longer have any doubts. Duan Lingtian and Long Fei Yun's expressions darkened when they sensed the cold aura emanating from Huan and sensed the golden-clad young man's brazen gaze on Huan Nangong and the others, led by the golden-clad young man, stood in front of Duan Lingtian and the others in just a blink of an eye. The woman stays. As for you three men, scram. The golden-clad young man said coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and the others. It was as though he was an emperor giving orders. Apart from Nangong Li and the young man in embroidered robes whom Duan Lingtian had seen earlier, there were also two old men by the golden-clad young man's side. These two old men did not look simple at all. Swoosh. 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 As soon as the golden-robed young man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian, Long Feiyun, and Xiao Ling's expressions changed. The three of you, if you know what's good for you, scram. At the same time, Nangong Li, who was standing next to the golden-clad young man, said arrogantly to Duan Lingtian, Long Feiyun, and Xiao Ling, "This person next to me is the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. If you don't know what's good for you and offend the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, you..." Just as Nangong was about to say something after using his power to intimidate others. What can we do if we offend the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom? Long Fei Yun took a step forwards and looked at Nangong Li coldly. He interrupted Nangong Li and asked, "What are you talking about?" "You." Nangong Li did not expect to be interrupted. His expression changed drastically as he glared at Long Fei Yun. However, when Long Fei Yun looked at him coldly, Nangong Li felt pressured. It was not because of his strength or cultivation base, but because of his aura. As the 13th prince of a high-rank celestial kingdom, Long Fei Yun had cultivated the aura of a superior since he was young. On the other hand, Nangong Li was only the young master of a third-rate clan in the capital of an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Long Fei Yun's aura easily suppressed Nangong Li, causing Nangong Li to look away. His face was pale from the suppression of Long Fei Yun's aura. "Who are you?" The sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom might be reckless, but it did not mean he was a fool. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes when he saw Long Fei Yun's aura. "Huan, this matter isn't worth your time. Let the 13th prince handle it." Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who had sensed Huan's anger, reached out and grabbed her hand. He squeezed her palm and comforted her. Huan had always trusted and obeyed Duan Lingtian unconditionally. With Duan Lingtian's comforting words, she calmed down and nodded obediently. The Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is only an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom, right? Long Fei Yun glanced at the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and said indifferently, "If I'm not mistaken, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is near the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom." The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom narrowed his eyes warily. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a high-rank celestial kingdom that the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom could not compare to. In the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the strongest person was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, the strongest person was a heaven overarching heavenly supreme celestial. There was not a single peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. "You're from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom?" The sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom asked warily as he looked at Long Fei Yun. There was no doubt the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had come to Tai East City for the grand contest of the Wasteland, just like the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom could sense that the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was not simple. The golden-clad young man is the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom? However, it seems like the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom has bitten off more than he can chew. The young man seems to be from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Based on his aura, he's probably not an ordinary person. The noble aura he exudes is in no way inferior to the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. I just don't know who exactly he is. While Duan Lingtian and the others were facing off against Nangong Li and the others, the onlookers could not help but whisper among themselves. They were curious about Long Fei Yun's identity. Humph. Qiu Ling scoffed and said, "The 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom dares to act so presumptuously in front of the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? You must be tired of living." As soon as Qiu Ling finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a raging inferno. Then, he shot toward the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom at lightning speed. Bang! Bang! Before the onlookers could react, the 2 old men behind the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom fell to the ground. Their chests caved in as they crashed to the ground. They were no longer breathing. Clearly, they were dead. Gasp! 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 The onlookers gasped when they saw the 2 old men behind the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had died in just a blink of an eye. When they looked at Qiu Ling, who had returned to Long Fei Yun's side, they were shocked. None of them had expected the middle-aged man to kill the 2 old men behind the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom so easily. It's obvious the 2 old men were the bodyguards of the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. They're at least overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Most likely, they're profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials died just like that. Many of the onlookers were still in a daze. Some of them recalled Qiu Ling's words and were enlightened. As it turns out, he's the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. It said that although the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom isn't favored by the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he's one of the most powerful princes in the imperial family. I've also heard of the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Apart from that, I've also heard that the 13th prince has a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial protecting him. Moreover, the 13th prince has recruited a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family. The 13th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is indeed extraordinary to be able to recruit a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Does this mean this person is the heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by the 13th prince's side? As the crowd discussed animatedly, their gazes once again landed on Qiu Ling, causing him to become the center of attention once again. Meanwhile, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? A heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? When the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom heard Qiu Ling's words and saw the 2 profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials by his side being killed in just a blink of an eye, he knew he had met his match. The 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. As it turned out, the person standing before him was the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Nangong Li and the brocade-clad young man next to the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom were horrified when they learned about Long Fei Yun's identity. The brocade-clad young man's body began to tremble violently. As for Nangong Li, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground and peed in his pants. "Brother Duan, how do you plan to deal with them?" Long Fei Yun asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian remained silent. However, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Long Fei Yun nodded when he saw the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. "I understand." Long Fei Yun nodded as he gestured to Qiu Ling. Qiu Ling nodded and was about to kill the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. "Stop." At this moment, an aged figure appeared in front of the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and the 2 profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial kingdom. His aura was as powerful as Qiu Ling's aura. "Long Fei Yun, Shi Lei didn't do anything to you. You don't have to kill him, right?" Chapter 2771. Chen Bo Tao. Long Fei Yun's expression turned unsightly when he saw the well-dressed young man. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Chen Bo Tao. Although Long Fei Yun's voice was not loud, many people still heard him. For a moment, many people guessed the identity of this handsome young man in luxurious clothes. Chen Bo Tao. Isn't he the ninth prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom? Like the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, the mystical wave celestial kingdom is also a high-rank celestial kingdom. Chen Bo Tao, the ninth prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom, is widely acknowledged as the most likely candidate to become the next emperor of the mystical wave celestial kingdom. I didn't expect the ninth prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom to stand up for the sixth prince of the cloudy rock celestial kingdom. Perhaps there's some old enmity between the ninth prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom and the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Don't you see the anger in the 13th prince's eyes when he looks at the ninth prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom? I think so. While the crowd was discussing among themselves, the handsome young man dressed in luxurious robes finally arrived in front of Shirley, the sixth prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. He turned around and faced Long Fei Yun. The old man who had appeared earlier also stood respectfully behind the well-dressed young man. Cousin. Shirley greeted the well-dressed young man respectfully under everyone's watchful eyes. Cousin. Many people in the surroundings were shocked when they heard Shirley's words. They did not expect Shirley, the sixth prince of the cloudy rock celestial kingdom, to be related to the ninth prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom. Oh, I almost forgot. 20 years ago, the emperor of the cloudy rock celestial kingdom's younger sister married the emperor of the mystical wave celestial kingdom as a concubine. If that's the case, it makes sense for Shirley to address the ninth prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom as his cousin. Although it makes sense, the two of them aren't related by blood. I don't think the ninth prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom is here to stand up for him. I agree. The crowd did not think Shen Butao, the ninth prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom, was here to help Shirley. At the same time, they could feel the tension between Chen Butao and Long Fei Yun. Brother Duan, his name is Chen Butao. He's the ninth prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom. In the past, he used to bully me because he had a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial as his followers. Long Fei Yun's voice reached Duan Lingtian's ears at the right time. Apart from letting Duan Lingtian know Chen Butao's identity, he also mentioned the old grudge between him and Chen Butao. If that's the case, ask Xiao Ling to suppress the old man behind him. No matter what, these three people from the cloudy rock celestial kingdom must die today. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Long Fei Yun. As he spoke, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes, startling Long Fei Yun, who happened to be looking at him. This was Long Fei Yun's first time seeing Duan Lingtian in such a state. In the past, he only thought Duan Lingtian was gentle and easy to get along with. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a ruthless side. With just a few words, he decided the fate of the three people from the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Long Fei Yun, it's been a while. Chen Butao looked at Long Fei Yun and said with a fake smile. Yes, it's been a while. Chen Butao, I advise you to stay out of this. Otherwise, you'll regret it in the end. Long Fei Yun glanced at Chen Butao indifferently and spoke unhurriedly. In the end, he intentionally reminded Chen Butao. Regret it? Chen Butao smiled when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. Long Fei Yun, although you have a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial protecting you, I'm afraid it's not enough to make me regret it. You'll know soon enough whether it's enough or not. Long Fei Yun sneered as he transmitted his voice to Qiu Ling. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Qiu Ling made his move. Boom! Rumble. Accompanied by a series of thunderous booms, the ground shook violently. Qiu Ling's feet pushed off the ground, and he flew up, heading straight for Chen Butao. Swoosh! As Qiu Ling flew towards Chen Butao, the spot where he had been standing suddenly cracked open. In the end, it turned into an incomparably huge spider web. The spider web continued to spread in all directions for a few breaths of time before it stopped spreading. You're seeking death. Before the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, could react, the old man standing behind Chen Butao shouted angrily, You're too weak. The sound pierced through the air, causing ripples to appear in the void. Rings of sound waves spread out in all directions, causing the expressions of many passers-by with weaker cultivations to change drastically. There were even some who were shaken to the point that their eardrums ruptured, causing them to bleed from their 7 orifices. However, because the target of the sound wave was not the surrounding passers-by, no matter how weak the surrounding passers-by's cultivation was, none of them fell. The most serious case was bleeding from their 7 orifices. Swoosh. Swoosh. Unlike the earth-shattering sound of Qiu Ling's attack, when the old man behind Chen Butao attacked, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a hurricane, the kind that could tear everything apart. The hurricane swept out and slammed into the void. It was like boulders smashing into a calm lake, causing the surface of the lake to be torn apart. Now, even the void seemed to be torn apart. Bang! 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 In just a blink of an eye, Qiu Ling and the old man behind Chen Butao began to fight. The commotion was so loud that the onlookers quickly moved out of the way. Some of them who were slow to react were even sent flying. Boom! 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 As the shock waves from the collision of power swept out, gusts of strong wind spread out in all directions, blowing the robes of the group of people present and causing them to flutter. Due to the loud commotion, it attracted a lot of onlookers. What's going on? Judging from the commotion, it should be a fight between Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials, right? Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. You're wrong. The 2 people fighting aren't Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials, they're Heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. 2 Heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The onlookers were shocked when they learned the 2 people fighting were Heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Although this was Tai-E City, one of the 3 ancient cities in the central area of the wasteland, there were not many Heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials here. For this reason, such a scene was rare in Tai-E City. Who are these 2 Heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials? Many people were curious about this matter. As the people in the know explained, the onlookers who heard the commotion and rushed over to watch also learned the identities of the 2 people who were fighting. They were Heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials who followed the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom and the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom. Long Fei Yun, I didn't expect your Heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to be so strong. He's able to last so long against Elder Bei. A hint of provocation could be seen in Chen Butao's eyes as he looked at Long Fei Yun. This Elder Bei of yours is quite strong as well. He's able to last so long against Qiu Ling. Long Fei Yun did not back down in the face of Chen Butao's provocation. Huan kill the 3 people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and take their spatial rings. While the 2 heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestials by Chen Butao and Long Fei Yun's sides were fighting, Chen Butao and Long Fei Yun were staring at each other. Duan Lingtian suddenly said, Huan kill the 3 men from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and take their spatial rings. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, many people, including Chen Butao, the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom, heard his words. Chen Butao was momentarily stunned. All right. Huan responded as soon as Duan Lingtian spoke. Then, her figure flickered, and a cold aura rose from the void, causing everyone present to feel as though they had been plunged into the depths of winter. Although Chen Butao had heard Duan Lingtian's words, he did not pay much attention to them. However, at this moment, no. Chen Butao's expression changed drastically. He quickly circulated his celestial origin energy to protect himself from the cold. He felt as though his body was about to freeze, and his expression changed drastically. At the same time, he circulated his celestial origin energy to protect himself from the cold. It took him a great deal of effort to ward off the cold. When he regained his senses, he discovered that the 3 people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had been frozen. The 3 people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, including Shirlei, the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, had all been frozen into ice sculptures. Cracks could be seen on the ice sculptures as well. Chi! 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 A faint cracking sound rang in the air as the 3 ice sculptures cracked and shattered into pieces of ice on the ground. The 3 men from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom were as good as dead. Swoosh! 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 Chen Buotao's expression changed drastically when he saw the 3 people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom being killed. At this moment, he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air as 3 spatial rings flew past him. In the end, the spatial rings fell into the hands of the purple-clad young man who was standing nearby. The purple-clad young woman wore a veil and a hat on her head. With a wave of her hand, she took the spatial rings that belonged to the 3 people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Brother Ling Tian. Before anyone could react, Huan handed the 3 spatial rings to Duan Ling Tian. Her voice was so sweet that it was difficult to connect her to the person who had killed the 3 people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. All right. Duan Ling Tian ignored the shocked gazes around him as he kept the 3 spatial rings in his hand. Moreover, he instantly established ownership over the 3 spatial rings. As expected, they're inside. Chapter 2772. A Floating Image Pearl. After Duan Ling Tian claimed ownership of the spatial ring of Shirlei, the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, he looked at the floating image pearls in the spatial ring. Based on the mirror images of the floating image pearls, he finally found one of them. Although the floating image pearl did not last long, it clearly showed Duan Lingtian's appearance and Huan Er's appearance. The Huan in the mirror image was not wearing a veil or a hat. Her flawless features made everything around her pale in comparison. I knew it. The 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom has never seen Huan Er's face before. How could he be so fixated on her? As expected, Nangong must have recorded Huan Er's face with the floating image pearl. Earlier, when Shirlei, the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, had been staring at Huan Er with a lewd expression in his eyes, Duan Lingtian felt something was amiss. If it was Nangong, Duan Lingtian would have understood. After all, Nangong had seen Huan Er's face with his own eyes before. However, Shirlei had never seen Huan Er's face before. Even if Nangong had told Shirlei about Huan Er's beauty, Shirlei would not have lost his composure since he had not seen Huan Er's face with his own eyes. After all, he was a prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. How could he lack beauties? For this reason, Duan Lingtian speculated that Shirlei must have seen Huan Er's face. Duan Lingtian speculated that Shirlei must have seen Huan Er's face through other means. The first thing he thought of was the floating image celestial talisman and the floating image pearl. Since celestial talismans could only be used once, Duan Lingtian speculated that Nangong must have used the floating image pearl to record Huan Er's face before he escaped with the floating image talisman. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. Fortunately, this floating image pearl can't be replicated. Otherwise, once news of it spread, it would surely attract a lot of trouble. After putting away all the storage rings, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian did not know that the current Duan Lingtian was not aware of this. Although the floating image pearl could not replicate Huan Er's appearance, everyone in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom knew about the fairy-like young woman in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Bang! Before everyone could recover from their shock, Qiu Ling and the heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial standing next to Chen Buotao, the 9th prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom, were sent flying back to their respective masters. The distance between the 2 of them was about the same, so it could be seen that their strength was about the same. However, after the 2 of them returned, they did not continue to attack because they knew that there was no need for them to do anything. First of all, the 3 from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom were dead. Secondly, if they continued, they would only end up in a tie at most. Your Highness, my strength is on par with his, the old man said solemnly as he returned to Chen Buotao's side. After the old man returned to Chen Buotao's side, he said to Chen Buotao in a deep voice. His expression was slightly gloomy. He had confidently declared that he would defeat the heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial standing next to the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom within 100 moves. He did not expect the old man to be on par with him. It was almost impossible for him to defeat the old man. Meanwhile, Qiu Ling returned to Long Fei Yun's side. However, he remained silent as he stared at the old man standing behind Chen Butao warily, afraid the old man would attack again. Long Fei Yun, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to find such a powerhouse. Chen Butao said in a deep voice as he looked at Long Fei Yun. Of course. At least he's slightly stronger than you, a freeloader. Long Fei Yun said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, he was implying that Chen Butao was relying on his father. After all, the old man behind Chen Butao was bestowed to him by the Emperor of the Mystical Wave Immortal Kingdom. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, the onlookers began to look at Chen Butao in a different light. Many of them sighed emotionally. Although I've heard that the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom has recruited a heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial to serve him, I thought he was just an ordinary heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. I didn't expect him to be so strong. That's right. I didn't expect this heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial to serve the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom. He's said to be one of the top 3 heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom. However, such a heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial could only come to a tie with the heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial that the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom recruited. The onlookers could not help but sigh as they whispered among themselves. Based on their words, one thing was certain. Long Fei Yun, the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, was much better than Chen Butao, the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom. Hearing Long Fei Yun's words and the whispers around him, Chen Butao's face suddenly became so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. Who are you? How dare you order someone to kill my cousin? Chen Butao glanced at Long Fei Yun coldly before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. It was as though he thought Duan Lingtian was a pushover. Duan Lingtian completely ignored Chen Botao's question. He did not even look at Chen Botao for a moment. Huan, let's continue shopping. Chen Botao's expression darkened even further when Duan Lingtian greeted Huan, with a smile on his face. Then, he led Huan, to the entrance of the Heavens Path. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian and Huan did not even spare Chen Butao a glance. Chen Butao, there are some people you can't afford to offend. When Long Fei Yun saw Duan Lingtian and Qiu Ling leaving, he brought Qiu Ling with him as well. Before he left, he looked at Chen Butao meaningfully. Chen Butao's face turned red from anger, and his body began to tremble violently. However, since he did not know Duan Lingtian's background, and he was wary of Qiu Ling, who was by Long Fei Yun's side, he did not do anything. After all, he knew it would be futile even if he lost his temper. The person by Long Fei Yun's side could easily stop the person by his side. Moreover, his strength was far inferior to the white-clad woman by the purple-clad young man's side. That purple-clad young man. Who is he? It was only after Duan Lingtian and the others had left that the crowd regained their senses. An expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. The 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was very polite to that purple-clad young man. Moreover, before he left, he even warned the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom that the purple-clad young man is not someone the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom can afford to offend. Although he didn't say it explicitly, that's what he meant. The crowd of spectators were filled with curiosity towards Duan Lingtian's identity. Isn't that purple-clad young man Duan Lingtian who showed up in King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom? Why is he with the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Among the crowd, a young man muttered with a horrified expression. This young man was none other than Chu Yan, who had won second place in the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. He was also the son of the county governor of Soaring Wind County. The Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had sent a total of 30 young powerhouses below the age of 100 to the martial competition of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom. On King Qin's mansion's side, there were 2 people who had won 2 of the 30 spots. They were Chu Yan and Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County, who had won third place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Chu Yan and Yang Jin had followed King Qin from King Qin's mansion to the mystical wave celestial kingdom. Naturally, the leader of the group was the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Also, who's that white-clad girl beside Duanling Tian who listens to his every word? She's so strong. In just a blink of an eye, she killed the 6th prince and his 2 companions. Moreover, she did it in front of the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom. Rumor has it that the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom is a peak great overarching golden celestial with extraordinary strength. Before the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom could react, the white-clad woman had already killed the 6th prince and the other 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. This shows she's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Chu Yan was shocked when he thought about this. He was no stranger to Duanling Tian. If it were not for Duanling Tian's interference, he would have won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion. However, based on the strength Duanling Tian had displayed at that time, he was convinced by Duanling Tian's strength. Later on, Duanling Tian had fled and disappeared without a trace. Chu Yan felt it was a pity that Duanling Tian was not fated to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. After all, with Duanling Tian's strength, if he represented the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, he would definitely perform well in the Wasteland Grand Contest. He might even be able to join one of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. I didn't expect to encounter Duanling Tian when I came out to take a breather. Chu Yan thought to himself as he sighed inwardly. He turned around and made his way to the residence that the Tai Yi Celestial sect had arranged for the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. He was prepared to tell Qin Yu, the nephew of King Qin, about his encounter with Duanling Tian. When Chu Yan returned to the residence that the Tai Yi Celestial sect had arranged for the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, a tremor ran through the residence. The 6th prince is dead. Chapter 2773. Although Shirley, the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, was dissolute, he was favored by the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom due to his glib tongue. Moreover, he was not interested in becoming the next Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Due to this reason, he had a good relationship with the other princes. Today, on the 5th day since the people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom arrived in Tai Yi City, Shirley's soul pearl suddenly shattered. His Highness the 6th Prince is dead. When Shirley's soul pearl shattered, the people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom were in an uproar. Not only was the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom furious, but even the princes from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom were furious. The Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was so furious that he immediately ordered a thorough investigation of the 6th prince's death. The princes from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and the people from the king's mansions immediately became busy. With the cooperation of the princes, it did not take long for them to discover the cause of the 6th prince's death. The 6th prince's death has something to do with the woman in the portrait he's been searching for all these years. Back then, Nangong Li gave a floating image pearl to the 6th prince. There are 2 people in the floating image pearl. One of them is the woman the 6th prince has been searching for many years. She's the woman in the portrait that almost everyone in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom has seen. The other person is a young man. Before His Highness the 6th Prince got into trouble, the people by his side who didn't go out with him said that someone saw the young man in the mirror image of the floating image pearl. After reporting to His Highness the 6th Prince, His Highness the 6th Prince left with Nangong Li. Someone saw His Highness the 6th Prince, Nangong Li, and the 2 others being killed on the streets of Tai City. The person who killed His Highness the 6th Prince and the 2 others was a woman wearing white clothes, a veil on her head, and a hat on her face. That white-clothed woman is suspected to be the woman in the portrait. That's because Nangong Li recognized the purple-clothed young man beside the white-clothed woman as the young man that appeared in the floating image pearl. Although the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was only an intermediate-grade celestial kingdom, it did not take long for them to discover many useful things. The person who killed Old 6th is a subordinate of the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. At that time, the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom wanted to protect 6th brother. However, due to the fact that his subordinates were evenly matched with the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom subordinates, and the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom was weaker than the white-clad woman, 6th brother was killed in the end. Yun Ling, the emperor of the cloudy rock celestial kingdom, had an unsightly expression on his face. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour Duan Ling Tian. Your Majesty, this matter. What should we do? Below Yun Ling stood a few more people. One of them looked at Yun Ling nervously and asked, "What should we do? What can we do?" Yun Ling glared at the person who spoke and asked coldly, "Didn't you hear that he's a follower of the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom? Didn't he hear that even the 9th prince of the mystical wave immortal kingdom couldn't do anything to him? What do you think we should do?" In the face of Yun Ling's questioning, the man fell silent. Indeed. That person was not someone to be trifled with. In a courtyard not far from the main hall where Yun Ling and the others were, Qin Yu, the nephew of King Qin, met Chu Yan, who was selected by King Qin's mansion to participate in the grand competition of the wasteland. "Chu Yan, is there something you need from me?" Qin Yu asked curiously. Although he was not close to Chu Yan, they were both from King Qin's mansion. Therefore, they were able to chat along the way. "Qin Yu, as far as I know, you're close to Duan Ling Tian, right?" Chu Yan asked. Duan Ling Tian? As soon as Chu Yan finished speaking, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. A hint of urgency could be seen on his face as he asked, "Chu Yan, do you have news about Duan Ling Tian?" Ever since Duan Ling Tian escaped with the Shadow Void escaping talisman, Qin Yu had been worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety. Now that Chu Yan mentioned Duan Ling Tian, it was only natural that Qin Yu lost his composure. "Do you know, the young man beside the white-clothed woman who is widely rumored to have killed the 6th prince and Nangong Li?" Chu Yan did not answer Qin Yu's question immediately. "Yes." Qin Yu nodded. "It's said that the young man is one of the 2 people who appeared in the floating image pearl that Nangong gave to His Highness the 6th prince. That's why His Highness the 6th prince went to look for him and the white-clad woman next to him. Many people say that the white-clad woman next to the young man is the person His Highness the 6th prince was looking for in the cloudy rock celestial kingdom." Qin Yu said. "Then, do you know the young man is Duan Ling Tian?" Chu Yan asked again. "What? You said the young man next to the white-clad woman is Duan Ling Tian?" Qin Yu was stunned when he heard Chu Yan's words. Although he had never seen the young man next to the white-clad woman, based on what he knew, the young man was not simple. First of all, the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom was very polite to the young man. Secondly, the white-clad woman next to the young man was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and she obeyed his every command. However, Chu Yan was telling him the truth. That young man was Duan Ling Tian. How's this possible? A long while later, Qin Yu finally regained his wits. However, after regaining his wits, he continued to shake his head. He did not dare to believe that what Chu Yan said was true. "Qin Yu, I was there when the white-clad woman killed His Highness the 6th prince and the others. At that time, I saw Duan Ling Tian," Chu Yan said seriously. Qin Yu was speechless. Upon hearing Chu Yan's words, Qin Yu fell silent. Although it sounded unbelievable, he did not think it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to kill His Highness the 6th prince. "I have to go to the residence arranged by the Tai Yi Celestial sect for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom." Qin Yu's eyes flashed as he made up his mind. He had to verify if Duan Ling Tian was with the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. If Duan Ling Tian was with the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he could rest assured since his friend was safe and sound all these years. After all, Qin Yu was from a mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, he was not a prince but a nephew of a prince. With such a status, it was not easy for him to get in touch with the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, with Qin Yu's persistence, he managed to contact Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. When Long Fei Yun heard from his subordinate that the person who wanted to meet him was Duan Lingtian's friend, he immediately met Qin Yu. Your brother Duan's friend? Long Fei Yun stared at Qin Yu with burning eyes. Before he could confirm Qin Yu's identity, he could not bring Qin Yu to meet Duan Lingtian. In Long Fei Yun's eyes, Duan Lingtian was no longer just a hope for him to become the next emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. As long as Duan Lingtian was willing to join the martial dragon celestial sect, Long Fei Yun would definitely become the next emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. After all, Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian was not only talented and powerful, but he was also a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill. Your Highness, 13th Prince, if the brother Duan you mentioned is called Duan Lingtian and looks like this, then I'm sure he's my friend. Qin Yu immediately took out a portrait and spread it out in front of Long Fei Yun. The portrait depicted a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His temperament was outstanding. With just a glance, Long Fei Yun recognized the young man. This young man was none other than his brother Duan Lingtian. Brother, how should I address you? Long Fei Yun asked with a smile when he saw Qin Yu taking out Duan Lingtian's portrait. My name is Qin Yu. Qin Yu's background was far inferior to Long Fei Yun's. Therefore, he did not dare to be disrespectful in front of Long Fei Yun. Brother Qin Yu, since you know brother Duan, I'll take you to see him. Long Fei Yun did not beat around the bush. While Long Fei Yun was about to bring Qin Yu to see Duan Lingtian, another uninvited guest appeared in the courtyard where Duan Lingtian was staying. This uninvited guest was none other than the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect, Tai He. I heard Guardian Tai has recently broken through and become a 7-star celestial duke. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Tai He's appearance. Master Duan, I didn't expect you to have heard about this as well. Tai He chuckled. He was very polite to Duan Lingtian. That's right. A few days ago, I was lucky enough to have a breakthrough and become a 7-star celestial duke. From now on, the Tai celestial sect will dominate the wasteland. Master Duan, if you change your mind and join the Tai celestial sect, you're always welcome. Tai He extended an olive branch to Duan Lingtian after he finished speaking. I've made up my mind. However, thank you for your kindness, Guardian Tai. Duan Lingtian shook his head and politely declined. Tai He was not surprised. He raised his hand and took out a spatial ring before he passed it to Duan Lingtian. Master Duan, there are 38 sets of medicinal herbs required to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. The number of overarching heaven pills you'll be able to refine depends on your ability. The Tai celestial sect only needs 100 overarching heaven pills. If there are any extra pills, we'll give them to you as a reward. Tai He did not hold back when he spoke. Chapter 2774. You only want 100 overarching heaven pills for 38 sets of medicinal herbs? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Tai He's words. It was not because he thought Tai He was greedy, but he thought Tai He's request was too low. Was Tai He looking down on his alchemy skills, or did he think he would not be able to refine as many overarching heaven pills with 38 sets of medicinal herbs? Previously, he had successfully refined the overarching heaven pill for the first time. Although he had only managed to refine 3 pills, he was confident that he would be able to refine more than 5 pills if he were to refine them again. Moreover, as he became more proficient in refining overarching heaven pills, he was confident his success rate would increase. Guardian Tai. Although Duan Lingtian wanted to earn some overarching heaven pills from Tai He did not intend to cheat Tai He. Therefore, he said to Tai He, I'll give you 120 overarching heaven pills for 38 sets of medicinal herbs. 120 overarching heaven pills? Tai He was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. As far as he knew, Duan Lingtian's success rate in refining overarching heaven pills was not high. He had learned Duan Lingtian had only managed to refine 3 overarching heaven pills when he killed the woman next to Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he had only asked for 100 overarching heaven pills based on what he had seen. He was prepared for Duan Lingtian to haggle with him. The sect leader of the Daoist celestial sect had given him a minimum of 80 overarching heaven pills. After all, 38 sets of medicinal herbs were required to refine overarching heaven pills. 38 batches of overarching heaven pills were all that the Daoist celestial sect had in stock. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would not haggle with him. Instead, he took the initiative to ask for an additional 20 overarching heaven pills. He could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would do this. If Duan Lingtian was in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would not have offered to give Duan Lingtian 20 overarching heaven pills even if he could refine more than 120 overarching heaven pills. After all, he had said that the Daoist celestial sect only wanted 100 overarching heaven pills. Alchemist Duan, are you serious? He took a deep breath before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I know the success rate of refining the overarching heaven pills is extremely low. It's still alright if it's 100 pills, but can you guarantee a success rate of 120 pills? What? Are you afraid that I can't afford 120 overarching heaven pills? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Guardian Tai, since I've already said it, I won't say it without thinking. You can come and collect the 120 overarching heaven pills in 10 days. After receiving confirmation from Duan Lingtian, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Then, he cupped his hands together at Duan Lingtian and said, Alchemist Duan, regardless of whether you can afford 120 overarching heaven pills in 10 days or not, I, he, will still acknowledge you as my friend. He was a straightforward person. When he saw Duan Lingtian was also straightforward, he could not help but sympathize with Duan Lingtian. Then, I'm really trying to climb up the social ladder. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. Brother Duan. At this moment, a familiar voice resonated from outside the courtyard. Duan Lingtian could tell it was Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, when he heard the voice. Before Duan Lingtian could respond to Long Fei Yun, he had already bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left. Alchemist Duan, I'll be back in 10 days. When He's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was as though he had vanished into thin air. Duan Lingtian could not find any trace of him at all. Come in. Duan Lingtian called out to Long Fei Yun before Long Fei Yun finally entered the room. Qinyu. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw Long Fei Yun had brought someone with him instead of Qiu Ling. However, when he saw the person's appearance, he was stunned. Duan Lingtian. Qinyu was slightly excited to see Duan Lingtian again. You're all right. It's good that you're all right. Qinyu, why are you here? Come, have a seat. Duan Lingtian invited Qinyu to take a seat. His enthusiasm made Long Fei Yun, who was standing at the side, jealous. After all, Duan Lingtian had never treated him with such enthusiasm before. At the same time, Long Fei Yun made up his mind to befriend Qinyu from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. He did not care about Qinyu's status in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yun wanted to befriend Qinyu because of the special relationship between Qinyu and Duan Lingtian. 13th Prince, please have a seat as well. After inviting Qinyu to take a seat, Duan Lingtian called out to Long Fei Yun. Even so, Long Fei Yun was not displeased at all. After all, with Duan Lingtian's status, he would not dare to show any displeasure even if Duan Lingtian asked him to stand. Qinyu, on the other hand, was shocked. Although he had heard from Chu Yen that the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was very courteous to Duan Lingtian, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so courteous to Duan Lingtian. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian asked him to take a seat, he looked at Long Fei Yun hesitantly. In the end, he sat down and waited to see Long Fei Yun's reaction. He thought no matter how courteous Long Fei Yun was to Duan Lingtian, he would be displeased when Duan Lingtian asked him to take a seat first. After all, his status was not worth mentioning in front of Long Fei Yun. However, to his surprise, not only was Long Fei Yun not displeased, but he even felt it was only right. Moreover, he discovered Long Fei Yun's gaze was much gentler when he looked at him. Moreover, there was even a hint of flattery in his eyes. Qin Yu could not help but feel shocked. He felt as though this was the first time he had met Duan Lingtian. He was curious about what Duan Lingtian had gone through since Duan Lingtian left King Qin's mansion with the Shadow Void escaping talisman. How did Duan Lingtian gain the respect of the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? To Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu was his first friend since he came to the spirit overarching heaven. Although he treated Long Fei Yun as his friend, there was a mutual benefit between them. However, the relationship between him and Long Fei Yun was ultimately one of mutual benefit. It was completely different from his friendship with Qin Yu. In his heart, Qin Yu was a bit more important than Long Fei Yun. Qin Yu, you still haven't told me why you're here. Duan Lingtian asked. I came here with my uncle, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. The Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom has 30 spots for the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. 2 of them are from King Qin's mansion. You know them, they're Chu Yan and Yang Jin. Qin Yu said. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he asked, how did you know I'm here? Duan Lingtian was surprised that Qin Yu was able to find him. Well, it's all thanks to Chu Yan. Qin Yu told Duan Lingtian about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts and how he came to this place. He also told Duan Lingtian that someone close to Duan Lingtian had killed the 6th Prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian. Finally, as if he had recalled something, Qin Yu raised his hand and took out a portrait. He unfolded it and placed it on the stone table before him. This is, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he saw the portrait. He did not expect Qin Yu to have a portrait of Huan Er. The woman in the portrait was indeed Huan Er's true appearance. She was peerless and flawless. Even if it was just a portrait, the charm of the person in the portrait seemed to be able to overshadow everything in the surroundings. This, on the other hand, Long Fei Yun, who was on the other side, was completely dumbfounded. The woman in the portrait was drawn vividly and lifelike. That perfect and peerless appearance caused him, who usually did not get close to women, to be unable to help but have traces of ripples arise in his heart. Moreover, once his emotions were stirred up, he was no longer able to control himself. This was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman in his life. She was so perfect that it made his heart tremble. It was as though she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Why do you have this portrait? Duan Lingtian's expression was grave. The reason he asked Huan Er to wear a veil and hat was because he did not want her true appearance to be exposed. Otherwise, it would bring him trouble. Not long ago, he asked Huan Er to kill the 6th Prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom's floating image pearl because he did not want anyone to know about Huan Er's true appearance. Initially, he thought he would be safe once he took the floating image pearl away. He did not expect Qin Yu to take out a portrait of Huan Er. Duan Lingtian could only imagine. If this portrait was exposed to the people in Tai City, it would bring Huan a lot of trouble. Who were the people in Tai City at this moment? Apart from the people from the various celestial kingdoms, there were also people from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Most of them were high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, and most of them were celestial dukes. Among them, there were definitely some who were obsessed with women. This portrait. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. When Qin Yu saw Duan Lingtian's grave expression, he told Duan Lingtian about how the portrait was spread throughout the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Then, he added, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom should have confirmed that the woman wearing a veil and hat next to you is the woman in the portrait. The woman in the portrait is Miss Huan Er? Long Fei Yun's eyes widened when he heard Qin Yu's words. Shock and disbelief could be seen on his face. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian in a daze as though he was waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. That Shirley is really a madman. Chapter 2775. Although Duan Lingtian did not reply to Long Fei Yun's question, Long Fei Yun was able to get an answer based on Duan Lingtian's reaction. I didn't expect Miss Huan's true appearance to be so perfect. Any normal man would be tempted by her, right? No wonder she always wears a veil and hat. If she didn't, she would have attracted a lot of trouble. Long Fei Yun thought to himself. Although he had known Duan Lingtian and Huan for a long time, he had never seen Huan's face since she always wore a veil and hat in front of everyone except Duan Lingtian. Now that he had seen Huan's face through Qin Yu's portrait, he could not help but feel shocked. Duan Lingtian. Qin Yu looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, "If you ask her to kill the 6th prince and the others, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom will be furious. Since he's wary of your relationship with the 13th prince, he won't be able to do anything to you in the open. However, he can secretly plot against Huan. As Qin Yu spoke, he shifted his gaze to the 13th prince before he shifted his gaze to the portrait on the table. The person in the portrait was so lifelike that it was as though she could captivate all living things. For example, he can expose this portrait to the public. At that time, everyone will know that Duan Lingtian has such a peerless beauty by your side. I'm afraid many high-ranking members of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would be interested in such a beautiful woman." Qin Yu's words revealed Long Fei Yun's misgivings. His misgivings were the same as Duan Lingtian's misgivings. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's expression darkened further. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Long Fei Yun realized the severity of the matter. His eyes flashed coldly as he said bluntly, "I'll go to the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and warn the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. If the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom dares to expose this portrait, Long Fei Yun won't let this matter rest." At the end of his sentence, Long Fei Yun's tone revealed a hint of viciousness. Naturally, Long Fei Yun was not referring to the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. With his strength, he was not a threat to the Emperor of an intermediate-rank Celestial Kingdom like the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Although he was not a threat to the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom's Emperor, he could still threaten the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom's subordinates. It would not be difficult for him to kill 2 princes of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. After that, Long Fei Yun walked out, and Duan Lingtian did not stop him. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian didn't want to stop him, but that Duan Lingtian was thinking about how to deal with it. Because he had a strong intuition, at this moment, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had most likely spread the news of Huan's portrait and her presence in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's residence. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. Long Fei Yun hurriedly left the residence that the Tai Yi Celestial sect had arranged for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Along the way, he heard many people discussing the portrait. "Did you see the portrait? You're talking about the portrait of a perfect and peerless beauty?" "Yes, I saw it. It said that she's staying in the residence that the Tai Yi Celestial sect arranged for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I heard that the woman is close to the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. To be more precise, she's close to someone who's close to the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom." Long Fei Yun's expression darkened when he heard the discussions. His eyes were brimming with killing intent as he thought to himself, "Damn it. The Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is so fast." Although Long Fei Yun felt the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom deserved to die, he was not surprised by the outcome. If he were in the Emperor's shoes, he would have done the same. Meanwhile, in the residence that the Tai Yi Celestial sect had arranged for the people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. "Your Majesty, according to your order, we've spread the woman's portrait throughout Tai City. We've also spread the news that the woman is with the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom." A middle-aged man respectfully reported to the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. "Your Majesty, more than half of the people in Tai City know that the woman is by the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's side. Your Majesty, according to your orders, I've personally delivered the portrait of that woman to Elder Ting Qing of the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. I've also informed him of her whereabouts. Your Majesty, according to your orders, I've also personally delivered the portrait of that woman to Guardian Shui Lang of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. I've also informed him of her whereabouts. Your Majesty, I've also spoken to Elder Huang Chao of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect and delivered the portrait to him as well. A group of people stood below the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom as they respectfully reported to the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Good, good. Very good. Yun Ling, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, said ferociously, I'd like to see if the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom will be able to protect that woman. How dare you kill my son? I'll make you beg for death. So what if you're strong and have a backer? Don't tell me you're stronger than the high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland? Perhaps you won't die, but you're destined to become one of those people's playthings. Perhaps you'll become one of their playthings. Yun Ling muttered under his breath. His tone was so vicious that it sent chills up the spines of those who heard it. Based on his words, it was clear he was determined to kill Shirley, the 6th Prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. As for the purple-clad young man, I can't kill you, but I'm sure you won't feel good if the woman by your side becomes another person's plaything, right? Ha ha ha. After muttering to himself for a while, Yun Ling burst out laughing. His laughter was a little crazy, which made the people below feel a little creeped out, but no one dared to frown. Whether it was Elder Ting Qing of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, Guardian Shui Lang of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, or Elder Huang Chao of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, they were known in the wasteland for being lustful. Coincidentally, all 3 of them were in Tai Yi City. Therefore, Yun Ling ordered people to spread Huan Er's portrait and her whereabouts throughout Tai Yi City. At the same time, he also ordered people to send Huan Er's portrait and whereabouts to Ting Qing, Shui Lang, and Huang Chao. How can there be such a peerless beauty in this world? I must have her. She can only belong to me. When Huang Chao, the elder of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, saw Huan Er's portrait, his face flushed red. His eyes shone with a lecherous light that seemed capable of illuminating everything. She's at the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's residence. After confirming Huan Er's whereabouts, Huang Chao left his residence without any hesitation and made his way to the residence the Tai Yi Celestial Sect had arranged for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. This woman, I want her for sure. Such a perfect woman is worthy of me, Shui Lang, to personally make a trip. Meanwhile, Ting Qing, an elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, and Shui Lang, a guardian of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, made their way to the residence as well. It was as though there was a peerless treasure in the residence the Tai Yi Celestial Sect had arranged for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. In their eyes, a peerless beauty like Huan was no different from a peerless treasure. All 3 of them wanted to get close to her and take her for themselves. What a beautiful woman. Heavens! There's such a peerless beauty in this world. She's from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? I heard she's with the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. When did such a peerless beauty appear in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? I don't know anything about it. To think that I claim to know about the affairs of the 100 nations. I'm so embarrassed. While the 3 lecherous high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were making their way to the residence of the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, similar rumors were spreading all over Tai Yi City. In just half a day, everyone in Tai Yi City learned that there was a peerless beauty among the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom who had come for the grand contest of the wasteland. The peerless beauty was only a portrait of her. Once it was unfurled, it seemed as though everything around her would pale in comparison. While Tai Yi City was in an uproar, the residence of the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was not peaceful either. The woman who always wears a veil and hat by the 13th Prince's side actually has such a peerless beauty? I didn't expect this. She seems to be the woman of the mysterious purple-clad young man by the 13th Prince's side. Now that her true appearance has been exposed, I'm afraid it'll bring about a lot of trouble. Such a beautiful woman is rare in the world. Any man would be tempted by her beauty. If I'm capable, I'll definitely kidnap her and make her my woman. That purple-clad young man doesn't seem to be simple. I wonder if he'll be able to protect the woman by his side now that her true appearance has been exposed to everyone in Tai City. Among the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, even Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, could not help but feel curious about Huan Er's beauty. Chapter 2776. Although the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, including Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, did not dare to have any evil thoughts about the beautiful woman in the portrait. First, the purple-clad young man next to the woman was a mystery. Long Dongping and the others did not dare to offend him. Second, the woman's portrait had spread throughout Tai City. There was no doubt some high-ranking powerhouses from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland were interested in her. For this reason, despite the commotion in the huge mansion, the courtyard where Duanling Tian and Huan were staying in was peaceful and tranquil. There were no disturbances at all. Naturally, this was only the calm before the storm. Brother Duan, Miss Huan Er's appearance has been exposed to everyone in Tai City. We don't have to worry about the high-rank celestial kingdoms in Tai City, but we have to be wary of the powerhouses from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, reminded Duan Lingtian solemnly as soon as he returned. I didn't expect the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom to act so quickly. Qin Yu's expression was unsightly. Although he did not know the relationship between the woman next to Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian, he did not want anything to happen to her even if she was only Duanling Tian's friend. He treated Duanling Tian as his friend. In his opinion, Duanling Tian's friend was his friend as well. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, before Duanling Tian could reply, a thunderous voice rang in the courtyard. At this moment, a thunderous voice rang from outside the courtyard. I'm Huang Chao, the sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial Sect. Summon the woman in the portrait to me. The voice was transmitted from the front yard of the large mansion. Clearly, the person who spoke had already arrived at the front yard of the mansion. The sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial Sect. Long Fei Yun narrowed his eyes when he heard the voice. His expression was grave as he muttered to himself, as far as I know, the sect guardian elders of the Tai Celestial Sect are all celestial dukes. If this Huang Chao is really the sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial Sect, he must be a celestial duke. Long Fei Yun muttered to himself with a grim expression on his face. A celestial duke. Although the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a high-rank celestial kingdom, the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, they did not have a single celestial duke. Celestial dukes were a duke. Celestial duke was a celestial duke. The guardian elder of the Tai Celestial Sect. A celestial duke. Celestial duke? Hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Qin Yu suddenly stood up. At the same time that he displayed a worried expression, his pupils also couldn't help but fiercely shrink. Although he was prepared for the appearance of the woman to attract the attention of the high-ranking officials of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, he did not expect the woman would be the first to appear. He's an elder of the Tai Celestial Sect. When Duanling Tian heard the voice from outside, there was finally a slight change in his expression that did not change at all. The people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were staying in a mansion arranged by the Tai Celestial Sect. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance dressed in flowery robes could be seen standing in the courtyard. A middle-aged man dressed in a robe stood there motionless like a statue. However, although the yellow-clothed middle-aged man stood there like a statue, he seemed to be exuding a superior and aloof aura. The sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial Sect? He said he's the sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial Sect? Based on what I know, even the weakest sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial Sect is a one basic celestial duke. In other words, he's a celestial duke. I didn't expect the woman standing next to the purple-clad young man would be the first to appear. The powerhouse from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland must be the sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial Sect. A sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial Sect is strong enough to defeat the entire Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. No wonder I felt a lofty aura from him. As it turns out, he's a celestial duke. It's normal for a celestial duke to have such an aura. Initially, there were not many people in the courtyard. However, as time passed, more and more people gathered in the courtyard. Apart from the young powerhouses below the age of 100 who came to Daoist City to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland, there were also people from the various mansions of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, a few princes, and their subordinates. His Majesty hasn't arrived yet? The sect guardian elder of the Daoist Celestial sect won't attack us because of our rudeness, right? The group of people was waiting for the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to arrive so they could greet the sect guardian elder of the Daoist Celestial sect. At the same time, many of them were worried that the sect guardian elder of the Daoist Celestial sect would attack them out of anger if they did not greet him. Just as these people were starting to worry, a voice came from the mansion again. Elder Huang Chao has graced us with your presence. Long Dongping has failed to welcome you properly. I hope Elder Huang Chao can forgive me. Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, who was dressed in a dragon robe, walked into the courtyard with a few middle-aged men and old men. All of them bowed respectfully at the yellow-clad middle-aged man. Greetings, Elder Huang Chao. Those who had arrived earlier quickly followed suit and bowed respectfully at the yellow-clad middle-aged man. You're the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Huang Chao asked indifferently as he looked at Long Dongping. He did not treat Long Dongping politely because he thought Long Dongping was the emperor of a high-rank celestial kingdom. Yes. Long Dongping hurriedly replied. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. I've long heard that the emperor of the Cloudy Rock Immortal Kingdom, Yun Qiling, is a crafty person. I didn't expect him to spread the woman's portrait throughout Daoist City and let him know of her existence. Long Dongping had long heard about Huang Chao, the sect guardian elder of the Daoist Celestial sect. He knew Huang Chao was a man who could not move his feet without a woman. However, he was rather surprised that Huang Chao was the first to arrive. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized Huang Chao was the first to arrive. Huang Chao was most likely here because of Yun Qiling from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Otherwise, Huang Chao would not have come in such a short time. You heard what I said earlier. Hurry up and bring the woman out to see me. As soon as Long Dongping responded, Huang Chao raised his hand and the portrait in his hand flew out. It floated in the air in front of Long Dongping and displayed itself in front of him. A woman with a peerlessly beautiful face and a perfect figure stood in the portrait. She was the center of attention in just a blink of an eye. Although most of the people present had seen the portrait before, they could not help but feel excited when they saw it again. Elder Huang Chao, Long Dongping was about to voice out his dilemma when a gentle voice rang in his ears. A slightly feminine voice seemed to come from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it was transmitted into the ears of everyone present. It was like thunder reverberating in their ears. Huang Chao, you're quite fast. If I was a little slower, I'm afraid you would have taken the beauty away. As soon as the voice rang in the air, everyone reacted. Swoosh! A figure that was like the wind once again appeared in the front courtyard of the mansion. He stood not far from Huang Chao and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Humph! That beauty, I want her. Both of you, go back to where you came from. Before everyone's eyes could fall on the figure that was like the wind, another rough and full of energy voice sounded. Following that, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man appeared. Shuelang, Tingqing. Huang Chao, the guardian elder of the Daoist Celestial sect, had a grim expression on his face when he saw these two men. He did not expect these two men to come as well. One of them was a guardian of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect while the other was an elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Both of them were celestial dukes like him. Although he already knew that these two people were also in Daoist City, and knew that they were just like him, lustful, he did not expect them to be able to rush over in such a short period of time. Shuelang. Tingqing. Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, widened his eyes in shock when he heard Huang Chao's words. These two. They came as well? Although he had not met Shui Lang or Ting Qing before, he had heard of them. Shui Lang, a guardian of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, was a celestial duke. Ting Qing, an elder of the martial dragon celestial sect, was also a celestial duke. There are 5 high-ranking officials in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland who are known for being lustful. I didn't expect to see 3 of them here. Long Dongping sighed inwardly. However, this is to be expected. After all, the woman next to the purple-clad young man is indeed perfect. No normal man would be unmoved by her. It must be because the other 2 men aren't in Tai City right now. Otherwise, there would be 5 of them instead of 3. Long Dongping could not calm himself down for a long time. In just a blink of an eye, 3 celestial dukes had appeared in front of him. Not only that, the 3 high immortals seemed to have reached a consensus after exchanging glances with one another. Their gazes all landed on Qin Wentian at the same time. Chapter 2777. My lords, even Long Dongping, the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, who was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, found it difficult to bear the pressure from the 3 celestial dukes. He wanted to express his concern about Duan Lingtian's extraordinary identity. He even wanted to tell the 3 celestial dukes that even Zhou Shuqiu, the direct disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, did not dare to touch Duan Lingtian. He was confident that if he said this, the 3 celestial dukes would not hold it against him even if they did not back down. It's the 13th prince. Just as Long Dongping opened his mouth to speak, many people looked into the distance and cried out in surprise, interrupting Long Dongping's words. Long Dongping did not continue speaking. Instead, he followed the gazes of many people and looked into the distance. At this moment, 5 people were walking toward them. There were 4 people in the lead. A purple-clad young man, a golden-clad young man, a green-clad young man, and a white-clad young woman. The people from the soaring dragon celestial kingdom immediately recognized the golden-clad young man. He was none other than Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. That's, however, the moment the group of people's eyes fell on Long Fei Yun, they tacitly shifted their attention to the white-robed woman. This was because the woman was too dazzling. She was like a luminous pearl that lit up the entire world. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting, and her eyes were as clear as water. She was tall and slender, and she was dressed in a thin white robe. She exuded a cold aura that made her seem like a celestial. She was elegant and refined like a celestial. The woman's perfect face, in particular, seemed to be the product of God's favoritism. There were no flaws in her face at all. It's the woman in the painting. Perfect. She's too perfect. The real person feels even more perfect than the person in the painting. The person in the painting is, after all, only a portrait. It lacks some charm and can't be compared to the real person. I never thought that there would be such a peerless beauty in this world. To be able to see such a beauty in this life, my life has not been in vain. I've seen her before, but she used to wear a veil and hat, so I couldn't see her face clearly. I really didn't expect that under that veil and hat, there would be such a perfect face. The woman who had successfully attracted everyone's attention was none other than Huan Er. Since Huan Er's portrait had already spread throughout Tai City, there was no need for her to continue wearing the veil and hat. Therefore, before they left, Duan Lingtian asked Huan Er to remove the veil and hat. Huan was quite happy about this. It was as though she was oblivious to the danger she was in. Huan held on to Duan Lingtian's arm and leaned on him intimately. Her perfect face and Duan Lingtian's outstanding and handsome appearance made them look like a golden couple. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the gazes that were as sharp as blades sweeping toward him. If these gazes could be materialized into swords, he would have been torn into pieces by now. In particular, the 3 gazes gave Duan Lingtian a sense of oppression that came from the bottom of his heart. It was as though 3 gigantic mountains were pressing down on him, wanting to crush him. Elder Huang Chao of the Tai celestial sect, guardian Shui Lang of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, and Elder Ting Qing of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian calmly glanced at the owners of the three gazes. No matter how fierce their gazes were and how strong the pressure they gave him was, there was still no change in his expression. Apart from Huan and Long Fei Yun, Duan Ling Tian was accompanied by Qin Yu. Qiu Ling was standing behind the four of them. Although Qiu Ling was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he could not help but tremble in fear when he saw the three celestial dukes from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Even a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not dare to act recklessly in front of celestial dukes, let alone a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even a one basic celestial duke was not a match for a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Gentlemen, now that the beauty is here, shouldn't we discuss who she belongs to? Huang Chao, the elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, retracted his gaze from Duan Ling Tian and looked at Shui Lang, the guardian of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, and Ting Qing, the elder of the Martial Dragon celestial sect. At this moment, Huang Chao no longer looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he did not care about Duan Ling Tian at all. It was not only Huang Chao, even Shui Lang and Ting Qing did not spare Duan Ling Tian another glance after they retracted their gazes. It was as though Duan Ling Tian did not exist. In fact, they did not care about Duan Ling Tian at all. In their eyes, Duan Ling Tian was just a nobody. Even if he had a good relationship with Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he was not worth mentioning. If they wanted to, they could kill the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom at any time. If they killed the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, not only would the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom not be angry, but the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would even apologize to them. This was the power of celestial dukes. I agree with Elder Huang Chao. Shui Lang, the guardian of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, agreed with Huang Chao and looked at Ting Qing, the elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Whether it was Huang Chao or Shui Lang, both of them were two-formed celestial dukes. Moreover, they knew each other's cultivation bases. Due to this reason, they knew they could not fight each other head-on since it would only result in both of them being injured. That was not something that any of them wanted to see. Apart from that, they also knew Ting Qing was a two-formed celestial duke just like them. Therefore, they thought Ting Qing had no choice but to negotiate with them over the beauty. I don't agree. Huang Chao and Shui Lang thought Ting Qing would agree to discuss who the beauty belonged to. However, Ting Qing did not hesitate to say, I know what you're thinking. You must be thinking about how to share this beauty. However, I, Ting Qing, have no interest in sharing the woman I've taken a liking to. From today onward, she can only be my woman. Ting Qing glanced at Huang Chao and Shui Lang indifferently before he shifted his gaze to Huan again. It was as though she was his property. Ting Qing. Huang Chao and Shui Lang's expressions changed drastically as they glared at Ting Qing. Ting Qing, do you think we're invisible? We're both two-formed celestial dukes. Even if you're stronger than both of us, do you think you'll be a match for us if we join forces? Huang Chao and Shui Lang looked at Ting Qing as though they were looking at an idiot. They thought Ting Qing was being delusional. Two-formed celestial dukes. Ting Qing smiled. His eyes turned cold as he looked at Huang Chao and Shui Lang. You're welcome to try. When Huang Chao and Shui Lang saw Ting Qing smile, although it gave them a bone-chilling feeling, after they looked at each other, they still moved out in unison and rushed towards Ting Qing. Although Ting Qing's confidence made them think of a fearful thought at the same time, they still wanted to test it out. Humph. Ting Qing was not surprised by Huang Chao and Shui Lang's attacks. In just a blink of an eye, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like raging dragons. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Ting Qing's celestial dukes were extremely powerful. As soon as Huang Chao and Shui Lang made their moves, their celestial origin energies surged like two spiritual snakes. As they moved, they seemed to give their celestial origin energies greater strength. Ting Qing's celestial origin energy surged out of his body like spiritual snakes, causing his celestial origin energy to overpower Huang Chao and Shui Lang's celestial origin energy. Bang! Before the onlookers could react, Ting Qing had already exchanged blows with Huang Chao and Shui Lang. An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. Following the loud noise, waves of terrifying shockwaves exploded in the front yard of the mansion. Boom! Rumble! The front yard of the mansion shook violently. Powerful shockwaves swept through the area where Ting Qing, Huang Chao, and Shui Lang were fighting, leaving a huge crater under their feet. Around the huge pit, the ground in the front yard of the residence cracked open like a spider web. Sinister cracks spread out, covering the entire residence in the blink of an eye, and even spreading out of the residence. Immediately, even the streets outside the mansion shook as if an intense earthquake had occurred. What's going on? What a huge commotion. Isn't this the place the Tai Yi Celestial sect arranged for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to stay? What's going on inside? Is it because of the woman in the painting? It's very likely. However, such a commotion isn't something an overarching heavenly supreme celestial can cause, right? Even a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial wouldn't be able to cause such a commotion, right? Many passers-by and those who lived nearby were shocked and confused by the commotion in the residence that the Tai Yi Celestial sect had arranged for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Chapter 2778. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a high-rank celestial kingdom. Moreover, the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were led by their emperor. For this reason, the treatment provided by the Tai Yi Celestial sect to the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was not something intermediate or low-rank celestial kingdoms could compare to. The mansion that the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were staying in was extremely spacious. Just the front yard alone was as big as the mansion that the Tai Yi Celestial sect had arranged for the people from low-rank celestial kingdoms. However, even such a large front yard was now in a complete mess, as if it had just experienced a natural disaster storm. The entire front yard's brick ground, as well as the flowers and trees, were all lifted up, and was in a mess. So this is the strength of a celestial duke? According to Guardian Shui Lang from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, he, Elder Huang Chao from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and Elder Ting Qing from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect are all two-form celestial dukes. Celestial dukes are divided into 9 stages. One basic celestial duke is the weakest stage, while two-form celestial dukes are stronger than one basic celestial dukes. If they're all two-form celestial dukes, it's normal for them to cause such a huge commotion. Didn't you notice that even though we're at the center of the battle between the 3 celestial dukes, the shockwaves from their attacks seem to be intentionally avoiding us? That seems to be the case. The people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom could not help but flee when they saw the chaotic energy wreaking havoc in the front yard of the mansion. At the same time, they discovered that there was a huge commotion in the air. They discovered that the shockwaves from the 3 celestial dukes' attacks did not affect them at all. It was as though the shockwaves from the 3 celestial dukes' attacks were intentionally avoiding them. In fact, Huang Chao, Shui Lang, and Ting Qing had intentionally avoided the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. First, it was because they didn't want to hurt the beauty that they all wanted to own. Second, they did not want to hurt the young powerhouses from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom who were younger than 100 years old. These young powerhouses were here for the grand contest of the wasteland. If something happened to them, they would not be able to answer to their sect leader. While the crowd was discussing, they looked down and found that, the place where they were originally standing, the entire front yard of the mansion, had already been enveloped by a layer of dust. A moment later, the dust had completely dispersed. At the same time, the front yard of the mansion, which had turned into ruins, clearly appeared before their eyes. Most of the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, including Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, were stunned when they saw the ruined courtyard. They did not expect the 3 celestial dukes would be able to turn the courtyard into such a state with just a single strike. Its destructive power was shocking and appalling. Duan Lingtian, Huan, and the others stood side by side in the sky as they looked down. Unlike Long Feiyun, Qi Mu, and Xiu Ling, Duan Lingtian looks at the ruins beneath his feet with a calm expression. Meanwhile, Huan, who was standing beside him, was holding his hand. Her expression was calm as though she was not surprised by what was happening. 3 talent celestial dukes. Duan Lingtian looked at the towering figure standing in the middle of the ruins. The towering figure was none other than Tingqing, an elder of the martial dragon celestial sect. He stood at his original position. Even though the entire front yard of the mansion had been reduced to ruins, his position did not change at all. It was as if the impact of the power just now did not affect him at all. A few hundred meters in front of him, 2 disheveled figures stood on the other side of the front yard. They were none other than Huang Chao, an elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, and Shui Lang, a guardian of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Blarg. Barf. As if they had discussed this beforehand, Huang Chao and Shui Lang both spat out a large mouthful of congested blood after their bodies trembled violently. After spitting out the congested blood, their faces were as white as a sheet of paper, without a trace of blood in them. After a while, Huang Chao and Shui Lang caught their breaths as if they had discussed it beforehand. They raised their heads and looked at Tingqing, who was standing hundreds of meters away. Their faces were filled with shock as they cried out in surprise. They exclaimed in shock, "Tingqing, you become a 3 talent celestial duke?" The 2 of them cried out in unison, as if they had rehearsed it beforehand. 3 talent celestial duke? Apart from Duan Lingtian and Huan, who were standing next to him, everyone else's expression turned solemn when they heard Huang Chao and Shui Lang's words. 3 talent celestial dukes. 3 talent celestial dukes were stronger than 1 basic celestial dukes and 2 form celestial dukes. They were considered elites among celestial dukes. Even in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, there were less than 23 talent celestial dukes. According to Elder Huang Chao from the Tai Yi celestial sect and Guardian Shui Lang from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, it seems like Elder Tingqing from the Martial Dragon celestial sect has only recently become a 3 talent celestial duke. Quite a few people realized this. No wonder Elder Tingqing was so confident earlier when he said he wanted to have the beauty all to himself. As it turns out, he's a 3 talent celestial duke. Elder Huang Chao and Guardian Shui Lang are only 2 form celestial dukes. Naturally, they won't be able to win against him. It seems like the beauty is going to fall into Elder Tingqing's hands today. Many people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom whispered among themselves as they looked at Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. A hint of pity could be seen in their eyes. It was as though they could already see Huan falling into Tingqing's hands. "Do the 2 of you still want to compete with me?" Tingqing asked as he glanced at Huang Chao and Shui Lang indifferently. Upon hearing Tingqing's words, Huang Chao and Shui Lang exchanged a glance. Their expressions darkened immediately, but neither of them said a word. After all, they knew Tingqing had already broken through and became a 3 talent celestial duke. Even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for Tingqing. For this reason, they could only watch helplessly as Tingqing took away the beauty they had been dreaming of. "Gentlemen, I'll be taking the beauty away first." When Tingqing saw that Huang Chao and Shui Lang were silent, he laughed heartily and soared into the air like an eagle. He flew toward Huan's direction like he was riding a cloud. His speed was neither fast nor slow, and he attracted everyone's attention. Among the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, those who were aware of Duan Lingtian's extraordinary background, including Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, turned to look at Duan Lingtian. All of them were curious. They wondered if Duan Lingtian would be able to protect the woman next to him. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was in a dilemma. If Duan Lingtian wanted to protect the woman next to him, he would have to reveal his identity and use his powerful background to scare Tingqing away. After all, Tingqing was a 3 talent celestial duke. His strength was far from what he could compare to. Swoosh! Just as Tingqing was about to reach Huan, a purple figure appeared in front of her and shielded her from Tingqing's gaze. This caused Tingqing's expression to darken in an instant. "Brat, you're seeking death." Tingqing's eyes flashed coldly as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. It was as though he was about to kill Duan Ling Tian, who was shielding Huan. I'll give you a chance. Ting Qing's eyes were filled with killing intent, as though he would attack Duan Ling Tian at any moment. However, Duan Ling Tian looked at Ting Qing calmly and said, "Get out of my sight within the span of 3 breaths. I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise." Before Duan Ling Tian could finish speaking, Ting Qing interrupted him with a sneer on his face. "Otherwise what?" Ting Qing looked at Duan Ling Tian mockingly and said, "You're just an ant from a celestial kingdom of the wasteland. How dare you order me to get out of your sight? If an ant like you doesn't die today, I, Ting Qing, will no longer be able to establish myself in this vast desolate region." As soon as Ting Qing finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, his celestial origin energy seemed to have transformed into a gigantic beast that was about to swallow Duan Ling Tian whole. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. I have to say, I'm very disappointed in the martial dragon celestial sect because of you. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Ting Qing indifferently as he spoke. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Long Fei Yun and said, 13th Prince, I might not be able to keep my promise to you and join the martial dragon celestial sect. However, even if I don't join the martial dragon celestial sect, I'll still help you achieve your goal. You don't have to worry about that. Long Fei Yun was the only one who understood Duan Ling Tian's words at this moment. Duan Ling Tian's meaning was clear. Even if he did not join the martial dragon celestial sect, he would still help Long Fei Yun become the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Before Long Fei Yun could respond to Duan Ling Tian, a burst of laughter rang in the air. Ha ha ha, Ting Qing's celestial origin energy surged as he burst out laughing. It was as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was looking at an idiot. Disappointed in the martial dragon celestial sect? Not joining the martial dragon celestial sect? After a while, Ting Qing stopped laughing. He looked at Duan Ling Tian mockingly and said, "Do you think the martial dragon celestial sect is a place where just anyone can join?" Chapter 2779. When Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of Huan, and shielded her, most of the people present on the scene thought Duan Ling Tian was seeking death. Naturally, there were also some people who were aware of Duan Ling Tian's extraordinary origin, including Long Dongping, the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. They were eager to see Duan Ling Tian reveal his origin to intimidate Ting Qing, the elder of the martial dragon celestial sect. After all, Zhou Shuqiu, the third miss of the Zhou clan, did not make a move against Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, they were certain Duan Ling Tian had an extraordinary origin. Otherwise, why would the third miss of the Zhou clan, who was the direct disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, be so afraid of Duan Ling Tian? As soon as Ting Qing finished speaking, the scene before everyone's eyes caught everyone by surprise. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, Long Fei Yun, Qiu Ling, and Duan Ling Tian, everyone was stunned. As soon as Ting Qing finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he prepared to attack Duan Ling Tian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qi, 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 Qi. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and flipped his right palm. A wisp of gray flame danced on his palm as the sound of burning flames reverberated in the air. As the gray flames danced, waves of frightening aura were emitted from the gray flames, giving everyone present a bone-chilling feeling. That's a celestial fire? As soon as the gray flame appeared above Duan Ling Tian's palm, someone cried out in surprise. He was certain the gray flame was a celestial fire. It's indeed a celestial fire. Moreover, it doesn't seem like an ordinary celestial fire. I've seen a primitive celestial fire before, so I'm certain this celestial fire isn't a primitive celestial fire because its aura is much stronger than a primitive celestial fire. I was fortunate enough to see a mediocre celestial fire once. However, even a mediocre celestial fire can't compare to this. If a mediocre celestial fire is inferior to it, doesn't that mean it's a prominent celestial fire? High-grade celestial fire? The people from the soaring dragon celestial kingdom discussed among themselves as they looked at the gray flame in Duanling Tian's palm. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. A high-grade celestial fire? If the purple-clad young man possessed a prominent celestial fire, did it not mean he was a prominent celestial alchemist or a prominent celestial weapons craftsman? Do you remember how the 13th prince willingly gave up a duke-grade celestial weapon in exchange for a prominent celestial pill cauldron after he won the first place in Su Rong Palace? Of course I remember. At that time, we all thought that the 13th prince was crazy. What about now? Do you still think the 13th prince is crazy? Does this mean the 13th prince wanted a prominent celestial pill cauldron because of this purple-clad young man? I don't think there's any other explanation. I can't believe there's a prominent celestial alchemist by the 13th prince's side. At the same time, many people from the soaring dragon celestial kingdom recalled how the 13th prince had exchanged a duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron during the selection in the Su Rong Palace in the capital of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. At that time, they thought the 13th prince was crazy. After all, a duke-grade celestial weapon was far more valuable than a prominent celestial pill cauldron. However, now that they saw the purple-clad young man by the 13th prince's side summoning a prominent celestial fire, they no longer thought the 13th prince had made the right choice. After all, befriending a prominent celestial alchemist was much more valuable than a duke-grade celestial weapon. Everyone is drunk, and I'm the only one awake. That day in Su Rong Palace, the 13th prince probably felt this way. To think that I thought that the 13th prince had gone mad. But now, it seems like the one who's gone mad isn't the 13th prince, but us. The 13th prince is indeed the most outstanding prince in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Even the 4th prince and the 7th prince can't compare to him. Unlike back in Shirong Palace, everyone was praising Long Feiyun, the 13th prince. The expressions of the 4th and 7th princes of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom turned unsightly when they heard the discussions around them. When they looked at Long Feiyun again, a hint of jealousy could be seen in their eyes. Now, they were all very clear in their hearts. As long as Duanling Tian was willing to help their 13th brother become the next emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, they would have no chance of becoming the next emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Although they were unwilling to accept this, they knew that there was nothing they could do. The only exception was if they had a prominent celestial alchemist as well. However, that was almost impossible. A prominent celestial fire? Xin Yu, who was hovering in the air near Duanling Tian, looked at the wisp of gray flame burning in Duanling Tian's hand. When he finally regained his senses, he was also stunned. Duanling Tian had become a prominent celestial alchemist. He found it hard to accept this fact. He's a prominent celestial alchemist. Long Dongping, the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, stared at Duanling Tian in disbelief. The scene in front of him was completely out of his expectations. He had been mentally prepared for Duanling Tian to reveal his background to scare Tingqing away. However, he did not expect Duanling Tian would not reveal his background. Instead, he summoned his prominent celestial fire and revealed his identity as a prominent celestial alchemist. I didn't expect him to be a prominent celestial alchemist as well. Even if he didn't reveal his background, it's still enough to scare Tingqing away. Long Dongping thought to himself. After that, he glanced at Long Feiyun, who was standing next to Duanling Tian. 13th brother is really lucky to be acquainted with such a person. If he had told me earlier that he wanted the prominent celestial pill cauldron for Tingqing, I wouldn't have rejected him. Long Dongping sighed inwardly when he thought about this. He knew he had missed an opportunity to befriend a prominent celestial alchemist. A prominent celestial fire. He's a prominent celestial alchemist. Huang Chao and Shui Lang, who originally thought they could only watch helplessly as the beauty was taken away by Tingqing, were stunned when they saw the wisp of gray flame burning in Duanling Tian's hand and heard the discussions in the surroundings. As celestial dukes, they were certain the gray flame in Duanling Tian's hand was a prominent celestial fire. However, they could not tell if it was a celestial fire used for refining pills or refining weapons. However, when they heard the discussions in the surroundings, they realized Duan Lingtian's celestial fire was a celestial fire used for refining pills. At the same time, they also realized Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist. When Huang Chao and Shui Lang regained their senses, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes as they looked at Duan Lingtian. A prominent celestial fire? Meanwhile, Ting Qing, who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian and prepared to kill Duan Lingtian, was horrified when he saw the gray flame in Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, he hastily withdrew his celestial fire as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would notice his killing intent. What a joke! Once a prominent celestial fire was ignited by a prominent celestial fire, he would definitely die unless he was able to escape 1,000 meters away. In fact, even if he managed to escape 1,000 meters away, he would be severely injured. After all, a prominent celestial fire was capable of killing a celestial duke. Even the strongest celestial duke would most likely die if they were within 100 meters of a prominent celestial fire. Ting Qing was only a 3-talent celestial duke. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. I didn't expect you to be a prominent celestial alchemist. I'm sorry for my rudeness. Elder Ting Qing, aren't you going to take Huan away? Upon hearing Ting Qing's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Ting Qing calmly and said indifferently, Elder Ting Qing, if you're confident, you're welcome to try. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a voice rang in the air. Swoosh! 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 The expressions of everyone present, including the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, changed drastically. The expressions of the other 2 celestial dukes, Huang Chao and Shui Lang, changed drastically as well. A hint of panic could be seen in their eyes. After all, if Ting Qing made a move to capture the woman, then the violet-clothed young man would most probably detonate the high-grade celestial flame in his possession. At that time, not only would Ting Qing die, even they would be heavily injured even if they survived. Ting Qing's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He was in a dilemma. Did he dare to make a move now? Although he was confident in his speed, his opponent could detonate the prominent celestial fire with just a thought. For this reason, he did not dare to take the risk. After all, if he lost, he would be reduced to ashes. In his opinion, it was not worth risking his life for a woman. No matter how perfect the woman was. Ting Qing's face turned green and white as he did not know how to respond to Duan Lingtian's question. All of a sudden, Master Duan. A loud and clear voice suddenly exploded in the sky, piercing everyone's ears like thunder. Although the voice was loud, one could hear the politeness in it. The voice came from the sky and entered everyone's ears. Everyone looked up in unison. This voice. Chapter 2780. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a tall and sturdy figure descended from the sky. His speed seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared not far away from the crowd. As his body moved, it seemed to contain the profundity of heaven and earth. He was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a square face and stubble all over his face. There was a red cinnabar mole between his eyebrows that was particularly eye-catching. Huang Chao greets the left guardian of Dharma. Before the others could react, Huang Chao, the elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect, stepped forward and bowed respectfully at the burly middle-aged man. In the depths of Huang Chao's eyes, there was a hint of confusion. As far as he knew, Guardian Tai of the Tai Yi celestial sect was not interested in women. Since that was the case, why would he appear here? That's not right. Protector Tai seemed to be greeting that purple-clothed young man. Huang Chao's eyes widened when he recalled something. Moreover, Guardian Tai seemed to be very polite back then. Could it be that Guardian Tai knows the prominent celestial alchemist? Huang Chao muttered to himself as he shifted his gaze from the burly middle-aged man to the purple-clad young man with a prominent celestial fire in his hand. Although it was likely that there was more than one celestial alchemist present, the celestial alchemist was still a celestial alchemist. However, only a prominent celestial alchemist would be treated so politely by the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai-E celestial sect. Therefore, he could almost conclude that the purple-clad young man was none other than the purple-clad young man whom the left guardian of Dharma had mentioned. If I knew Guardian Tai was acquainted with him, I wouldn't have come no matter how much I wanted this woman. No, even if I knew he was a prominent celestial alchemist, I still wouldn't have come. Now, Huang Chao was thoroughly regretting his decision. I hope Protector Tai won't punish me for my recklessness. After all, I didn't know Protector Tai knew him. Huang Chao prayed in his heart. As an elder of the Tai-E celestial sect, he was, naturally, aware of the hot temper of the left guardian of the Tai-E celestial sect. He could only hope that the left guardian of the Tai-E celestial sect did not have a close relationship with the young man. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Greetings, Protector Tai. Greetings, Protector Tai. Elder Ting Qing from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and Guardian Shui Lang from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect regained their senses as well. When they regained their senses, they bowed respectfully at the newcomer, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. At the same time, the others also came back to their senses and focused their attention on the burly middle-aged man. Elder Huang Chao of the Tai-E Celestial Sect addressed him as Guardian Tai. Elder Ting Qing from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and Guardian Shui Lang from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect address him as Guardian Tai. Is it possible that he's the left guardian of Dharma from the Tai-E Celestial Sect? As many people whispered to each other, they could vaguely guess the identity of the person who had come. The left guardian of Dharma from the Tai-E Celestial Sect? The left guardian of Dharma who has recently become a 7-star Celestial Duke? A 7-star Celestial Duke. Many people could not help but recall the news of Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, breaking through and becoming a 7-star Celestial Duke. A 7-star Celestial Duke. Even the sect leaders of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were only 7-star Celestial Dukes. A 7-star Celestial Duke could be said to be at the peak of the wasteland. At the very least, that was what most people thought. The burly middle-aged man, Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, ignored Huang Chao, Ting Qing, and Shui Lang's respectful greetings. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian who was standing nearby. Master Duan, it seems like you're in trouble? Tai Tai he asked with a faint smile on his face. Guardian Tai. In response to Tai Tai he's question, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and put the prominent celestial fire away. Then, he said indifferently, you should know if I'm in trouble or not. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't just arrive, right? You should have arrived a long time ago, right? When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a hint of wisdom could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Tai Tai He. Tai Tai He, who was staring at Duan Lingtian, felt helpless under Duan Lingtian's wise gaze. He could only smile awkwardly. When Duan Lingtian put the prominent celestial fire away, Ting Qing, an elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, had a hint of killing intent in his eyes. However, when Tai Tai he saw Duan Lingtian's words and recalled how Tai Tai he had been polite to Duan Lingtian, he suppressed the killing intent in his heart. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. At this moment, he could tell that Duan Lingtian was a 7-star Celestial Duke. It seemed like the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai-E Celestial Sect was quite familiar with this prominent celestial alchemist. Moreover, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai-E Celestial Sect was even more polite to this prominent celestial alchemist than to ordinary prominent celestial alchemists. This was because Ting Qing had seen the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai-E Celestial Sect meeting with other prominent celestial alchemists. At that time, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai-E Celestial Sect was not as polite as this. At that time, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai-E Celestial Sect was only a 6-combination Celestial Duke. Now, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai-E Celestial Sect was a 7-star Celestial Duke who was even stronger than a 6-combination Celestial Duke. It seems like they know each other, Ting Qing's heart sank. This was the only thing he could think of. He did not expect Tai Tai he to be so polite to Duan Lingtian, not because he knew Duan Lingtian, but because Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. What's going on? What's going on? The left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect seems to have a close relationship with Duan Lingtian. Even a prominent celestial alchemist shouldn't be so polite to a 7-star celestial duke, right? Is it possible that the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect is friends with Duan Lingtian? The people from the soaring dragon celestial kingdom exchanged glances with the people around them. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes, followed by shock and disbelief. They did not expect this to happen. They did not expect the purple-clad young man to have a close relationship with the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect. Didn't he say he wanted to join the martial dragon celestial sect? Since he's so close to the left guardian of Dharma, isn't it better for him to join the Tai celestial sect? Long Dongping, the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, was puzzled when he recalled Duan Lingtian's words. Brother Duan. Duan Lingtian, at this moment, even Long Feiyun and Qin Yu had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They had no idea what the situation before them was. Why was the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect, a 7-star celestial duke, so close to Duan Lingtian? Guardian Tai, I don't like to beat around the bush. Duan Lingtian, who had become the center of attention, looked at Tai Tai he calmly and said indifferently, you should know that I originally planned to join the martial dragon celestial sect. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to Ting Qing, the elder of the martial dragon celestial sect. Ting Qing's face paled immediately. If the prominent celestial alchemist was telling the truth, the sect leader and high-ranking officials of the martial dragon celestial sect would definitely blame him for losing a prominent celestial alchemist for the sake of a woman. Yes. Tai Tai he nodded when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian had already told him about this. Guardian Tai, you want me to join the Tai celestial sect? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and asked. Tai Tai he's eyes lit up as soon as he heard Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of excitement could be seen on his face. Master Duan. Why you're willing to join the Tai celestial sect? It was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Tai Tai he had arrived a long time ago. He was just hiding in the corner. When Duan Lingtian told Ting Qing that he was disappointed in the martial dragon celestial sect and refused to join the martial dragon celestial sect, Tai Tai he was present. He had also heard Duan Lingtian's words. At that time, Tai Tai he was overjoyed. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, it seemed like Duan Lingtian was interested in joining the Tai celestial sect. Master Duan, if you join the Tai celestial sect, we won't mistreat you. We'll make you the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect and do our best to satisfy your every need. Tai Tai he said excitedly. Based on his words, it was as though he was trying his best to convince Duan Lingtian to join the Tai celestial sect. Upon hearing Tai Tai he's words, the entire place fell silent. Chief celestial alchemist? After all, there were a few prominent celestial alchemists in the Tai celestial sect. However, they were treated equally in the Tai celestial sect. Since none of the prominent celestial alchemists were outstanding, there was no chief celestial alchemist in the Tai celestial sect. However, Tai Tai he's words were clear. As long as Duan Lingtian agreed to join the Tai celestial sect, the Tai celestial sect would make him the chief celestial alchemist. If Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were not superior to the other prominent celestial alchemists in the Tai celestial sect, the other prominent celestial alchemists would leave the Tai celestial sect out of anger. For this reason, the Tai celestial sect would not take the risk of making a prominent celestial alchemist their chief celestial alchemist. Chapter 2781. Is it possible that his alchemy skills are higher than the prominent celestial alchemists in the Tai celestial sect? Everyone's gazes shifted from Tai Tai he to Duan Lingtian as if they had discussed this beforehand. Their gazes were filled with shock and disbelief. They always felt that, as the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect, Tai Tai he would not speak without thinking. Now that Tai Tai he had become a 7-star celestial duke, he was considered one of the top powerhouses in the wasteland. It was impossible for such a person to risk the Tai celestial sect losing a few prominent celestial alchemists. Therefore, they once thought Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were even higher than the prominent celestial alchemists in the Tai celestial sect. His alchemy skills are so high. Ting Qing, an elder of the martial dragon celestial sect, looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. However, he quickly shook his head. Impossible, impossible. Based on the aura of his flesh and blood, I can determine that he's not even 100 years old. It's already shocking that he's a prominent celestial alchemist even though he's not even 100 years old. How could his alchemy skills be higher than those celestial alchemists from the Tai celestial sect? When Ting Qing determined that Duan Lingtian was less than 100 years old from the aura of Duan Lingtian's flesh and blood, many others also discovered this problem. This prominent celestial alchemist isn't even 100 years old? Through the aura of Duan Lingtian's flesh and blood, they determined that the Duan Lingtian was less than 100 years old. They were all dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. A prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old. Let alone the wasteland, even in the spirit overarching heaven, they had never heard of such a person. Of course, it could also be that they were ignorant. However, Duan Lingtian was the first prominent celestial alchemist they knew of who was younger than 100 years old. He's not even 100 years old. Even if he's a prominent celestial alchemist, it must be due to luck that he obtained a prominent celestial fire. He's not even 100 years old, it's impossible for him to be better than the other prominent celestial alchemists in the Tai celestial sect. Ting Qing comforted himself. After all, if Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were better than the other prominent celestial alchemists in the Tai celestial sect, he would definitely be reprimanded by the sect leader of the sect who had a higher status than him. He was the sect leader and who had a higher status than him. If he would be reprimanded by the sect leader of the sect who had a higher status than him. As for why Tai Tai he said the Tai celestial sect would make Duan Lingtian the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect if Duan Lingtian was willing to join them. Duan Lingtian did not take it seriously. A prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old. It's impossible for him to have a high alchemy skill, right? Of course. Apart from one's talent in alchemy, one's alchemy skill is also affected by one's experience in alchemy. Alchemy experience usually takes time to accumulate. He's not even 100 years old, so it's impossible for him to have a high alchemy skill. If that's the case, Guardian Tai's words can't be taken seriously. It's impossible for the Tai celestial sect to appoint a prominent celestial alchemist who's not skilled enough as their chief celestial alchemist. Guardian Tai must be trying to coax Duan Lingtian into joining the Tai celestial sect. If he really joins the Tai celestial sect, Guardian Tai can just say the other prominent celestial alchemists are dissatisfied with him and want to compete with him. If he can't win, he'll be too ashamed to be the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. Guardian Tai is indeed the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect. What a good plan. As news of Duan Lingtian being less than 100 years old spread, similar discussions broke out. Apart from a few people who knew Duan Lingtian was capable of refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, most of them did not think Duan Lingtian's alchemy skill was better than the prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect. Apart from Duan Lingtian himself, only Huan, Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, Qiu Ling, and Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect, were aware of Duan Lingtian's ability to refine the prominent celestial pill. Even Qin Yu was unaware of Duan Lingtian's ability to refine the overarching heaven pill. Guardian Tai. Duan Lingtian ignored the whispers in the surroundings. He looked at Tai Tai He calmly and said indifferently, "I don't want to hear your lies. It's not a problem for me to join the Tai celestial sect. However, you have to show your sincerity." Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from Tai Tai He to Elder Ting Qing of the martial dragon celestial sect, guardian Xuelang of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, and elder Huang Chao of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Although Ting Qing and Xuelang could tell Tai he was targeting them based on Duan Ling Tian's gaze, they were not worried since they were not from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Moreover, they had the support of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Unlike Ting Qing and Xuelang, Huang Chao's expression changed drastically when he sensed Duan Lingtian's gaze. Of course. When Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past Ting Qing, Xuelang, and Huang Chao, he had already understood what Duan Lingtian meant. As he responded in a timely manner, waves of extremely cold light rose up in his eyes, which was extremely frightening. The crowd didn't have time to react. Hum. A crisp sound of a saber rang out, and it was short-lived. In the next moment, when everyone came back to their senses, they were shocked to find that Huang Chao, the elder of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, had been cut vertically in half. It was as though he was cut in half by a gigantic saber. Before the blood could spurt out, another loud sound came from the void. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the void trembled as a powerful force squeezed Huang Chao's body into two, causing it to explode. All that was left was a rain of blood that rained down from the sky. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Huang Chao, an elder of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, a two-form celestial duke, was dead. Duan Ling Tian was stunned as well. He did not expect he would kill Huang Chao, an elder of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, so easily. Gasp. 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 Duan Ling Tian was still in a daze when the crowd regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they could not help but gasp. When they looked at he again, their eyes were filled with fear. So this was the strength of a 7-star celestial duke? He had killed a two-form celestial duke in just a blink of an eye. A two-form celestial duke was a lofty and invincible existence in most people's eyes. However, in front of a 7-star celestial duke, he was as weak as a chicken. Huang Chao is dead? He killed a two-form celestial duke from his own sect for an outsider? Ting Qing and Xuelang's expressions changed drastically when they regained their senses. If he only wanted to teach Huang Chao a lesson, they would not be surprised. However, they did not expect he to kill Huang Chao. At the same time, they felt they had underestimated the importance of Huang Chao to he. Master Duan. After killing Huang Chao, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said bluntly, Huang Chao is a member of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. I can kill him for offending you. However, if it's someone else, I'll need a reason. I'll need your approval. For example, if you offend the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, you'll be disrespecting the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. As he finished speaking, his gaze that was filled with killing intent descended onto Ting Qing and Xuelang in a timely manner, causing their expressions to change drastically. They were no longer as calm as before. I'll join the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Although he did not say what he wanted Duan Ling Tian to agree to, Duan Ling Tian knew what he wanted. He smiled when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Welcome to the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, Master Duan. After he finished speaking, his tone turned cold as he said, Master Duan is the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Offending Master Duan is the same as offending the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Both of you deserve to die. Swoosh. Swoosh. Almost as soon as Tai finished speaking, the expressions of Ting Qing and Xuelang, who had a bad premonition, changed greatly. Whoosh. Ting Qing's figure flashed as he tried to flee. Guardian I'm a guardian of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. You can't, although Xuelang did not flee, he hastily spoke up. He wanted to use the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect as a safety net. However, would it work? Buzz. Buzz. Accompanied by two short-lived blade cries, Ting Qing, who had just moved, and Xuelang, who had not finished speaking, followed in Huang Chao's footsteps. First, their bodies were cut into two, and then, the two halves of their bodies successively turned into a rain of blood that filled the sky and drifted down. Upon seeing this, the entire place fell silent. One could even vaguely hear the sound of blood raining down from the sky. Numerous gazes descended onto the purple figure. Their gazes were filled with shock and disbelief, but there was even more fear and panic in their eyes. In just a blink of an eye, 3 celestial dukes were dead. 2 two-form celestial dukes and a 3-talent celestial duke were lofty and invincible in their eyes. However, this purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old was able to make the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Yi celestial sect, a 7-star celestial duke, go to such lengths. How could he do that? Just because he was a prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old? Chapter 2782. Now, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to see that Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Yi celestial sect, had asked Duan Lingtian to join the Tai Yi celestial sect before killing Ting Qing, an elder of the martial dragon celestial sect, and Shui Lang, a guardian of the thousand spiders celestial sect. Since Huang Chao was a member of the Tai Yi celestial sect, Duan Lingtian did not need an excuse to kill him. Even if the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect was here, he would only reprimand Duan Lingtian. After all, as the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Yi celestial sect and a 7-star celestial duke, his value to the Tai Yi celestial sect was far higher than Huang Chao. On the other hand, Ting Qing and Shui Lang were different. After all, they were not from the Tai Yi celestial sect. Instead, they were from 2 of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. If the Tai Yi celestial sect wanted to kill them, the Tai Yi celestial sect would be in trouble. Today, He had killed Ting Qing and Shui Lang because he had offended the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Even if the 2 major celestial sects were to pursue the matter, they would not make a big deal out of it. Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu looked at the purple-clothed youth beside him in a daze. His face and eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Before today, in his impression, Duan Lingtian was only a primitive celestial alchemist. However, today, Duan Lingtian had revealed his identity as a prominent celestial alchemist and revealed his celestial alchemy master identity. He was truly shocked. The left guardian of Dharma, a 7-star celestial duke, had killed the celestial dukes of the martial dragon celestial sect and the thousand spiders celestial sect after Duan Lingtian agreed to join the Tai Yi celestial sect. All of this caused him to be shocked to the point he was unable to calm the surging emotions in his heart for a long time. Master Duan. Meanwhile, Tai He, the left guardian of the Tai Yi celestial sect, who had killed Huang Chao, Ting Qing, and Shui Lang, looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face and asked, "Are you satisfied with the way I handled this matter?" "Yes." Tai He of Dharma sect leader Qin Yu, Qin to join the Tai Yi. Qin's. Tai Qin, Duan Tian. Qin's, Tai's Duan, Qin of Yu, King, Tian, of Tai S. Tai He Tian, of Hu, Yang was Wang, A, Tai of Tian, Wang, of Clan Tian sect of. He was only from a mansion in an intermediate rank celestial kingdom. He was not even qualified to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland. Logically speaking, he should not have any connections with the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Although Qin Yu knew he would not have any connections with the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, deep in his heart, he yearned to join the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland one day. Of course, he knew it was impossible for him to join the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. After all, the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland had very high requirements for their disciples. It was so high that he could only look up to them. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words to Tai He, Qin Yu's heart that had already calmed down began to stir again. He looked at Duan Lingtian gratefully before he looked at Tai He with an expectant expression on his face. Qin Yu knew very well. Today, as long as Tai He agreed, he would definitely join the Tai celestial sect. After all, he was not only the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect, but he was also a 7-star celestial duke. Currently, there were only 2 other 7-star celestial dukes in the Tai celestial sect, and one of them was the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect. Now that he had become a 7-star celestial duke, his status in the Tai celestial sect was no longer the same as before. Even if he was still a 6-combination celestial duke, it was still a piece of cake for him to join the Tai celestial sect. It's just a small matter. He glanced at Qin Yu before he said to Duan Lingtian with a smile, Master Duan, since you've decided to join the Tai celestial sect, shall I bring you back to the sect to meet the sect leader? Your friend can come with us as well. I'll arrange for him to join the Tai celestial sect. It was as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would refuse to return to the Tai celestial sect with him, so he brought up Qin Yu. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. After bidding farewell to Long Fei Yun and Xiu Ling, he left with he with Huan, and Qin Yu. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not even spare a glance at the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, including Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, none of them dared to show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they watched on respectfully as Duan Lingtian left. They knew very well that Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. After today, Duan Lingtian was destined to be someone they had to look up to. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian might not be able to become the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect. However, a prominent celestial alchemist in the Tai celestial sect was already at a height they could only look up to. 13th brother. After Duan Lingtian and the others left, Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, looked at Long Fei Yun and asked with a slight frown on his face, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that the person next to you is a prominent celestial alchemist?" Long Fei Yun looked at Long Dongping and said with a self-deprecating smile, "If I told you, would you believe me? Perhaps you think I'm trying to cheat you out of a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Even if I don't believe you, he could have used a prominent celestial fire to prove his identity as a prominent celestial alchemist." Long Dongping said. "Prove his identity as a prominent celestial alchemist?" Long Fei Yun chuckled. "Father, do you think he'll care if you know his identity? Do you think he'll prove it just because you asked him to?" After a while, the smile on Long Fei Yun's face turned into a mocking smile. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Long Dongping's expression changed drastically. 13th brother, how dare you? 13th brother, do you really think you can disrespect father just because you have such a powerful backer? Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, and the 7th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, glared at Long Fei Yun. It was as though they were not afraid of making a big deal out of this matter. They hoped their father would kick Long Fei Yun out of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom out of anger. In that case, even if Long Fei Yun had Duan Lingtian's help, he would no longer be a member of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family. Naturally, he would not be able to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, they were destined to be disappointed. As the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, how could Long Dongping not see through their intentions? 13th brother is right. A prominent celestial alchemist doesn't need to care if I know his identity or not. Long Dongping agreed with Long Fei Yun's words, causing Long Shangyun and Long Qingyun's expressions to turn gloomy. Based on their father's words, they realized they had lost. They had been defeated by Long Fei Yun. I, Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, hereby announce that Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, will be the crown prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He'll be ready to succeed me as the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Dongping announced in a loud voice. Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun's expressions darkened. As soon as Long Dongping finished speaking, an uproar broke out among the people present on the scene. Father, Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun's expressions changed drastically. Although they knew they were no match for Long Fei Yun, they did not expect their father would take the initiative to appoint Long Fei Yun as the crown prince and make Long Fei Yun the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. If Long Fei Yun had ascended the throne with Duan Lingtian's help, they would have accepted it. However, now, their expressions changed drastically as they looked at Long Dongping in disbelief. Didn't their father have a deep grudge against Long Fei Yun? Did he not think Long Fei Yun was not his biological son? Why did he support Long Fei Yun and even announce the appointment of Long Fei Yun as the crown prince? Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness. Long Xiang Yun and Long Qin Yun were still in disbelief when the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom bowed respectfully at Long Fei Yun. They knew Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, would soar to the heavens after today. All of this was because of the purple-clad young man who had just left. The crown prince? When Long Dongping announced that Long Fei Yun was going to be the crown prince, Long Fei Yun was stunned. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time until a group of people respectfully saluted him and called him crown prince. Only then did he gradually come back to his senses. He looked at Long Dongping in disbelief when he regained his senses. He could not figure out why his father would support him so strongly. Long Dongping and Long Fei Yun looked at each other with a complicated expression on their faces. He had never liked this son of his because he didn't dare to confirm whether this son was his own. However, regardless of whether Duan Ling Tian was his biological son or not, he would have to proclaim Duan Ling Tian as the crown prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Otherwise, he would not be able to rule for long. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was not under the jurisdiction of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. Even so, as long as the prominent celestial alchemist from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect and the left guardian of Dharma from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect supported Long Fei Yun would be able to become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After all, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect was a 7-star celestial duke. There was no way the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect would not disrespect a 7-star celestial duke. At that time, he would be forced to abdicate. But now, he tactfully made Long Fei Yun the crown prince. Perhaps he could stay on the throne for a while longer. Chapter 2783. Naturally, as the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Long Dongping could easily expel Long Fei Yun from the imperial family. Even Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, had no reason to allow someone who was not part of the imperial family to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Naturally, if Tai He insisted, it was not impossible. Although the matter could be resolved this way, Long Dongping did not intend to do so. He knew very well that Tai He would not hesitate. If he did that, he would be standing on the opposite side of Tai He and Duan Ling Tian, making them his enemies. He could not afford to offend Tai He or Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, this was the best choice he could make. He might be able to stay as the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom for a few more years. At the same time, he would not offend Tai He and Duan Ling Tian. It was a win-win situation. As for whether Long Fei Yun was his biological son, it was no longer important under such circumstances. He only cared about his own interests at this moment. Thank you, father. After a long while, Long Fei Yun finally regained his senses and thanked Long Dongping. His face was flushed with excitement. Of course, at this time, he was also aware of his own limitations. His father, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, had no choice but to make such a decision. After all, his father knew he had a close relationship with Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian had a close relationship with the left guardian of Dharma, a 7-star celestial duke from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect. A 7-star celestial duke was one of the strongest celestial dukes in the wasteland. In front of such an existence, his father had no choice but to compromise. Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Long Fei Yun thanked Long Dongping profusely. After thanking Long Dongping, Long Fei Yun looked in the direction where Duan Ling Tian and the others had left. It was also the direction where the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, was located. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of everything that had happened here. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu, and Huan were following Tai Tai He to the Tai Yi celestial sex estate. After they left Tai Yi city, Tai Tai He brought them to the Tai Yi celestial sex estate at an extremely fast speed. We're here. After leaving Tai Yi city, about half an hour later, Tai Tai's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also found himself in a vast expanse of white fog. Everything was white and he couldn't see anything clearly. This is the Tai Yi celestial sex estate. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Beside him, Qin Yu was also stunned. Big brother Lingtian, there's another world behind the white fog. Upon hearing her voice, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness to investigate the situation. At this moment, Miss Huan, you have good eyes. Before Duan Lingtian could extend his divine sense, Tai Tai he raised his hand and waved his sleeve. It was as if a storm had swept past, causing the white mist in front of him to completely disperse. At the same time, the floating islands in the sky appeared clearly in front of Duan Lingtian. There were many islands in the sky. At first glance, they were densely packed and innumerable. This is the Tai Yi celestial sex estate. There are 999 celestial islands in the Tai Yi celestial sex estate. They are divided into prominent celestial islands, mediocre celestial islands, and primitive celestial islands. Upon hearing Tai Tai's words, Duan Lingtian learned that the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect called these floating islands celestial islands. Moreover, he had also learned from Tai Tai that Tai Tai was a member of the Black Dragon clan. There were 999 celestial islands in the Tai Yi celestial sect. There were 9 prominent celestial islands, 90 mediocre celestial islands, and 900 primitive celestial islands. The prominent celestial island was the cultivation place of the Tai Yi celestial sect celestial dukes and above. The cultivation environment there was excellent. The spirit-gathering formation on the island was directly connected to the core of the primitive celestial crystal vein that was controlled by the Tai Yi celestial sect. There were only 3 primitive celestial crystal veins in the wasteland, and they were controlled by the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. The mediocre celestial island had a spirit-gathering formation that was directly connected to the primitive celestial crystal vein. However, the spirit-gathering formation was not connected to the core of the primitive celestial crystal vein. On the other hand, the mediocre celestial island was the cultivation grounds of the Tai Yi celestial sect's overarching heavenly supreme celestials and above. Apart from ordinary elders of the Tai Yi celestial sect, the mediocre celestial island was also home to outstanding disciples of the Tai Yi celestial sect. As for the primitive celestial islands, their cultivation environment was inferior to the mediocre celestial islands. They were the cultivation grounds of the Tai Yi celestial sect's overarching heavenly supreme celestials and below. Most of the public places in the Tai Yi celestial sect were located on the primitive celestial islands. Master Duan, I'll make arrangements for your friend before bringing you and Miss Huan, to meet Lord Sect Leader. What do you think? Tai Tai he glanced at Qin Yu and Duan Lingtian after introducing the 3 types of celestial islands in the Tai Yi celestial sect. Sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he said, however, my friend didn't inform his family when he came out. After he joins the Tai Yi celestial sect, I hope you can send someone with him to Tai Yi City to greet his family. Of course. Tai Tai he nodded with a smile. Qin Yu's heart warmed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian gratefully. After all, he really wanted to greet his family. His joining the Tai Yi celestial sect was a joyous occasion for King Qin's mansion, a subordinate of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom. He wanted to share this news with his uncles as soon as possible. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as though he had just recalled something. The imperial family of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom must have something to do with the exposure of Huan's portrait. I hope Guardian Tai can help me deal with this matter. If it's possible, I want King Qin of King Qin's mansion, who's also my friend's uncle, to be the new ruler of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom. Duan Lingtian said in one breath. Qin Yu's breathing quickened when he heard Duan Tian's words. His eyes shone brightly as he turned to look at Tai He. It was as though he wanted to see how Tai He would react to this matter. If the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is a high-rank celestial kingdom, I wouldn't dare to agree to your request. However, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is only an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom. Although it's not a subordinate of the Tai Celestial Sect, I'm sure they won't refuse if the Tai Celestial Sect offers 2 intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms to the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Tai He said nonchalantly, once the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is under the control of the Tai Celestial Sect, it's only a matter of time before Master Duan makes your friend the new Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, let alone King Qin of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. It's only a matter of time before he becomes the new Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Qin Yu felt as though his heart was about to jump out of his chest when he heard Tai He's words. Him? The Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom? Qin Yu. Upon hearing Tai He's words, Duan Tian looked at Qin Yu and said, You've heard Guardian Tai's words. Although I asked Guardian Tai to accept you into the Tai Celestial Sect, if you want to be the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, Guardian Tai and I will support you. Duan Tian, I still want to join the Tai Celestial Sect. As for the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, let my uncle be the Emperor. Qin Yu muttered to himself for a moment before he made up his mind. Have you made up your mind? If you become the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. That feeling of being high and mighty and ruling over the people of the kingdom is quite good. Duan Tian asked with a smile as he looked at Qin Yu meaningfully. Duan Tian, don't make fun of me. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. You've said it yourself. If I become the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, my future achievements will be limited. Although it'll be difficult for me to catch up to you in my lifetime, I don't want to be left far behind by you. Therefore, it's better for me to join the Tai Celestial Sect and cultivate diligently. I don't want to catch up to you, I just want to be able to see your back. Qin Yu said. I respect your decision. Duan Tian nodded. At the same time, he praised Qin Yu's decision in his heart. If he had to help Qin Yu make a choice, he would have made the same choice as Qin Yu. At this moment, even Tai He was slightly surprised when he looked at Qin Yu again. Many people say it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Qin Yu, I'm surprised you've made such a choice. In the future, I'll take care of you in the Tai Celestial Sect as long as it's within my capabilities. This is my promise to you. It has nothing to do with Master Duan. Tai He made such a promise purely out of admiration for Qin Yu's decision. After all, not everyone would be able to make such a choice. Thank you, Guardian Tai. Qin Yu hurriedly thanked Tai He. Naturally, he knew the weight of Tai He's words. Currently, not only was Tai He the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Celestial Sect, but he was also a 7-star Celestial Duke. In the Tai Celestial Sect, he was on equal footing with the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect since the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect was only a 7-star Celestial Duke. With such a person promising to take care of him, he would be like a fish in water in the Tai Celestial Sect in the future. Duan Tian was also slightly surprised by Tai He's promise to Qin Yu. Naturally, he could tell Tai He was only interested in Tai He. The reason why Tai He made such a promise was completely because he admired Qin Yu's choice. It was unrelated to him.